Let's just start. Welcome, people. Welcome to the Fluff. Dr. AfroFluff right here. This is very late, to be honest. This was meant to be out like weeks ago, but I never really found a good moment or motivational moment to record this one. It's a little bit dark in here. Let me quickly. That's a little bit better. This is meant for the 500 subscribers. Yes, quite. Actually, let me check if everything. Yeah, it's a little bit lower. So let me just do this. We're doing it live. Okay. Now it's a little bit too. It's because the cable is pulling it back. Joker? Good enough. I mean, we can probably just move him like this. As I was saying, this is for the 500 subscriber special. As you guys know, I do a either a joke or an explain recipe alongside certain numbers, which is usually every 25 subscribers. But I also do sometimes these type of boys, and I do not remember, which is usually the case, why I've been told to read the log of Extranormal events, but I am curious. I wrote down. I see there's 2 volumes of them, so I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to upload both volumes into one video, or if I'm going to record individual volumes and then upload them on different Thursdays. But for now, how about we just get started? Actually, hold on, it's a little bit quiet, so let me just. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Okay, how about we get started? It's gonna be a long read. It's gonna be a long read. I just now see that everything is not vertical. Damn it. Flip vertical again and flip horizontally, please. We don't need the intermission thing here. All right, we're good to go now. Log of Extranormal Events, Volume 1, forward. This page is to document anomalous events that have attracted the Foundation interest, but occur too briefly for the Foundation to secure or contain them. Instead, the Foundation deploys a cover-up team to conceal the evidence from the public. It is merely a reminder to agents and researchers that not all of them can be contained. Agent Carrion Trooper. Okay, so I was wondering about this because we have anomalous items on unexplained locations. So I was wondering like how these are different from regular SCPs, because like it's still, you know, extra normal, it's still anomalous and all that stuff. But this, at least this explains it for me for the events, is that it happens so fast that it just kind of like pops up and then vanishes, that I guess it's just not considered an SCP because it's just, you know, either that or it's like they don't have any evidence or enough evidence that like it's still around, I guess. It's kind of like if you hear like an urban legend and you're like, okay, well, is that real? Is that, and in the Foundation universe, of course, you have to also think like, you also have to feel like, okay, we heard this story, let's look and see where the story came from, let's do some research, and then potentially by the time they're there, they're like, okay, there's nothing here. Literally all evidence of that is either A, gone, or B, doesn't exist, or C, it shows that it's just ceases to be, I guess. At least that's what I understand of what that means. And I already checked what the anomalous items and unexplained locations, how long those are, which are, anomalous items has a lot. That has a lot. I put that down for potential future reads, but my god, there's a lot. Due to the increasing number of items discovered by the Foundation, this list is no longer open to new entries. A second volume of this log has been made available and currently remains open to new additions, which I saw with unexplained locations and anomalous items have the same thing. Well, let's give it a start. Let's start this. No, please add new entries to the bottom of the list, not the middle or the top. That makes sense. And I think that's for both the Foundation universe and for our universe nodes. Like, big, hey, don't just add a random one in the middle. Okay, so we have event description, date of occurrence, location, follow-up actions taken. Okay, so here we go. Description: a sperm whale estimated to be 2 kilometers in length, that is Jesus, was observed breaching the ocean's surface, causing 3 nearby boats to capsize upon re-entry. Oh wait, we also have of course the blanks. Let me get the soundboard up. Blank by blank of date of occurrence, which looks like it's a majority right now. It is redacted, that we don't get to see what the date is. Location: Puget Sound, Washington, USA. Follow-up actions taken. Foundation removed any details about the anomalous nature of the creature from local news sources or witnesses on various and close enough beaches administer Class A amnestics. Yeah. And again, this I have to read this again, but could to brief to secure or contain them instead of Foundation. So here now, okay, here it says it occurred too briefly for the Foundation to secure or contain them. Instead, the Foundation employs a cover-up team to consider evidence from the public. This is merely a reminder that all of them can be contained. So I guess this is one of those cases where like the anomaly is still out there, but they haven't contained it. Because a 2 kilometer big ass whale, you think you would find that? So like the end, I guess my theory of that, like all of them don't exist, or like it's not fully true. I guess some of them vanish, and some of them are just they're still trying to find them. Or with the 2 kilometer whale, how do you contain a 2 kilometer whale? That's literally. Although isn't there like a fucking sea monster SCP that's like thousands of kilometers wide or big, and that's being contained? So, yeah, you guys can explain to me more in the comments how I should interpret these. I assume it just means that it's like small little stories that like no full log has been made yet, or cannot be made, or nobody wants to be made. Because I still feel like a 2 kilometer whale, like even though that's rough to contain, I still think that's like possible from what I have read so far in the Foundation's universe. Okay, description. A glowing humanoid figure manifested on a subway platform was seen by several eyewitnesses and captured on the station's surveillance system. The humanoid approached the edge of the tracks while making vague hand gestures and promptly vanished. Okay, we have a... No, not yet apparently. What is going on? Oh, okay. I need to log in again. Not sure why. I was logged in a moment ago, so. But hey. It should work soon. So let's go back. Barcelona, Spain. A team of disguised agents and a portable holographic projection unit were brought to the location. The team explained that the incident was a part of the avant-garde urban shock art exhibition all over Europe. Fake viral media plan to give credit to the team's supposed art group. Okay, so here now we have an example of the other thing I mentioned. It's like they cannot contain it because it's just gone. It vanished, and it hasn't like shown up, I guess, in a while. So okay, so it's a good mix of like they cease to exist or it's impossible to contain them. Okay, I understand. I think I understand. Again, you guys can still write in the description what your interpretation is or what I should interpret this log as. But the description in the comments, I mean. But yeah, no, I think I understand now. Description: time skips between 2.5 and 26 hours took place in Concord, North Carolina, before normalizing to 1 day after initial skip. Non-self-correcting electronic devices such as digital clocks were seemingly unaffected and displayed incorrect times in different areas of the town. Event bears similarity to a relatively unknown event in Carson City, Nevada, though no connection could be traced between the two events. It's Diavolo from JoJo's. He's just like... Date occurred. There we go. Now it works again. Concord, North Carolina, USA. The local news reported electromagnetic interference caused by local power plant. Small observation team assigned to area. That's probably makes the most sense because it's only the clocks that's like the electronic clocks are all weird. So that's at least easy to explain. Event description: the entire population of I'm going to be talking a lot more because I'm not doing a stream, so I have a lot more time. I'm going to be a lot more like commentary about what I'm reading. At least I will try because it's a long ass log. The entire population of holyhead whales was found comatose in the field just outside of town. All individuals were unharmed but possessed slight burns on their clothing. All individuals woke up 14 hours later with no recollection of the event. That's That's terrifying. Holy head whales. Population dose with Class B amnestics. A road accident involving a Samson Craig Products and SCP company. Good thinking. Chemical tank was staged as a cover story. An emergency evacuation camp was arranged and the population were given 150 per head as compensation. Since the event, there has been no recurrence or abnormal behavior in the population. How? Now let's do a little bit of research, guys. Let's do a little bit of research. How big is the population of Holy Head? Population. Let's look at that, huh? So around this is saying 12,000, and also here, yeah, Wikipedia also says 12,000. An increase on the 2011. The population of the time proper as of 20. Okay, so around. There's probably more now, right? Now let's do that. It's gonna calculate out 150 times 12,000. 84. Yeah, so the foundation almost gave 2 million out. 1,812,600 pounds. That is that's a decent amount of money, but of course at the same time, not sure if that's enough for, like, you know, how many like slight burns on the clothing. So okay, they're not injured, but there's like burns on the clothing for sure. So 150 for, like, you know, being comatose for 14 hours and then waking up and your clothes are a bit singed is not bad. You can at least afford a new set of clothing, depending on where you shop. Event description: 3 similar-looking men were witnessed. Let me move my shit. Don't do that, actually. Uh-oh. My stream deck. Never mind. I will not do that. Yeah. Okay. I just feel it a little far. Looking men were witnessed fighting in a gas station parking lot. Eyewitnesses reports maintain that each man claimed to be a well-known local car salesman and were fighting over which individual was the true one. 2 of the men were killed and the third procured a crowbar. The third was fatally shot by a local police officer. Okay, I think for now, date of occurrence, until it actually has a date, I will not spam the buttons. It's just going. So far, all the date of occurrences are blank. But in the moment there is a date, I will say it out loud. Friendship, Oklahoma. Is there really a place called Friendship in Oklahoma? It would be so fitting if everybody in Oklahoma hates each other in that town, that city. Witness and involved person were questioned, given Class B amnestics. Close family members of were questioned, given the Class A amnestics. A cover story involving the individual suicide was established. The 3 bodies were recovered for autopsy and are currently maintained inside 19 minimum security storage freezer. So this is another good example of, like, how, like, it's not technically contained because they're dead. It's terminated, basically. They were found terminated from the get-go. But, like, the event itself is still there. Okay, I really like this. I really like this because, like, it's such a, like, it's a perfect world building log for the Foundation, because it's just like, you have these things, but, like, yeah, they're not contained yet. They're just not contained yet, or cannot be. It's a really cool idea. Also makes you realize, like, how much more bullshit happens in the SCP universe. Like, there's already 9,000 contained things, and you want to tell me there's another who knows how many hundreds of not contained stuff? That's crazy to think about. Description: several students attending collegiate began complaining about a loud buzzing noise. A custodian for the school located the source as a single monitor in the computer lab during his duties and reported the power button was unresponsive. When the lab technicians arrived the next day, they unplugged the monitor after other attempts proved futile. Witnesses of the event report a scream playing through the computer speakers, and the image of the digitized face screaming appeared for a moment before power was lost. Location: Collegiate in Sandwich, New Hampshire, USA. The monitor was confiscated for inspection. Nothing of interest has been found. Okay. Description. Let me just scroll a little bit down, so just a tiny bit, like this. Okay, I'm gonna move over a little bit because, like, I feel otherwise a little bit uncomfortable for myself. I'm gonna block Joker. Huh. Take that, you maniac. Okay. Event description. During an automobile accident, the body of a passenger in one involved vehicle expanded to fill the entire interior of the vehicle. Because Mr. expanded body had taken on a consistency similar to stiff foam rubber, the other occupants of the vehicle were protected from the impact and were the only survivors of the crash. So he became almost like a crash foam, usually like the airbag, right? But like more like foamy from the sounds of it. Seymour, Connecticut. Follow-up actions taken. Body confiscated. All other occupants and responding personnel administered Class A amnestics. Tissue tests indicate that Mr. is still alive, though the tissues of his body have become an undifferentiated mass, and tests of neurological functions are inconclusive. Interesting. So the Mr. is still alive, but it's not considered contained. That's interesting. Because at the end, like the tissue test indicated, though the tissue of his body have become an undifferentiated mass. So I guess like it's basically saying he's technically not alive, even though the DNA, the tests have shown that he is. He's not moving. He's just kind of like, you know. Event description: unidentified and unaccompanied. Unidentified and unaccompanied child, estimated age 7 years old, in a hospital waiting room produces more than 400 kilograms of vomit in 5 minutes. Before dying, other patients describe hearing sounds of glass breaking during the emesis. What's the emesis? What's that? The action or process of vomiting. Oh, okay. Wonder what kind of glass broke. Extranormal Public Hospital, Ansirabe, Madagascar. Majority of vomit had been incinerated before Foundation agents arrived on site. Inspection of hospital incinerator revealed no anomalies. All remaining samples of vomit were confiscated, and analysis revealed no anomalies, except that the child had been suffering from salmonella poisoning. Witnesses were given amnestics. Child was never identified. Body was removed from hospital morgue and is currently maintained in a Site 19 low-value storage freezer. I do wonder what the glass breaking is. Like, did he vomit so hard that he broke some glass, or did the vomit sound like he was breaking glass? Interesting. Okay. Event description: and an email is sent to as near as the Foundation can determine every active email address in existence, including Foundation Internet-only addresses. The contents are identical across all emails and consist of the following message in Spanish. Hey, this is Jorge. This is Jorge. It has been fun playing with you, but I'm going to visit my friends next door now. I'll be back later to collect my toys. Take care of the place. Backtracking reveals that all emails are originating from the same unassigned IP address. And here we have a date. 21st. Location worldwide. Foundation agents edited the internet rumor debunking site.com to include a statement that the email was a massive hoax. The Foundation has periodically mass emailed similar messages to more limited audiences as a smokescreen. The originating IP address is being monitored for any further activity. Cool. I mean, that makes sense. Like, just be like, hey, it's not real, and then just send similar emails out to make it seem more like a spam thing, and then an actual concerning thing. And the description: a suspected associate of Marshall Collin Dark Limited was observed entering an abandoned factory by Foundation operatives. The sound of bubbling water was heard from within the factory prior to gunshots. Operators found the suspect's body in a state of advanced decomposition associated with at least 3 weeks of exposure. A pistol, which had been fired 3 times, was found within the subject's jacket. No signs of the suspect's assailant were found. Date of occurrence: 15th. Salvador, state of Bahia, Brazil. Information suppressed in local media. Body removed from site by Foundation operators disguised as Brazilian Federal Police and interred as morgue at Site 60. Okay. Interesting. Some of them are technically contained if you think about it. Some of them are technically contained. 6 sperm whales again. Carcasses were found breached along a 2-kilometer stretch of coastline at New Zealand. Man, sperm whale and 2 kilometers are like the bodies apparently in this log. When autopsy was performed as part of a civilian research program, it was discovered that the chest cavity of all 6 whales had been hauled out post-mortem without any damage being done to the exterior of the animals. Exploration of the interior carcass revealed that the chest cavity of each whale had somehow been stuffed with machinery components trapped in clear plastic. Almost like they're like cyborgs. 18. Akaroa, New Zealand. Area sealed. All members of the research team detained and administered Class A amnestics. False stories disseminated claiming that the decomposition of the whales' bodies had led to the buildup of toxic gas inside the carcasses, leading to government intervention on grounds of public health. Masses found inside body cavity removed and shipped to storage site. 108 remains incinerated in the field and disposed of through normal channels. Makes sense. And with description, the flight between Heathrow, London and Hartsfield Jackson, Atlanta suffered a malfunction and crashed in the Atlantic Ocean, 800 kilometers from the Azores archipelago. Despite this, all passengers and crew walked out the destination gate, remembering only a regular flight. Ooh, that's... okay. That is going to be rough to to amnesticize, because that's like hundreds of people plus the airport, both airports and news, and like any airport that keeps track of airplanes. Oof. Okay. 11. North Atlantic Ocean. Information suppressed and mass amnestic treatment performed. Recovery of aircraft underway. Yeah, I mean that's the like mass amnestic treatment is the only way to deal with this. Every domesticated cat inside the city limits of Norway traveled 10.9 kilometers southeast to Sweden over a period of 8 hours. Cats congregated in groupings of 13 to 25 in a field behind the sponge for 2 hours, then dispersed. Data of occurrence. Hey, we have a full date for the first time. 25th 9th 2009, Norway-Sweden border. Cats returned of their own accord to their homes. Any footage of gathering confiscated for study. Witness processed, debriefed, and administered Class B amnestics. Field searched for abnormalities. Blood and urine samples taken from cats in infected areas. No anomalies found. Both and the field will be under surveillance until 30th 9th 2014. So like at least 5 years of keeping track of it. Gotcha. During a speech to a public committee, the mayor of Bonifay, Florida, began continuously chuckling at a pun made by a legislative observer for approximately 4.5 hours straight before collapsing into a nearby chair and passing out. He claims to have no memory of the event, nor did anyone else in the room during the speech. The only available evidence of its occurrence was captured entirely on camera. Date of occurrence? 19. This is another example of technically it's like contained already, because like nobody remembers it. It's only like video footage of it. Bonifay, Florida, USA. Any and all witnesses who videotaped the event, along with anyone who viewed the videotapes themselves, were given Class B amnestics, and all resulting videotapes were wiped clean. The mayor himself is under minor surveillance from selected members of the foundation. It is a little bit creepy though, because at the end, like the foundation, because you read how they keep things contained, and not everything they contain is like, you know, fully contained. Of course, it's like there's still like chance of breaches, and some of them are still like walking around, honestly. But it is a little bit creepy to have this event happening and the foundation has like no idea why. They have no idea why. They don't even know where to begin to look. And it's just, and they don't even know what triggered it. Like nothing, like no information. The unknown is the scariest thing, right? That's like what scares us humans the most. So having this thing happening and you have absolutely zero ideas is, yeah, it's a lot. It's creepy. And when description at exactly 2 p.m., 24 instances of semi-erotic calendar appeared in numerous foundation sites. Inside the calendar, images of Dr. Elliot, Dr. Hugh, Dr. Agent Merle, Director, Dr. Wright, Agent, Researcher, Agent, Dr. Mary, Dr. AfroFluff, and Dr. Jack Bright. Can you imagine? Like if my name was just suddenly in there, I was like, wait a minute. The calendar displayed the name Double D class. Despite the statements of personnel included in the calendar, shows signs of being planned and professionally made. First, 2014, sites 5, 29, 82, 11, and 6. Most instances were recovered by Foundation staff. Several copies have been confiscated from staff since the incident. Dr. Jack Bright was not inhabiting a female body at the time, indicate that either a prop was used or this is a mistake by the creator. Are these all like female people? Oh, okay, that's That's sexual assault. Extra normal event. You can't do that. After a Long Island citizen died of alcohol damage related illnesses, a recliner chair in his home began ascending at speeds of exactly 3.6 meters per second before eventually accelerating to 16.3 meters per second. Attempts at stopping the ascent were futile, and the chair broke through any barriers placed in its way. It has since then left the atmosphere and is believed to be orbiting Jupiter. Date of occurrence, 2nd, 15th, 2010. Modern Town, New York. Any footage of the incident was wiped and pulled off the internet. Class A amnestics were given to witnesses. Foundation operators in various space programs were advised to destroy any information of the chair if found. Please look for a lawn chair in space. Man, this world would be driving me cuckoo for crazy buffs, guys. Event description: 88,888 citizens of the state of New Jersey fractured their left scaphoid bones within a 2-hour period. Radiography showed that all fractures were identical down to the sub-millimeter level. That is... damn. Oops. I did say I would not do that. Oh well. Various hospitals throughout New Jersey, Class A amnestics administered to radiography technicians. Yeah, I mean... at the end, the 88,888 citizens will probably not ask each other like, hey, do you also? When description: viewers of the popular late night talk show reported seeing 2 different episodes. Approximately 40% watched an episode featuring the famous actor and the musical guest, while the other 60% watched an episode with an appearance by stand-up comedian. Neither one of these episodes was the one which had actually broadcast, and neither one has ever been filmed. Date of occurrence is blanked out. Various televisions throughout the USA. Yep. All recordings of the anomalous episodes showed the actual broadcast episode in later viewings. Viewers' memories of the anomalous episodes seem to have completely faded by themselves by channel officials who had been contacted about the episodes were administered Class C amnestics, and the internal investigation into the matter aborted. Social networks mentioning the matter were intercepted and edited. Some of these events are luckily like very easy to take care of, so I'm also glad for the foundation that they're like, oh, not another one that they, you know, like again, 9,000 SCPs to take care of and all this shit happening, so I'm glad for them that like not all of these things they have to contain. They're like, okay, just get it, just amnesticize everybody, just wipe any evidence of it, because there's not, apparently it doesn't exist anymore, or will not be existing, or, you know, impossible to find, blah, 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 blah. So I'm, yeah, just happy for them. Because I can imagine that a lot of the doctors and researchers and agents have high levels of stress thanks to these anomalies, right? Event description: a parrot owned by the family was discovered to have the ability to sing the entirety of the song Crazy Train by John Michael Ozzy Osbourne, including vocals, guitar, bass, drums, and keyboard. No member of the family ever recalls the parrot hearing it. And date of occurrence is blanked out. Greenwich, Connecticut, USA. Class A amnestics distributed the family parrot seized and ensconced in the Site 19 anomalous wildlife habitat. Kind of cool though, just to be able to sing Crazy Train with everything about it. I feel like I would honestly just consider that like a very talented parrot. I'm just saying, just how about the family keeps the parrot and just use a really cool party trick. Maybe one of the family members wants to like impress somebody, like one of the children, you know. Maybe they're like, hey, my parrot can sing the entire song of Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne, including the instrumentals. And then they bring a date home, and they're like, and then the date sees it, and they're like, my God. Any other song? No, just this one. My description: for approximately 12 minutes, owls shed human blood within a 15-kilometer radius of France spontaneously turned into centipedes. All centipedes in the area turned back into blood following the cessation of the event. Interesting. Date of occurrence blanked out. Cherbourg, France. Aerosolized amnestics were deployed over the town. Additional amnestics were distributed to women on menstrual periods during the event. I did not think about that. Due to the extreme emotional distress during the aerosolized versions ineffective. I did not think about the periods. I did not think about that. Ooh. That must have been freaky. All written text in the theater department at university spontaneously converted to wingdings. Textual text remained unaffected until printed out. All affected text contained the phrase, "You don't need a script to pretend to be someone else. You're doing it right now." You dense! 2014, Staten Island, New York. Class A amnestics were administered to all students and faculty present. Affected books were incinerated and are currently being replaced. Event description. A translucent digital clock approximately 3 kilometers across appeared in the sky about 1.5 kilometers above the ground. The anomaly counted down from 5:55 o'clock, stopping short of 1:13 before disappearing completely. Whatever that means, God, that's not ominous whatsoever. 2006. Devon Island, Nunavut, Canada. Anomaly was only witnessed by a single fishing trawler. Class C amnestics issued to the entire crew. Description. A single specimen of Dionea muscipula, better known as the Venus flytrap, expanded to approximately 2.5 meter tall and consumed a domesticated cat. Aww. Goddamn, come on, man. The specimen expired shortly after and was reported by passing civilians. Blanked out by date of occurrence. Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Class A amnestics issued to witnesses. Specimen taken for future studying. Description. 10 minutes before opening to the general public, three visit team staff and a security officer at museum witnessed a Scutigera coleoptrata specimen, commonly known as a house centipede, emerged from a small drainage pipe in the storage closet. The specimen traveled approximately 1 meter before entering a sink U-bend which had been opened for repair. Specimen was estimated to be over 12 meters in length, though of average width and height for its species, but it's still fucking 12. The specimen was visible for several minutes after the head portion had entered the U-bend, while the remainder of its body continued to exit the drainage pipe. Burnsville, Minnesota. Class A amnestics administered to museum personnel. Facility plumbing was fully examined by foundation personnel and specimen could not be located. Presumed to have escaped into city sewer network. Communications watch placed on public works to monitor for future reports. 12-meter long centipede. God. And a house centipede is who? I mean, I think a house centipede is not like that terrifying, I think. Never mind. It's those motherfuckers. I had them so many times in the beats. Well, not really them. The ones in the beats didn't have this many legs, but they have this. It's the same body. Like, it's definitely the same body. And I just always got so annoyed with them because they were always in my bathroom. So imagine like trying to like, walk into the night and just turning the lights on and just see like 3 of them just like scuttling around. At the end, I don't think they have anything like, they don't do anything bad. It's also, yeah, it has a spread prying on insects and arachnids by when it's not dangerous to humans. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's just annoying to like walk into a bathroom just seeing them scuttling around. But at the end, they eat other insects. So I just didn't. The only time I was like definitely bothered by them was when they were in my towels, and because I had to like I wanted to shower and I had to like do like that and just see one of them like flop down. Okay, but like 12 meters is fucking insane. that is so many legs. And then description: the Cincinnati metropolitan area and all life forms in it became grayscale for approximately 77 hours, staring at approximately 10 a.m. All humans in the metropolitan area when the change occurred were not aware of the existence of color while the effect persisted. Those who entered the area of effect after the change occurred were not affected, but affected individuals treated them with fear and suspicion. When the change was reversed through unknown means, all individuals within the affected area lost their memories of the event. Although those who had left the area of effect before the restoration of color retained their memories. Reminds me of the Powerpuff Girl episode where a clown like gets hit by a some sort of like truck, right? And then like loses all color, and then everything he touches also loses all color and sound. It's like kind of like a funny idea of like him becoming a mime because he talked before and then he just stopped talking and then everything touched lost color and sound. So that's what it reminds me of. 3rd, 21st. I'm pretty sure we can find it. Like Powerpuff Girl clown. Yeah, him. Rainbow the Clown who changed into Mr. Mime. Yeah. And it's just... The only thing I think is a little bit like unfair from the girls is that the moment he changes back... What the fuck is this? That can't be a real episode. That shit will terrify me. But the only thing I think is unfair from the girls is that they beat him up after he got better. Like he got hit by some fucking who knows what kind of juice and became evil. Like you can't blame him for that. Like the moment he got caught, he went back to he was like, oh hey guys, how y'all doing? And you still beat him up and it's kind of like, you know, imagine like if you beat up if you beat up Dr. Jekyll because Mr. Hyde did some shit, you're like, hey man, it's not in his control what Mr. Hyde does. Like at the end, yeah, he probably, like Dr. Jekyll will probably like, yeah, I understand, it's fully understandable he did this to me, but at the same time I would just be like, I would just be like, hey man, maybe, just maybe, give him a break. Because he definitely did not want to do that. You know what I mean? It's just an odd choice to pick on him specifically. There we go. Alright. Class A amnestics, memories. Yeah, okay. All weights within the and Sun Gym assumed a red coloration for a period of 5 hours. All the affected weights possessed a white sticker reporting the words "tired of the old boring black weights. Try the red one." 2014, Birmingham, England, UK. Class B amnestics were administered to all witnesses. All weights were taken in custody for studying. Following the event, the objects displayed no apparent anomalous effect. However, close inspection revealed that the words brought to you by the Kobayashi Athletics were inscribed on the items. All weights were replaced by the new ones. The establishment is to be kept under surveillance until 2016. And my description: 2 individuals were observed to spend 7 hours attempting to move past each other in a narrow hallway before one collapsed from exhaustion, at which point the other decided to take a different route. There's no indication either from recorded footage of the event or from the testimony of the involved parties that this was intentional or involuntary. So they basically did the whole like, it's like, let me just. Listen, if you're gonna do that for hours, then might as well just fucking touch hands and then just spin each other. Just grab each other's like by the elbow like this and then whoop, turn, and then do it. Then doing 180 and then go both ways. 2014, Boston, Massachusetts office of USA. Affected subjects were provided with appropriate medical care and anesthetics were administered to all known witnesses. The hallway in question and the affected subjects have shown no anomalous properties before or since. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen again. Pardon me. During a public concert in the town of Georgia, a large number of Procyon Loto common raccoon assembled behind the outdoor concert stage and started constructing an object resembling a shrine out of materials they had collected from various places around the town, including branches, pine cones, fast food wrappers, old newspapers, and a trash can lid. After the shrine was constructed, the raccoons proceeded to make motions described by onlookers as bowing to the bowing. Take a bow. Bowing. I'm not sure why bowing sounds wrong. I'm bowing. I'm bowing down. Now I'm fucking confusing myself. Bowing, yeah. I'm not sure why I said bowing, because you take a bow, you bow, yeah. It's one of those fucking words that like changes the way it sounds. To the shrine, bowing to the shrine, and then quickly scattered. Upon Attempt destruction of the shrine by civilian Joseph. A large and aggressive nursery of raccoons emerged, numbering more than 100 by most witness accounts. The nursery proceeded to assault Joseph, resulting in his death. 2000. Brookhaven, Georgia, USA. All those who witnessed the event were given Class A amnestics. Death of Joseph covered up with a report of a violent mugging. Consent zone acquired by Foundation under the cover of construction. Shrine destroyed by small explosive from a safe distance under the same cover of construction. Observational post disguised as a bird sanctuary constructed. No other anomalous occurrence to date. All moths in a 5-kilometer radius of a single porch light made their way towards the light and gathered there for an hour. The moths then dispersed into the surrounding area. Date of occurrence blanked out. Sandwich, New Hampshire, USA. No special actions due to lack of witnesses at time of event. The area is to be observed for more anomalous activity until... First. A large 10-centimeter thick layer of snow suddenly fell over the town of Massachusetts and covered the entire area. No clouds were visible at the time, and despite sudden shifts in supported weight, no buildings or structures were damaged. 990. That's very like cartoony. That's very cartoony. Just like a fucking like 50 centimeters of snow, just like landing there, and nothing gets injured. Fall River, Massachusetts, USA. A sample of the snow was obtained. It was found to be mundane. All residents of the town administered Class A amnestics. As the event occurred quickly, very little video footage was captured. However, all documentation of the event had been destroyed. There's a lot of people, like a lot of like towns that you have to amnesticize during these events, huh? I'm just saying that's a lot of fucking amnestics you have to use. For a period of approximately 5 hours, residents of Pompano Beach, Florida, and non-residents working in the city, including Foundation employees, experienced a shared hallucination. Interviews with those affected have provided a detailed, highly consistent account of the entire city being transported to the surface of a planet believed to be Venus. Protected by the Dome of Unknown Design, see document E41567 for full account. However, telephone records, security camera feeds, and interviews with non-resident, non-employees suggest that nothing unusual happened during the time period and that all those affected were present on Earth and went about their business as normal. 2011, Pompano Beach, Florida, USA. Follow-up actions taken. Affected individuals provided with amnestics after interview. Foundation personnel involved in the events have been commended for controlling media coverage. Amnestics treatment has successfully removed memories of the event. Implementation of further surveillance is currently under debate. Towards the end of the show, musician began sweating profusely for 6 minutes. The sweat fell to the floor and pulled together, forming into various miniature trains. Following this, the trains rapidly evaporated. What? Date of occurrence 5th 22nd, 2015, Earth, Texas, USA. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, of course, Earth. What do you mean, Earth? Follow-up actions. Witnesses, including the musician, were Mr. Class A amnestics. No further actions was required, and the show was generally well received. It's good. Good for the musician. Good for them. Over an 8-minute period, 697 lightning strikes occurred within a 20-mile wide radius around Fietto, Italy. Meteorological data shows that the location of the strikes formed a smiley at the same time. All drinking water within the settlement was, according to anecdotal evidence, icy cold, scent of strawberries, and could not be boiled or otherwise heated. Odd. Two different things happening at the same time. Date of occurrence 2015, 7th, 1st, Fietto, Italy. Water supplies and meteorological data throughout Apulia to be monitored over the 6-month period. Commencing at 7:31, all instances at the Basenji breed of Canis lupus familiaris barked constantly for 1 minute or 43 seconds. I mean, that's a house dog. That's a pet. House pet. Yeah, that pet. Yeah, you know what I mean. Common house dog. Commencement. Cessation of bark was not linked to any external stimuli. Date of occurrence 2015, 7th, 3rd, Australia. Polyopera agent redacted. Basenji taken the post normal testing, no anomalous activity, no sense. Interesting. Okay, I definitely now know I'm probably gonna have to make each volume an individual video because I'm almost an hour in and I'm not even like close to I'm like not barely a quarter. And in description, at approximately 26 a.m. local time, a train bound from to after train A collided with an identical train moving along the same line from to after train B. Of the 56 casualties observed, only 28 civilians were identified. Each civilian was identified twice, with one instance riding train A and the other instance riding train B. Examination shows that all electronic and timekeeping devices present on train B at the time of collision was 9 hours slow. All passengers are confirmed to have been traveling on the route of train B 9 hours before the event. Though without incident, temporal interference has been suggested, though the cause is currently unknown, and the logical paradox of the situation represented has been deemed unsolvable. Whether all civilians involved caught the same train as one another twice consecutively as a result of coincidence or the effect of causal manipulation is unknown. No passenger of either train survived the impact. Date of occurrence 2015. Train line Victoria, Australia. All train B passengers were removed from the scene and taken into Foundation custody, currently kept inside cold storage. The train line has been put under observation for further extranormal activity over a 6-month period, which is yet uneventful. Starting at 2:22 p.m., all users in the chat room ceased conversation and began to repeat the phrase Nag gimno gathu za igno al yamor na as ahu ak, and it does not look like it's like backwards, not like gan or anything like that, or at the 2-second intervals. This behavior continued for 2 hours before ceasing. No users seem to recall the event and claim that the regular conversation had occurred. Many users claim to have closed the chat window or left the computer during the course of the event, despite the fact that their corresponding chat handles continued to repeat the phrase throughout the event. Users who joined the chat room while the event was underway did not participate in the event, but did not type anything until after the event was finished. 2015. Computers around the world, most concentrated in the United States. All screenshots of the conversation were deleted, and the chat room has been placed under surveillance for further anomalous behavior. For a period of approximately 3 minutes, no less than 10,000 calls were made to the number 1800 further redacted. For records indicate that all calls from a single number, and further investigation indicates that the number is currently in use by an employee of the company who did call that day but was held up in queue. At the 3-minute mark, all calls vanished completely from the queue. Date of occurrence blanked out. Location Philippines. Calls were documented to come from the employee's address in USA. Call records for the time frame when the calls occurred were expunged from the system, and false records imputed during a routine system maintenance the next day. Class B amnestics were administered to all parties involved, while the employee was monitored for the next 3 months, but no anomalous activity was noted. Event description: at roughly 2:30 p.m., 16 city buses pulled up a movie theater owned by a private company. All buses were packed full. All people aboard the buses, bus drivers included, as well as the owner of the movie theater, shared the same first name, Greg. Well, these are all just people that subscribe to Dan Gonzalez. That's what you want me to say. Furthermore, the Gregs all came to the location to see the same movie. The movie had a Greg starring in the lead role. There was no convention of any sort occurring at the time in the town, nor any in the world at the time that was summoning people with the name Greg. Date of occurrence 3rd, 17th, 1990. Greg's Theater, Unity, Pennsylvania, USA. Follow-up actions taken: interviews with all 1,267 Gregs involved, as well as their families, found that this had not been planned event. That 97% of all the people involved did not know anyone else that had attended prior to the event. No records indicate that there was any advertisements or events that would have sparked such an occurrence. All Gregs and witnesses involved were given Class A amnestics. A cover-up story involving a Greg convention was released, and no further incident occurred after cover-up was released. The theater was monitored for 2 years, but aside from a reduced crime rate for the first 2 weeks after the event, no enormous activity occurred. This was easily the most confusing case I ever had to deal with. Agent Greg. I can imagine everybody in there. imagine just calling your name out in that fucking crowd. Yo, Greg! And it was like 1,267. Greg's all like, yeah! And you're like, oh shit. And let's be honest, with 1,267, some of those Gregs will have the same last name. Some of them will have like the same last name. Event description at 8:30 a.m. Local time, a 911. Sure. 911 call was made regarding a construction worker whose neck had been broken. Ambulance arrived 3 minutes later, and OSWA arrived within 20 minutes, among which was embedded foundation agent. Investigation discovered that the employee's construction helmet had increased in weight from 0.28 kilograms to 16.7 kilograms once the helmet had been placed on the employee's head. Oof. Ugh. That's a lot of weight out of nowhere, yeah. Head of occurrence, 7/14/2005, New York City, New York, USA. Item confiscated, all personnel involved in Class B amnestics, broken neck blamed on the worker being hit by a sledgehammer, another worker dropped from the top of the building being walked on. Yeah, better. I mean, I'm surprised he doesn't have a concussion from that, but like, you know, probably the only way to say it. And the description, an adult tiger composed entirely of liquid paint manifested within the tiger enclosure at a public zoo, and they showed no aggression towards other tigers or zookeepers within the enclosure. And now, after manifestation, the entity ceased cohesion and spread across the floor of the enclosure. Date of occurrence, 7/14/2015, Jakarta, Indonesia. All witnesses were administered Class B amnestics. Video footage and picture of the entity has been confiscated. Neither the zoo nor the paint showed anomalous properties following the event. For a period of approximately 10 minutes, all organic sweet corn, Z maize, variation Sakarta, growing on the TC farm began to spontaneously pop as if it were popcorn. According to an interview with the farm owners, the popping began and ended gradually, reaching its peak frequency around the 5-minute mark. Investigation determined that approximately 6,070 square meters, 1.5 acres of corn popped, yielding 38,035 emptied corn cobs and approximately 6,500 kilograms of popped corn. Date of occurrence, 9/9/2015, Friendsville, Maryland, USA. Amnestics administered to all witnesses. Affected land was cleaned up and burned, and a cover story was implanted about faulty farm equipment sparking a fire. Popcorn and cobs were confiscated and incinerated. Samples of popcorn cobs, stalks, soil, and surrounding air revealed no unusual properties, and popcorn was deemed safe for human consumption. Farm is to be kept under minor surveillance until 2018. Event description at 4:34 p.m. an unidentified man, estimated to be 56 years old, turned into wax and collapsed while riding a crowded city bus. Remains showed no anomalous properties. 10/15/2015, Cedar Springs, Colorado, USA. Remains were confiscated and all witnesses were administered Class amnestics. No further actions were deemed necessary. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Just gotta make sure in case I get a call or not. But I don't think I got one. But we should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Nothing important has happened. But now my phone is here. So now we can continue without any worries. Event description: for a period of 1 hour, all dropped objects within the city produced an unidentified male voice imitating the expected sound. Bam! 11/24/2015, Cedar Springs, Colorado, USA. All recordings of the incident were altered or destroyed, and witnesses were administered Class A amnestics. Now we have a blue one here. All black pens in the west wing of Site 24 ran out of ink simultaneously. That is awesome. I love that. 2000, west wing of Site 24. All Foundation personnel switched to blue pens for 24 hours until Agent got more black pens. that is fun. In the span of 2 minutes, Agent A newly recruited member of MTF-02 received over 7,000 texts from his mother. Most of the texts were nonsensical, consisting of word salad or strings of seemingly random letters. However, several words and phrases were noticeably repeated throughout the text, including don't, why, not my son, what did you do, and it isn't me. Interrogation of agents, mother revealed that she had not used the phone that day. However, she reports a stabbing headache around the time the message had been sent, as well as a sudden irrational distrust towards agent. Well then. But that's not the son, it's a different agent. Because like the amount of like black boxes are less. Interesting. Date of occurrence 6/23, 2016, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Both agent and his mother have been placed under surveillance for further anonymous activity. An agent has been temporarily removed from MTF-02 pending investigation. Hold on a minute. This sphere has 1, 2, 3, 4. This has 6 boxes, and this agent has 5 boxes. But then, like both agent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you changed the name. You changed the amount of boxes. That's not okay. Approximately 1,000 different specimens of Canis lupus from Larry's domestic. That's the domestic dog, capable of verbal communication, sprinted down the main street of the town, claiming they were chasing the meat truck. The dogs continued towards the exit of the town and disappeared at its border. 16th, 12th, Cold Lake, Canada. All eyewitnesses were given Class C amnestics, and surveillance of Cold Lake has been placed. On description, 17 individuals sneezed in sequence. The notes comprised the first 2 bars of Deck the Halls. 19th, 8th, 2014, Grand Central Station, New York City, New York, United States. Given the time of day and number of potential witnesses, amnestic treatment was not recommended for all but affected individuals. Interviews with affected individuals revealed causes ranging from allergies to infections to sunlight as the source of sneezing. No link between individuals was obtained. Most considered the event an amusing coincidence. MTF Rose 13 YouTube celebs employed an online cover-up story claiming the event was out of season, test run for a flash mob. Ah man, must be a little bit like, I wonder how sometimes like coming up with these things, how difficult it must be sometimes. Like, okay, how do we deal with this? What do we say? I mean, okay, Collins is like some sort of like test run is pretty easy to like fake, you know. 49 fresh human corpses appeared in the master bedrooms of a home undergoing construction during the 30 seconds duration between the installation of the door in the door frame and the opening of the door for the first time. All corpses were of the same individual, identified as a former United States Senator Joseph McCarthy, 1908 till 1957, at different ages, ranging from an estimated 48 years old to a newborn with an umbilical cord with still attached. Well, yeah, it seems to like, because it's Senator Joseph McCarthy only lived for 49 years age, so it's like literally every single year. Autopsy revealed that the corpses had all died of aortic dissection. Aortic damage was identical on each corpse. 14th, 11th, 1999. Donaustadt, Vienna. Oh, hey, it's in Austria. Okay. So why the fuck is the United States Senator in Austria? Class B amnestics administered to construction personnel. Class A amnestics administered to first responders. Home acquired by foundation and placed under surveillance. No further anomalous phenomena or properties detected. Corpses taken into custody for analysis. No anomalous properties or phenomena detected. Corpses currently maintained in Site 19 low value storage freezer. Remains of original Joseph McCarthy exhumed, analyzed, and reinterred after no anomalous properties or phenomena detected. Foundation pathologies were unable to detect any signs of actual or incipient aortic dissection in the remains of original Joseph McCarthy, but emphasized the difficulty of detecting such signs in remains which had undergone natural decomposition for over 40 years. A workout chemical company vomited for 4 consecutive minutes, producing a total of 15 Craftsman brand ball peen hammers from his digestive tract. God damn. Witnesses say that just prior to the incident, the subject, Z.C., complained of abdominal pain. When asked what was wrong, he responded, "It's hammer time," before proceeding to vomit. Stop! Hammer time! 2013. Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Physical traces cleaned up before Foundation agents reached. Chemical hammers. Hammers confiscated. No anomalous properties were observed. Amnestics administered to all witnesses, and ZC employment history was scrubbed from the company database. Subject taken into custody and given professional classification as anomalous item S1405. However, extended observation revealed no further anomalies. Subject amnesticized and released on the 2014. 80 people living in Nair immobilized regardless of what they were doing for 1 minute and 20 seconds. No attempts to cure them was successful. 3 people were wounded when a car crashed on a tree due to event affecting the driver. That's what I thought. Like, what if you're like driving or doing something where you have to move, like even like biking, man. Like, yeah, the injury will not be as bad, but like you still like you stiffen up and just like kind of like slow down and then just fall over. I can still hurt. 2016, West Pomerian Voivodeship, Poland. Class A amnestics administered to subjects affected and witnesses. No further anomalies phenomena were recorded in the area. All vehicles within a 1 kilometer radius of 23rd Street, West Virginia, disappeared for a 12-hour period at 12 p.m. At the end of the 12-hour period, all vehicles returned to their position prior to the disappearance. People within vehicles at this time were not recovered. Oh shit. 4/4, 2016. Location 23rd Street, Glenville, West Virginia, USA. Class A amnestics administered to residents of area monitored for further anomalous activity. For approximately 17 minutes, an ordinary soccer ball, became immobile after it was kicked towards a goalpost by an 11-year-old male, becoming suspended approximately 1.2 meters away from the ground. Attempts to move the ball by both the child and the parents were unsuccessful. As the 70 minutes passed, the football resumed its prior trajectory and it hit the goal. You did it, kid. Confuse them. Confuse them and then wait. Date of occurrence 15/3, 2015. How do you say that? Swach, Northern Ireland. Child and parental witnesses were interviewed and administered Class B amnestics. The ball, field, and goal were all tested and no further anomalous properties were found. Event description. At 1347 local time, a shockwave later confirmed to be a sonic boom emanating from an aisle in a local supermarket shattered windows within a radius of approximately 800 meters and caused significant structural damage to the buildings and nearby objects. At least people were killed, a further injured, and an estimated euro of damage was caused along with the numerous cases of permanent deafness. Upon investigation of salvageable CCTV footage, the sonic boom appeared to be caused by an unidentified man in a frozen food aisle sneezing. Black Bolt. Followed very shortly afterwards by the event. The camera that filmed it was damaged, but responding Foundation personnel confirmed that the man had been killed by the blast. Okay, not Black Bolt. 2000. Eibling. Deutschland hat ein Ort, die heißt Bad Eibling. Okay, Germany. Class amnestics distribute cover story about a severe car bombing released to the public. Identity of the man causing the event investigated without result. Area monitored until 2000 with no repeat occurrences. The town of Bonner Springs, Kansas was found to have completely disappeared on 2000. After several murders were reported from the town, all records regarding the town were unchanged and all inhabitants were found within Harrisburg, South Dakota. Date of occurrence 2000. Bonner Springs, Kansas, USA. Class amnestics distributed cover story of the mass nuclear power plant failure and subsequent city demolishing was planted. In description, an unidentified man in Plaza, Chicago was suddenly decapitated. Despite this, the corpse remained standing for an estimated 11 minutes before collapsing. Witnesses reported feelings of tranquility and safety immediately after. Was he a criminal? Like, why? 2010. Plaza, Chicago, Illinois, USA. All witnesses given Class B amnestics, body remanded to Site 12 cold storage. Autopsy revealed no anomalous effects on the corpse. I I wonder why they were felt elated. Feelings of tranquility and safety. Almost as if like they all knew one of them had a chance of getting decapitated, and then when somebody got decapitated, the other ones were like, oh, it's not me. You know what I mean? 17 residents in Cherkassk suddenly flew upwards with great speed, causing damage to the surrounding area due to the wind damage. Mangled, identifiable corpses of affected subjects, likely from friction with the wind, later located on Mars' moon Deimos. God, how fast did it go up? Date of occurrence 1451, 2011. Cherkassk, Russia, Class B amnestics administered to witnesses and all residents of Cherkassk relocated to until the damaged structures have been repaired. From 10th 2nd 2000 to 10th 21st 2000, new edition of the newspaper comic strip Calvin Hobbes by Will Watterson were printed in a newspaper distributed in County, Maine. The strips depicted a single story arc over the course of its running in which Calvin's wagon is destroyed with Hobbes losing an arm in the process. Watterson has not published any new Calvin Hobbes cartoons since 1995. I was about to say, like, well, isn't it the case like he stopped pretty early on? Well, I say early on, but like, you know, he has stopped before before 2000s. Location, County, Maine. Editions of the newspaper with the comics printed in them were confiscated with the archive of the expunged. All extant editions editions are archived. The strips were presented to Watterson, who confirmed that the art style, lettering, and signature were all his own, but he had not written or published them. Watterson was administered Class A amnestics following this. During a performance of As You Like It, all members of the cast and audience emitted a 9-minute-long shriek accompanied by applause from the audience. Clapping was vigorous enough that laceration appeared on the hands of the audience members at 5 minutes into the event. Laceration then healed at the conclusion of the event with the phrase, again, okay, being repeated 5 times before the event concluded. No individuals in the audience or cast recalled their actions. Crew members were unaffected and reported this event. Interesting. So another one that has this phrase. 7/12/2016, Stratford, Ontario. Due to the connection to a previously recorded Extranormal event, an investigation has been opened into the possibility of a recurring phenomenon. All crew members unaffected by the event were given Class A amnestics, and monitored equipment has been set up in all Stratford theaters. That's crazy. That the event has happened again. But yeah, it never said that it could not happen again. It's just that it's just that the foundation has not contained it. At high school, all females in the building simultaneously turned into a male walruses for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes had passed, none of the students affected with the event. Okay. 2005, Firestone, Colorado, Class A amnestics distributed to male witnesses. The Windows XP computer startup sound suddenly emanated over a town intersection around 120 decibels. Intersection, okay. 8th 2nd 2014, Northern Prague, Czech Republic. Class A amnestics remotely administered to everyone 5 kilometers from the epicenter. A live Maasai giraffe, Giraffa tipilskirtri, was seen by personnel stationed at area over the course of 3 weeks. Specimen with all attempts at capture. 2016. Area, Palmer Land, Antarctica. Personnel are to remain alert for future appearances. The event description. The horns on all of the cars in the dealership lot simultaneously honked the Tetris theme for 2 hours straight. Despite the cars being empty, only people on the lot at the time had a recollection of the event. That's kind of cool. That's kind of nice. 2000. Lovelock, Nevada, USA. All people on the dealership lot were given Class C amnestics. Foundation tracking devices were put into all cars and dealerships, and cars were being monitored for further anomalous activity. Well, it's kind of like being honked at them. Almeria Joe Billings, a resident of the Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, received a call from an unknown phone number. The number had an area code of 808 indicating a number registered in Hawaii, but no phone with that number has been identified. The call was reported to be male with a distinct South African accent. A transcript of the call, which was discovered via foundation monitoring of the area, is as follows. Hello? Hello, Mom? This is Dad. Who is this? I'm picking up the kids from the tongue. There's some car interference because an Orthoton regiment ate the road. Be home soon with son. Bye. Call ends. Date of occurrence 6/18/1997. Battlephone, Pennsylvania, USA. Billings was immersed to Class A amnestics and their phone confiscated. The phone was found to be totally non-anomalous. Billings had no connection with the Church of the Second High Toph. Oh, yeah. So because I assume the Orthothon regiment, it must be like something connected to the son of the Second High Toph. The Church of the Second High Toph, you know what I mean. For 17 seconds, all internet links would redirect users to the front page of inter.net. 1st, 15th, 2017, worldwide inter.net taken down for the malicious redirecting of users. The eyes of all individuals within high school were replaced by various fruits. Individuals' all eye sockets were observed to change in size to accommodate larger or smaller fruits. Affected individuals reported no difference in visual perception, although most of it, not all, claimed to be unable to perceive the color purple or any variations of it. Upon exiting the building, fruits were observed to split open, revealing the subject's eye within. The subject's eye socket would then return to normal size, although the resulting color blindness persisted. Date of occurrence blanked out. Wentzville, Missouri, USA. Class B amnestics administered to all individual security camera recordings during the time were destroyed were placed with video recordings from the previous week. All humans within a 70-kilometer radius became unable to recall events from the past 2 hours. A number of people were found to be missing from the area, and all images of notable political figures were in some way defiled or altered. Between 12 o'clock to 14 o'clock, gotcha. Sandwich, Kent, England. So we have 2 different sandwich places that are called Sandwich. Makes sense, the US. I mean, the US probably took that from England. Majority of altered images replaced with replicas, cover stories fabricated for missing persons. Class C amnestics were administered to residents via water supply under the cover story of chemical waste spillage. All television screens, digital ad screens, and electronic devices in New York City suddenly started playing a video of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. 15th, 2009. New York City, New York, USA. Class A amnestics deployed via helicopter. Electronics within the city are to be monitored for further anomalous activity. A man exploded today into several thousand 2 rupee coins while boarding a train. All coins were dated to 2011 and were in mint condition. Witnesses reported that the man had looked ill beforehand as he was suffering from motion sickness. 4th, 27th, 2012. Kanakona train station, Kanakona, Goa, India. All witnesses administered Class A amnestics coins collected for additional observation. The leaning tower of Pisa briefly shifted position to correct its tilt. After a few seconds, the tower went back to its original form and leaning position. 2nd, 2017, Pisa, Italy. All witnesses given Class A amnestics. Hidden cameras placed near tower to monitor it for further anomalous activity. An antique telephone switchboard in the coffee house began ringing at 1:55 p.m. local time at a volume of approximately 20 decibels. This continued for 22 minutes, despite the switchboard not being connected to any power source. During this time, all patrons of the coffee house were observed to be wearing clothing and speaking varieties of English appropriate to the time period circa 1938 till 1948. At 2:17 p.m. local time, the switchboard stopped ringing and all patrons returned to normal. 6/26/2017, Longmont, Colorado, United States. Follow-up actions taken. All patrons present during the event were given Class B amnestics. Switchboard in question was taken by Foundation agents, but a close examination revealed no anomalous properties. Every figure depicting spiritual entities worshipped by Chinese folk religion within 12 kilometers of temple within the municipality of Lugang, Taiwan became independently animated for a period of minutes and 48 seconds. Actions of eating and drinking of offerings and speaking, albeit no noises were observed to have emanated, were noted by Foundation assets. No communication within the animated figures within the duration of the anomalous occurrence was achieved. No reoccurrence was observed since. 7th, 2017, Lugang, Taiwan. Procedure Sutra readings was taken by the Chinese Foundation branch. Class B amnestics were administered via aerosol within place of worship amongst large amounts of witnesses. Media cover-up was enacted, stating that all video recordings were part of the publicity stunt faked via mass CGI production. For 2 hours and 17 minutes, all personnel at Site 54 reported heavy breathing on the back of the neck. Any attempts to view the source had resulted in the breathing cease momentarily before continuing behind them. 3D class vanished at exactly 2:13 before all anomalous breathing ceased. Don't like that. Almost felt like some human trafficking bullshit. Some kidnapping. 2017, Site 54, Germany. All personnel administer Class A amnestics upon request. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? Oh, there's an audio part here. Let me actually scroll down. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me do it for you guys as well. Let me just... real quickly. Oh god, my PC is like slow for some reason. Here we go. Roughly 21,300 residents of Los Angeles, California received a MP3 file via an unknown method titled 2017 8th 15th score 002538. The audio consists of an unknown metallic clanking, a shuffling sound, and breathing. Towards the end, a young faint female voice proclaims, "Hello," unintelligible, before the audio cuts out. The owner of said voice has not been identified, so here we have date of occurrence 8th 16, 2017, Los Angeles, California, USA. All copies of the file were deleted, remotely besides one stored in the USB drive in Site 19, Class A amnestics administered. So here we go. Okay, yeah, that was a very soft hello there at the end. Interesting, interesting. And sadly, we just don't know what that means. It could mean anything. An open casket funeral held for Mr. Milburn at funeral home. No anomalous... Oops, let me just get back up. No anomalous events were viewed or reported during the entire service, but all video recordings of the funeral, 2 commercial camcorders and 3 smartphones viewed after calling hours revealed the body of Mr. Milburn sitting up in his casket and looking around, angrily belittling and insulting nearby attendees of the funeral, accompanied by rude gestures and noises such as blowing raspberries. During the eulogy delivered by Mr. Milburn's brother-in-law, Mr. Milburn's body makes several sarcastic comments, the majority of which involves repeating spoken lines in a mocking tone. 8th, 5th, 2016, but nobody's like reacting to that. Nobody's like what the fuck? Lexington, Fayette, Kentucky, USA. All attendees administer Class A amnestics recording devices ceased for study but were revealed to have no anomalous properties when recording funerals, corpses, or other subject matter related to the event. Past recordings are found to be non-anomalous. Witnesses interviewed before amnestics administration described Mr. Milburn as a very polite and soft-spoken man when he was alive. Doesn't seem like he was polite when in death, apparently. The ambient temperature in room 332B, a conference room on the campus of the University of, has matched the ambient temperature at the same time in Dasht-e-Lut, Iran for an extended period of time. This phenomenon persists without regard to the ambient temperature in the locality surrounding room 332B. Heating and cooling equipment in room 332B do not affect the ambient temperature there. Ongoing since 8th, 25th, 2017, United States. Room taken out of service. Since the temperature in Dash Elute is normally uncomfortably hot, the room is unsuitable for conference room purposes. Well, okay, but then you technically contained it. Right now. I'm just saying, like, it's technically an anomaly because, like, it's... Yeah, you have technically contained it. Event description: for a period of 5 minutes, all the students in dorms of the School for Disabled Students became completely cured of the disabilities. They forgot the incident after the 5-minute period, but had sent texts to each other stating what had happened. Location: USA. Class A amnestics administered to all students, staff, and those contacted during the 5-minute period. All phones involved were wiped off their memory. Two Class Cs posted inside the school. Event description: agent observed a traveling group consisting of 1 male and 7 females carrying large burdens, accompanied by thousands of primarily juvenile domestic felines. Okay. The occurrence: 2nd to 28th, 2000. West Cornwall Coast Road, 1.8 kilometers from Street St. Ives. Is it supposed to be St. Ives or Ives Street? Cornwall, England. Inquiries were conducted among local populace. The ultimate origin and destination of the group remain unknown. I'm going to quickly send somebody a text. There we go. For a 24-hour and 40-minute period, equivalent to a single Martian sol, all data transmitted from active Mars rovers Curiosity and Opportunity showed Mars as having an Earth-like atmosphere. Footage from the respective cameras of the rovers showed the Martian surface covered in a black moss-like biomass. With free-flowing water, a group of unknown seemingly amphibian organisms was observed by Curiosity during this time. Near the ESA's Mars Express or NASA's Mars Odyssey orbiters observed any anomaly during this period. Between the 27th and 28th of 5th, 2016, NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Pasadena, California, USA, Foundation assets within NASA seized all data recorded during this period, as well as 4 hours before and after. Missing data covered up a signal interruption due to the day-long dust storm, and amnestics administered to those who directly observed the phenomenon. Despite continuous motion, the E-train on the MBTA Green Line took 4 hours to travel between Park Street and Boylston Station, 2 consecutive stops with an approximately 5-minute time travel. Upon the train's arrival, all speakers within Boylston Station broadcast the words "Poor Charlie," spoken by an unidentified feminine voice. 11/9/2016, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Event was contained in progress due to multiple calls to emergency services from passengers on the train. The line was shut down for emergency maintenance upon the train's arrival. All passengers were amnestics, and video recordings of the event were confiscated. Surveillance in the Boston area increased for the next calendar year. Event description: almost all individuals who attended the funeral of Roger Cropperman, a resident of Paradise, Utah, died of asphyxiation within an 8-month period following his interment. The sole survivor suffered severe brain injuries as a result of extended oxygen deprivation. Date of occurrence: 23rd, 9th, 2010 to the 29th, 4th, 2011. Phenomenon originated in Paradise, Utah. Deaths occurred in 3 other cities in the southwestern United States. The last surviving individual of the funeral party died 3 hours prior to the Foundation being able to establish protective custody. Copperman's remains were exhumed, and it was found that both hands were missing from the cadaver, removed post-burial. Oh, like as if he's stroking them. That's what they're... yeah, okay. As of November 2017, the whereabouts of Copperman's hands remain unknown. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it is almost like as if he's stroking them themselves, and that's why it takes some time, because he's maybe the hands are like invisible and like doing like a little Rayman walk towards the individual person, and then just in the night, during the day, who knows. Description: after complaining of stomach pains, male student vomited up a human infant. The infant was a healthy female, was connected via umbilical cord to stomach lining. DNA testing indicated that was the child's father, but the mother could not be located. Listen, if men ever become pregnant, if there's a time where like science will make it possible for men to become pregnant, and they'll be like, hey, honey, I'll carry the burden for 9 months. Don't you worry about that. Please don't make us vomit our child out. Find a different way to do it. Date of occurrence 2014 3rd 11. Realschule Munich, Bavaria, Germany. The child was recovered and moved to site 6-3 for observation. Class A amnestics were administered to all witnesses. Was placed on the 5-year observation period. No new anomalies have been discovered so far. It's also a question, like this is like a moment also like I would just be like, hey, did you have any sexual intercourse with anybody? It's like, why, like, and if so, who, and if that's the case, maybe they have something to do with it. Because like, there ain't no way you just birthed a child by vomiting it out. Well, not really, it's a fetus, it's not fully there yet. Wait, no, it was an infant, right? Not a fetus. An infant. Yeah, no, it was a full-on infant. Full-on child. A man's salivary glands spontaneously began to produce an estimated 3 liters of saliva per minute. I'm also producing saliva because I'm actually getting hungry and I'm not even halfway through yet. It was sufficient to cause death by drowning within 7 minutes, upon which the effect ceased. Which means I should probably eventually like just pause the recording and then get something to eat. And then just come back and record the rest. Date of occurrence 2015, 19th, Nishio, Aichi Prefecture, Japan. The body was recovered and placed in cold storage inside for observation. The death was blamed on a car accident. Class A amnestics were administered to all witnesses. Several thousand Coccinella septempunctata, more commonly known as the 7-spotted ladybug, specimens swarmed and attacked a woman, eventually consuming most of the flesh on her body and leaving only a skeleton. The insects then underwent spontaneous combustion. Wow. Out of all the bugs, ladybugs are like the ones like everybody loves because they look cute. 2015, 7th, 18th, Fairfield, Gloucestershire, England. A cover story of a house fire was blamed for the fatality. All witnesses were administered Class A amnestics. All photographs, both digital and physical, were altered to include an image of Bohemian American actor Sidney Poitier at various stages of his life and participating in the actions depicting the photograph. Poitier's age corresponded with the age of the youngest depicted person in the photograph. If there's a child, he would be a child there, gotcha. Date of occurrence 2016, 2nd, 20th, site 17 redacted. All photographs were confiscated and replaced with older versions or versions that had been offsite during the event. Digital backups of the originals are stored on the Site 17 archives. 43 humanoid individuals, each one resembling a United States president, poured out of a supply closet in the joint security area of the Korean Demilitarized Zone. All individuals remained silent until they all gathered in the MAC conference building, where they stood in an unorganized cluster while loudly repeating the phrase blah blah blah, all out of sync with one another. So they're just like talking, but it's just like blah 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 blah. Kind of like, you know, like the Band Geeks episode of SpongeBob, where like Squirrel, like they're all like sitting in the hall, and instead of like actually talking, they're just going blah 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 blah. These individuals went unnoticed by the guards in the area for 17 minutes before one guard in the room suddenly screamed and proceeded to open fire on the group in a panic, killing approximately 7 of them and sending the rest scattering, none of which bled from their wounds. Other guards rushed into the room but seemed to take no notice of the anomalous humanoid, instead choosing to restrain the panicked guard. The escaped humanoids all ran back in the same supply closet from which they had previously appeared. 2017, Demilitarized Zone, Korea. Amnestics administered to all guards involved. Security footage removed. Edited versions of replaced. Supply closet was found to have no anomalous properties. Corpses of presidents removed for study. Autopsies revealed all individuals were biologically human, but were completely lacking blood. DNA failed to match with any other record, including those of the presidents they resembled: Warren Harding, Calvin Coolidge, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Lyndon B. Johnson, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump. Oh my god, Morse codes. Okay, well, we have time, so of course there's one that's Morse coding. Okay, let me just put this out here. Come on now, let me fucking... Okay, Morse code. Oh, there's a Morse code translate? Oh, thank god. Because I did one SCP where I just fucking... Wait. No, I want the other way around. That's cool, but it's not what I want. No, I don't want to repeat. How do I switch it so it's... How do I... What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Maybe this one. No, I don't. There we go. Okay, we got it. Can anyone hear us? This is the site director. Wait, this is site director Monson of site 55. There's no, apparently when you translate, okay, that can be right. Come on, there must be like a translator actually. Oh my god, what's going on? Enter Morse code to convert. Why can't you just... Why is it not possible? Otherwise I will use the other one for sure. The Morse code decoder, come on. Morse code to text, there we go. Can anyone hear us? This is site director, month of site 55. The entire site has undergone... Again, it doesn't really space it out, so it's like all squished together. The entire site has undergone severe spatial restructuring and has turned into an old submarine. We are really yeah, okay, the number sign means like we're really stuck in here. I don't know how we haven't turned it into goop. It's so packed. I am sending this through the SOS system. It displays it's displaying microwave signals that should be displaying Morse code. Okay, so that's one. And we have date of occurrence. Date of occurrence, don't know, time moves slowly here. Okay, and then we have location. Site 55, I think, I don't know. And then last thing, notes. Please send help. We have no food or water. Is this punishment for something we've done? Wow. That's eerie. Gotta say. Oof. Event description. We're almost reaching the halfway point. That was weird. A woman admitted to an emergency room in Slaughter, Louisiana. You guys have a place called Slaughter? What the hell, man? For injuries sustained during a car crash. Entered labor despite showing no signs of pregnancy prior to admission. A cesarean section was performed and the subject's uterus was found to contain a small litter of Siamese kittens. 2nd, 1992. Slaughter, Louisiana, US. That can't be right. That can't be a real place. That must be fictional. Come on. That must be... There ain't no way you guys have... The US has that. Oh my god, it does. Town in... A population of 1,000 people. Okay. Does it at least look nice? That's not... It's... Not sure. It looks pretty empty, to be honest. I mean, it only has 1,000 people, so... Okay. Reports of the event in the media were suppressed as a hoax. And all medical personnel who witnessed the event amidst Class A amnestics, kittens entered Foundation custody and have shown a decreased rate of aging, currently possessing biology consistent with a 3-year-old cat, despite being over 20 years of age as of 2017. All writing utensils within the J. Edgar Hoover building disappeared over a 6-hour period. A search of the building the following morning found all missing items embedded point first in the ceiling of a disused office in the basement, arranged in a long disc-like shape. 993, 9/10. J. Edgar Hoover Building, Washington, D.C., Maryland, USA. Items were returned to the respective owners and the event was written off as an elaborate prank by the janitorial staff. Members of the unusual incident unit headquarters within the building were instructed to monitor the building for further anomalies for a 5-year period. I wonder if there's gonna be like one Extranormal event that's like before the 1900s. You know what I mean? Like in the 77s or something like that. Because like there's a bunch of SCPs that are from like way back then, so why not have Extranormal events as well? Or at least, you know, like maybe like notes about that from back then. A family of 3 created a rudimentary religion after several cereal boxes developed human legs and arms, with the religion centered around the worship of these cereals. The family developed false names for these cereals based on their content, such as Narok, the Lord of the Beehive, Honey Nut Cheerios, the Pirate and the Sea, Captain Crunch, and the twins of Rock, Cocoa Pebbles and Fruity Pebbles, respectively. The family members had no recollection of the event when the limpsy manifested after 3 days. 9th, 16th, to the 19th. Mountaineer, New Mexico, USA. All cereal items belonging to the family were confiscated and Class A amnestics were administered. The cereals have been sent to Site 551 due to potential anomaly. Surveillance cameras, staff at the Natural Reserve near Puerto Madero, Buenos Aires City, Argentina, saw what happened to be the same man in 2 different parts of the park at the same time, apparently mirroring each other's movements despite the lack of line of sight between the two. The individuals then disappeared into the brush. The people in the reserve at the time talked about a weird man talking to himself about the Paraguayans before walking off-road. Paraguayans. First, 2018, Natural Reserve, Autonomous City, Buenos Aires, Argentine Republic. Surveillance tapes of the strange men confiscated and surveillance staff and Mr. Class B amnestics. 2 Foundation agents disguised as bird watchers have been assigned to the park to watch for possible developments. It's crazy how much there is still left. God damn. Like when you scroll it down like that, of course it looks like not so much, but then you read and you're like, okay, we barely at the halfway point. Honestly, when it's like, let me see here. When is it like? It's not fully down, right? It is. Oh, it is. It absolutely is fully down. How the fuck did I do that? How did I manage to get perfectly back to where I left off? An intestinal tumor located in the body of Groover, a 52-year-old man from Des Moines, Iowa, was found to contain an entire secondary brain, including medulla pituitary gland and part of the spinal cord. DNA from the brain does not match that of Mr. and is currently believed to belong to a 12-year-old girl who vanished from Calgary, Alberta, Canada in 1992. Date of occurrence, 4/5, 2010, Des Moines, Iowa. The doctors involved with the surgery and exercise Mr. died following the surgery. Despite several autopsies and examination, no definitive cause of death has been determined. The cadaver as well as the brain excised from his stomach remain in cold storage. I will obviously want to give you guys props that, like, the fact that you've written this many, the fact that people came up with this many extranormal events, plus there's a second volume, you can be proud of yourselves. That is incredible dedication and work right there. And I'm really having a good time. I assume this is basically at the end written by multiple different people, so I can't really do like an author's shout out like I do with my SCP stuff, but this is awesome. This is really good. $237,981 manifested simultaneously spread across various countries on flat surfaces at approximately 1.3 per square kilometer. This money changed to a different currency depending on the county manifested within. 5th, 9th, 2014, worldwide. Due to the very obscure nature of the event and that 87% of all the manifested money was made unusable from external forces. Not only that, but also, like, it's just a little bit of money on the ground, like that can happen. Right, so the PA system in Giant Eagle supermarket announced, "Attention Giant Eagle shoppers, the ritual will now commence," whereupon all individuals within the store stopped what they were doing and hummed an intricate series of notes for approximately 5 minutes. After another tone, the humming ceased and all affected individuals resumed their business as though nothing had occurred. Date of occurrence, 10/10/2014, Columbus, Ohio. Event would not have come to Foundation attention if not for the discovery of security footage during in-store theft investigation. Individuals affected during event have no memory thereof. As such, it has been determined that attempting to identify and interview each person visible on the tape is unfeasible. Video confiscated, amnestics administered to store staff and Foundation agents stationed at Giant Eagle supermarket to monitor for future events or signs of PA system tampering. Update: as of 27/4/2016, surveillance of Giant Eagle stores has produced no further evidence of anomalous activity. Agents recalled. Every human on Earth simultaneously were linked. During the event, people disappeared. I wonder if that actually can happen in real life. Not the human disappearing, but that every single... It must be happening at least... I feel like at least... It must be once, right? There must be like a time in the day where every single human being simultaneously blinks. Like, I know that's impossible, like, to find out, but I feel like that must be possible. Like, in those thousands of years that we have existed, there must have been at least a couple occurrences. Maybe like super rare. I feel like that's like impossible to get, because literally every single human being, that's hard. But I feel like there must be like at least one time where that actually happened. Date of occurrence 3rd, 5th, 18th. Location Earth. Follow-up actions taken. Various cover-up stories to claim missing persons have been enacted. Blinking resulted in minor containment breaches at various sites relating to SPs pertaining to site. Yeah. Between 16.4 USD and 1953.2 USD, black hole Sinus X1 underwent a series of rapid fluctuations in registered X-ray flux density up to 194.2% of the normal value. When converted into Morse code, the fluctuation spelled out an expanded 2018 updated version of the 1980 book A Brief History of Time by the recently deceased physicist Stephen William Hawking. Analysis shows the writing style of the updates to be consistent with that of the original author. 3rd, 14th, 18th. Sinus XY. Non-Foundation observers were administered Class A amnestics, and the observation in question was covered up. Sinus X1, what did I say XY before? X1 is to be monitored for further anomalies. Whether to release the book under an appropriate cover story is currently under debate. All water in the Samur River was converted to human blood for 4 days. All water which entered the river at its source was converted into blood, and all blood which flowed out the river was converted into water. Blood collected directly from the river did not change. 2018. Samur River, Russia and Azerbaijan. Amnestics were dispersed aerially through the nearby village of Samursay following a completion of event. DNA analysis of collected blood compared against the Foundation Genetics database identified all blood as originating from one Joshua Havildar, a 34-year-old Indian American man living in San Francisco. He was unable to provide information on the event but did report exhibiting symptoms consistent with hypovolemia in preceding week. Mr. Havildar was administered Class A amnestics following interview. Both the Samur River and Mr. Havildar are currently under a standard 5-year monitoring period. A small canoe in the Mississippi River was consumed whole by Calcharochilus megalodon along with the 2 occupants. So a megalodon shark has been extinct for 2.6 million years, and the river in question is much too shallow to contain a creature of that size. Megalodon would actually, like, that would terrify me. I mean, that is just huge. That's a huge shark. 2nd, 14th, 2018. Undisclosed location on the Mississippi River, USA. Amnestics were administered to witnesses, and a cover story was circulated claiming the canoe occupant were intoxicated and capsized the vessel accidentally. The task force was seen to locate and capture the anomalous entity, while all attempts to locate the specimen failed. Unscheduled subway train passes through the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn at approximately 80 miles per hour. Eyewitnesses described the train as purple with Arabic lettering on the side. The train wasn't reported appearing anywhere else. 7th, 3rd, 2017. 36th Street, Brooklyn, New York, USA. Witnesses administered Class A amnestics, and footage of the event was confiscated. During a Toys R Us staff meeting, an employee later identified as William J. Horak announced, well, guess I won't need these anymore, and removed his lips with one hand. Afterward, he began to consume the remaining flesh around his mouth. Described the witnesses as having the appearance of boiling pork. As the other employees returned to normal operations, Horak continued to auto-cannibalize over the course of the day, captured only intermittently by security cameras despite not leaving the meeting room. At 19.5, Horak had been reduced to skeletal remains, which then vanished. Eyewitnesses reported confusion that the event did not strike them at the time as being out of the ordinary. So wait, it's like... So he removed his lips with one hand after he began to consume the remaining flesh around his mouth. Like, was he like, and then doing this? Or was he just like, numbing on himself like that? 15/3, 2018, Mayfield Heights, Ohio, USA. Amnestics distributed to store employees and customers after interviews conducted. Investigation of security camera revealed no fault. No personal information about William Horak could be detained. And all documentation involved in his 3-year employment at Toys R Us appeared to be intricate forgery. Lips retrieved from initial event located determined to be fox lip made of wax. So yeah, I guess he just numbed himself like like that somehow. Somehow he did it. Event description: over the course of 5 days, the entire student population of elementary school in Seven Hills, Ohio, developed allergies to all nut-based food products. Faculty and individuals not attending elementary who entered the building were unaffected. Symptoms ceased if individuals were removed from the premises for 62 hours. Okay, so multiple days. Notably, a student at the school, Isaac, is currently comatose following a severe allergic reaction as a result of being force-fed a peanut butter sandwich. Oh, who fucking did that? Who the fuck decided to kill him like that? Date of occurrence, 2nd, 19th to the 2nd, 23rd, 2018, Seven Hills, Ohio, USA. School was shuttered. Students were integrated into other elementary schools in the area. Isaac's condition has shown no improvements. Foundation medical staff are currently attempting to treat and revive him in the attempt to find a link between his current state and the anomaly within. Elementary. Reminds me of the new Final Destination that I got to watch, which, by the way, fucking awesome. The new Final Destination is really good. Probably one of the best Final Destinations, to be honest. I still love the third one. The second one is potentially the best when it comes to its like writing and depth. The fourth one was kind of, yeah, it was there. The fifth one I think was very interesting, honestly. I'm glad they brought back a certain character for the fifth one. But yeah, I think the sixth one is actually probably the best. All canned food sold at Miller Supermarket in Craig, Iowa was found to contain one or more live specimens of Lampropeltis thylacynum milk snake in place of the intended contents. X-ray imaging shows that prior to opening the cans contained the intended contents, and only upon opening do the snakes appear. How does a milk snake look like? I want to see that. I want to see a milk snake. Come on, show me. Tell me. That's what. Okay. Why are they called milk snakes? As a specimen of king snake up to skull was formerly classified. Description is a amount of milk snakes, behavior, diet. Milk snakes have smooth and shiny scales, and the typical color patterns alternating bands of red black. However, the reproductions of bands are seen in something. Interesting. We sit into several. They are not venomous to humans. Cool. In the place of the intended content, 4th, 18th, 2017, Craig, Iowa, USA. Anomaly ceased within 12 hours of the first manifestation. Amnestics were administered to all affected. Dispatch logs recording emergency calls of the event were scrubbed. All milk snakes contained by the Foundation have yet to show anomalous properties. All individuals with the name Jeffrey Smith gathered in the same area and greeted one another before departing. All persons involved claimed their arrival was purely coincidental and that they had simply been passing through the area. 12/6/1993, New York City, New York, USA. Involved individuals were located and anesthetized. Event was covered up as a stunt associated with a reality television show. A collection of 20 billboards located in the southern region of Florida were anomalies painted over to display an advertisement for laundry and Tan by Dado, an establishment located in 2 Egg, Florida. The paint of laundry and Tan by Dado anomalously changes color. 2018, 2 Egg, Florida, USA. Billboards were replaced with unaltered variation and the event attributed to ordinary graffiti. Preliminary investigation of laundry and Tan by Dado initiated on the SB 888-EX designation. I think we are out of the halfway point now. For 3 minutes, all personnel aboard the USS began screaming in the phrase "Remember 55" before briefly being confused and returning to normal operations like SCP-055. Which isn't that the one that's yeah, the unknown. Yeah. Interesting. So that's seems to be an effect here. Date of occurrence. The USS, which was located at the time, field left blank. Yeah, of course. This event was transcribed for the log of external events. This event appeared in its own and wasn't written by anyone. 6/8, 2018. The log of extranormal events. The Foundation will view the entry and subsequently delete it. Then they will write up an actual event description regarding the actual anomalous event. An event. Oh. An event was transcribed onto the document known as the Log of Extranormal Events, which described itself and how it came into being. Security footage of all locations capable of assessing the log show no personnel within a 1 meter radius of any device capable of editing the aforementioned log. Edit history of all computers shows that there was no edit. Date 6/8/2018. All computers capable of accessing the log of external location. Oh, so that's literally what we just saw had above that. Okay. The original text was marked as falsified within all the copies. Yeah, gotcha. Literally was like the thing of like, oh, we'll replace it with something else. Mascot costume resembling familiar Disney characters spontaneously manifested onto all guests of Disneyland's Mickey's Toontown Disneyland Mickey's Toontown area. Each guest had also enormously adopted the personality of the character depicted by their respective costume until the costume manifested at midnight local time, leaving guests in a wild, confused state. Date of occurrence, July 7, 2005, Disney World, Florida, USA. All witnesses and guests were amnesticized. Event description, 6 corpses visually and genetically identical to former US President Barack Obama were discovered in a submerged cave by cave divers. All 6 corpses were wearing animal costumes. Autopsies revealed that all 6 individuals drowned and perished 2 weeks prior to the discovery. Always 2 weeks, huh? August 17th, 2017. That would freak me out. If I was a cave diver and suddenly I see the ex-US President of the United States in an animal costume dead in the cave, I'd be like, Mama. Mother. You have nothing to say? A submerged cave in Quintana Roo, Mexico. Corpses moved to Site 17, all witnesses amnesticized. 20 Kakapoo, representing approximately 24% of the extant members of the species, spontaneously combusted over the course of 3 minutes. 20 Kakapoo chicks were found in the remains genetically identical to the 20 deceased instances. If I'm not mistaken, these are the white birds? White, like, maybe? Oh, never mind. That's something completely. What the hell is that? That's a big chonker. Why does he look so? Why does he look like he's like? Oh. Honestly, it looks like a. Yeah! Oh, these are adorable. Adorable chunky birds. Can you even fly with that much weight on you? Okay. Oh, but they combusted? No. 20 Kakapoo chicks were found in the remains genetically identical to 20 deceased instances. Like a phoenix. 9/4, 2018. Crawfish Island, New Zealand. Amnestics administered to all witnesses and a brood of mature cloned Kakapoo were released to account for the disparity. Genetic testing of the chicks found them to be the hybrid of a Kakapoo and an unidentified species of a parrot. In description, at least 1,000 instances of plains zebra Equus quagga emerged from the opening of the volcanic cone of Shia located at Mount Kilimanjaro. Said instances descended Mount Kilimanjaro and roamed the Kilimanjaro National Park for 2 hours before subsequently disappearing. 2nd, 23rd, 1988, Kilimanjaro National Park, Tanzania. All witnesses to the event were given Class A amnestics. Members of the organization known as the Anomalous Zebra Collective, or AZZ, who attempted to ride the zebras out of the Kilimanjaro National Park, were interviewed for information of the AZZs before being given Class A amnestics. Mount Kilimanjaro has been put under constant surveillance in case of anomalous activity. Event description: a door was opened in the date of occurrence in a second. Location: next door. The door was well shut. Personnel are to be reminded that the entity within the room does not exist. The door is never to be opened. SCP classification is pending. Oh, this might be one that actually gets an SCP classification. Cool. Cool. All personnel within professional site. Life support, maintenance access tunnels. I said I was halfway through, but now that I look at it, it doesn't look like it's halfway. Oh no, we're not. Shit. All personnel within professional site. life support, maintains access tunnels, report hearing the voice of an agent from the project. Speak with distortion akin to being played over a speaker several inches from their ears. The concept of said speech was calmly requesting staff to not engage in cannibalism, despite there being no indication that anybody on site had considered an act of that nature. The voice at several points attempted to use code phrases to convince staff that it was agent, but the codes were confirmed to be false codes given to D while he was impersonating agent. Agent and D both died to the train crash on the way to the project command post before they could become involved in 1963. Date of occurrence 11/6/1966. 1966, sorry. Professional site Lake. Follow-up actions. Well, SCP denied any involvement in the event, and as far as can be determined, is correct. No unusual circumstances have been discovered in the agent or the death. Event question. All doors within the University of Wisconsin Music Hall led to what is currently assumed to be an alternate version of the music hall. All students who entered this alternate hall were considered lost when the effect ceased until all missing students exited the university throughout the main entrance 2 months later. According to the students, they had all been absent for an estimated 10 or 12 minutes. Date of occurrence 12/4/1999. University of Wisconsin, USA. Affecting students amnesticized cover story of a class field trip spread school placed under a 10-year monitoring period. A brand washing machine owned by a 54-year-old woman produced a head of the deceased husband after she performed her daily wash load. Her clothes were not present inside the washing machine, according to the woman's statement. Date of occurrence 2nd 2015, Southern-on-Sea, England, UK. The woman in question was given Class A amnestics and the washing machine was taken into site. On site 2016, the washing machine was destroyed. During a snowstorm affecting Staraya, Kuban, 50,000 bath ducks toys were found along the shore. Hey man, maybe there was a festival and you had to bring bath ducks along, who knows. The ducks were found inside 5 plastic wire mesh bags and displaying no anomalous qualities. The ducks were taken to site where they mysteriously disappeared after 5 days of recovery when the line of sight was broken for approximately 3 minutes. 3rd, 25th, 2018, Lake Staraya, Kuban, Krasnodar, Russia. All civilians near Staraya, Kuban were administered Class A amnestics. A small search team has been sent in Krasnodar for an appearance of a similar looking duck toy. Okay, now we have here in Russian, so let me just... Oops, no, let me do that again. Bam, translate. When description for about an hour, digital text on random websites worldwide is translated into Greek, and all attempts to submit the document in English fail. There's no correlation between the affected websites, date, 9th, 1st, 18th location, various websites tracking actions taken, cover the story of a Google Translate failure. Oh, yeah, that's simple enough. During the decommissioning and deconstruction of specialized laboratory 4389 UZ !S-11 in research sector 8 alpha of site 15 began to experience what was later determined to be a stroke and died in the site medical ward at the time. No actual anomaly was found and operations proceeded as normal. In 1984, Site 15 underwent a routine casual scan which detected retrocasual ectoentropic interference in the event of his death, which was confirmed by further scans. To this day, the actual alteration made and the entity responsible are unknown. Date of occurrence 6/13/1977, Site 15, Canada. Family was told that he died in a civilian construction operation. The construction was completed in 1978 despite setbacks. The event was extensively investigated, but no more information has been gained. It is theorized that the foundation methods of detecting these events are flawed and simply reading a false negative, but similar malfunctions have not been noted. The records of Site 15 were examined, but none of the tests run in the specialized laboratory 4389 UZ exclamation mark S-11 had any known retrocausal or ectoentropic properties. Maybe I need to get something to drink. Over a period of 23 minutes, Agent shrank to 5% of her original height before expiring due to low body temperature. No cause of this anomaly was found. 2nd, 27, 2012. Area 52, India. The next of kin was notified and Agent very small body was delivered for burial. Event description at 5:34, 18, 3:24. At time, all individuals were unable to reduce the current time for approximately 45 minutes, despite the presence of functional timekeeping devices. All individuals who reference the event, regardless of their involvement, are similarly unable to deduce the time it occurred. 6/12/2010, California, Pennsylvania, USA. Forward actions, none. Yeah, I mean, makes sense that none was been taken there because, like, what are you gonna do? 4 new species of landfall with entire population, including a domestic breed, spontaneously manifested worldwide. Similarly, all members of the species Struthiocamelus domesticus vanished alongside all infrastructure related to their breeding and consumption. The memories of roughly 99.7% of the population were simultaneously altered, causing retroactive acceptance. Ostrich. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Why didn't you say so? Okay. First, 18th, 2008. Worldwide. Distance communication between the 0.3% of the population whose memories were not altered being intercepted and altered by the Foundation AI. Conspiracy groups are tracked down as they arise and administered amnesiacs. The 4 new species have been classified under a new genus known as Gallus. Note, none of you know what you're missing out on. KFO was way better than KFC is or could ever hope to be. A male high school student attending redacted high school stated later nerds before entering into a classroom cabinet. After 5 minutes, an entirely separate student exited the cabinet. Neither student nor any individuals present acknowledged the exchange. 12/13/2018, redacted, Utah, USA. Witnesses administered Class A amnestics. Both the students and their relatives were administered targeted Class C amnestics. In regard to the student's disappearance, cabinet was examined and showed no anomalous properties following the event. During a prison riot, all pants worn by both inmates and correctional staff suddenly became ambulatory and attempted to free themselves from their wearers. After a period of 21 minutes, all instances proceeded to scale over the facility wall and run into the nearby river. 3rd, 8th, 1990. Jakarta, Indonesia. Class A amnestics administered to all participants and witnesses. Cover story of a prison riot disseminated. Subsequent batches of clothing showed no anomalous properties. As per 1st, 13th, 2019, none of the anomalous pants instances have been located. All individuals within a buffet restaurant proceeded to dance vigorously for several hours until the restaurant's standard closing time. Once all individuals ceased dancing, they showed signs of severe lethargy and collectively consumed all food present within the restaurant, including food that was uncooked or otherwise inedible. First, 1990, Bowling Green, Florida, USA. All individuals were administered Class A amnestics. Following the event, 3 individuals required their stomachs to be pumped, and an additional 7 showed signs of food poisoning. Yeah, that makes sense. The restaurant has since been shut down by Foundation agents acting as health inspectors, and no further anomalous activity has been stored. In the cafeteria of Site 77, a researcher was walking to a table when they suddenly collapsed on the floor. Everyone else in the cafeteria turned their heads and vocalized "bruh" in an unknown male voice. The researcher in question stood back and said, "That was shit, sorry everyone." First 2020, Site 77 in Australia. All researchers were questioned. Everyone who was questioned, recognized the abnormality of the event, but could only refer to it as a bruh moment. It seems only the researchers who were involved at the event were only able to describe it as a bruh moment. From 4:38 to 14:29 GMT, the Galapagos tectonic macroplate located under the southeastern Pacific Ocean spontaneously disappeared. Adjacent lithospheric magma anomalously retained pressure and did not liquefy or intrude into the vacuum, nor did the surrounding ocean water. At 14:29 exactly GMT, a slight tremor of magnitude 3 occurred in the area, and the plate returned to its original position. No further anomalous properties have yet been recorded. 9th 10th 2018, Pacific Ocean. Seismic data of the event was wiped from global earthquake monitoring facilities. Further public mentions of the event are to be monitored for and acted upon as needed. During the closed casket funeral of a 73-year-old Maurice Gibson, the coffin spontaneously opened and an entire mariachi band climbed out at one time. They performed a short piece before climbing back into the coffin, which shot behind them. When opened by the wife of the deceased, it contained his body and nothing else unusual. I would be okay with having a mariachi band at my funeral. 1st 7th 2019, Sunny Hills Funeral Home, Oklahoma, USA. Events passed off as a marketing prank for a local restaurant. Sunny Hills Funeral Home is to be placed on the watch until 1st 7th 2020. During live performances, the skin of the members of the British band Quero Bonito has started to slowly glow pink until reaching the color salmon pink. So can I get this into Google and it will just show me what kind of... Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I did not know Google has a color picker. That's nice. Flip a coin, tuner, spinner, roll a die. I mean, this other spinner, roll a die, and flip a coin I knew. The metronome and the tuner and the color picker I did not know that it was a part of Google. Cool. Okay. Salmon pink. Despite this, the observers did not regard the occurrence as unusual. When later interviewed, the observers have reported the hue to feel completely normal and natural. 4th 1st 2017, Singapore. All witnesses have been administered Class A amnestics, and all camera footage has been passed off as an editing trick to all professional footage and as a camera glitch to all homemade footage. A resident of Cut Bank, Montana, was reported to have rematerialized his breakfast at a local Denny's after not being satisfied with the meal. After finishing his meal, he was seen retrieving 2 seemingly uneaten pieces of toast and scrambled eggs from his mouth, despite eating the meal 15 minutes prior. He was also observed spitting orange juice back into his glass. He then stormed out of the Denny's, yelling and throwing the meal at staff as he left. 8th 31st 2008. Cut Bank, Montana, USA. CCTV footage depicting the event was taken in for study. The staff resident, and any other witnesses to the event were administered Class A amnestics. Further monitoring of the Denny's location revealed no anomalies. All 15 employees in the meeting at offices began to repeatedly punch themselves in the face for 37 minutes while saying, "Why am I punching myself?" again and again until another employee opened the door to the room. 3rd 20th 2019, an office building in Bee Cave, Texas. Class B amnestics given to the employees. Officers is to be monitored until 3rd 20th 2023. At 7:32 UST, an island appeared approximately 1,600 kilometers off the eastern coast of South America. The island was measured to be 150 kilometers squared. The top half consisted of dense rainforest, while the bottom half of the island was a snowy tundra. Many different types of flora and fauna were found inhabiting the island, including several species of animals thought to have been extinct. 4 avian anomalies previously in Foundation custody were also found to have been on the island, constituting a containment breach. MT of Lambda 4 bird watchers successfully recontained the entities. At 1632, media circulated that the South American geologists could no longer locate the island. It was later found to have vanished from all radar and satellite images. The areas to be monitored for any further appearances. 7th to 24th 1966, South Pacific Ocean. All members of the South American geology team were administered Class A amnestics. Amnestics were also administered aerially to any civilian on the east coast of South America who may have witnessed the event. Any photographs or satellite images taken of the island or its wildlife were confiscated by the Foundation for analysis. Information disseminated by the Foundation explained that a tectonic plate shift was responsible for the event. All digital viewing of the news outlet around a 50-kilometer radius centered on comprehensive school suddenly came into viewing of the moon landing with commentary from several Hollywood actors. 2nd, 2018, Nottingham, England, UK. Class A amnestics fog applied over the entire area affected, as well as all digital recordings of the event erased or taken off streaming services. All persons within a 30-mile radius of Peters, residents of Red Bluff, California, who had been taken to Foundation custody on multiple prior occasions, manifested green Crayola brand crayons within the nasal cavities. Ugh. Of course, green because of snot. Although, like, I gotta say, snot looks more like a yellowish tint than green, to be honest. Date of occurrence, 3rd, 2018, Red Bluff, California, USA. Class A aerosol amnestics administered over the entire affected area. Continuing investigation of St. Peter's is ongoing. Foundation agents embedded in the Boys Police Department were alerted to multiple claims of breaking and entering on road around 6:48 a.m. At some point during the night prior to this, several neighbors had switched places with one another through unknown means. Upon waking up, affected individuals insisted they lived in the house they woke up in. 1st, 2015, Boise, Idaho, USA. Affected individuals administered Class A amnestics and subsequently regained knowledge of their correct residence. A civilian working for corporation posted on the social media concerning the work laptop being present at the desk despite them taking it home the previous day. Analysis found that 2 devices were identical, including manufacturer serial numbers, hard disk contents, and wear and tear. 2019, 2nd to 26. Derby, United Kingdom. All witnesses were administered Class A amnestics. The duplicate laptop is in non-anomalous electronic storage. Multiple humanoid entities holding shovels emerged from underground in an uninhabited area in the Mojave Desert. Upon reaching the surface, the entities claimed that they were personnel working at Site 129. Notably, no Site 129 has been built or is being planned to be built. Upon examination, the entities were shown to be identical to baseline humans in any way, despite not being on any official records. 7/7/2019, coordinates redacted. Entities were detained and currently are under examination. Data expunged. 15 kilometers off the west coast of San Francisco, California, USA. The city of San Francisco has been amnesticized and given the cover story of a minor earthquake. The SCPS Normalcy and MTF Delta 6 Ultrafish has been dispatched to the area on the anti-magnetic shielding. All Foundation personnel are to be reminded that there is no island or other remarkable geological feature between San Francisco and the Farallon Islands. Another island, huh? 352 persons gained the perfect relative pitch and were able to identify a 0.2 Hz change in frequency. That sounds awesome. Affected experienced physical pain when exposed to music. Oh, that's awesome. And were driven insane, constantly was shouting about everything sounding wrong. 4th, 2010, 0.5 square kilometer area in central Herdeck, Germany. Affected were the deafened and anesthetized. Press reported fireworks incident. A 4th grade student promptly turned into dust upon grabbing her school front door handle on the first day of her school. 8th, 19th, 2019. Elementary in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, though determined to be non-anomalous and appropriate cover story disseminated witnesses and administered Class A amnestics. And the parents, don't forget the parents, man, unless they were the witness. I guess they are for the first day of school that they will take you there. A civilian particle accelerator experiment detected several muon neutrinos anomalously exceeding at the speed of light, measurements of which were replicated soon after by follow-up testing. The event escaped Foundation notice until a public press conference coinciding with a paper published in Nature several months following the event. 2010, date of public information dispersal. 2011, that's different. Location, Acera, Italy. A cover story was created regarding supposed flaws in experimental procedure, and Foundation operators embedded within physics research institution published high profile models of the Nature's paper. By mid-2012, the scientific consensus on the incident was that the measurement was inaccurate and a result of a faulty timing mechanism. On the 27th of November 2000, at 12:34, a large humanoid appeared outside of the city of Athens, Greece. Said humanoid closely resembled a human, with all the physical traits of a Homo sapiens, except for its size that reaches 34 meters in height. Well, is it a cyclops? The humanoid entity proceeded to walk towards the city before it met with a significant portion of the city police department, which tried to stop its approach. 27th, 11th, 2000. 15 kilometers outside of the city of Athens, Greece, Foundation personnel arrived shortly after the entity manifestation, but at the time of their arrival, 12:45, the entity completely disappeared, with no apparent reason or outside stimuli. Class A amnestics administered to all police personnel present, and after an agreement with the Greek Prime Minister, all accounts of the event were erased from police records. Cover story A67, Manhunt, was applied to as an explanation for the Foundation presence on site. Man, this is gonna be an SCP reading. I think so far I've been told that people would like. One person told me to make a whole monster video with the volume 2 included into volume 1, which yeah, why not? It's just gonna be really long, and it's not gonna come up the Thursday I was planning to come out. We have to postpone it for one more week because I'm not sure if I'm gonna get the other volume 2 done before I can get it. I mean, we'll see how tomorrow looks, but I think I'm gonna be way too tired tomorrow after running. And I also have to make thumbnails, so yeah, probably for next Thursday then. Okay. So the sound of rainfall and thunder was reported in Bald Knob, Arkansas, despite having clear weather. 6 hours later, a rainstorm occurred that was completely silent. Date of occurrence, 9/24, 2017. Bald Knob, Arkansas. Is it Arkansas? Is it Arkansas? No, Arkansas is a different one, right? No, Arkansas, I think. Arkansas. Footage of the event was confiscated, and social media posts related to the phenomenon were deleted, or else explained as a unique atmospheric and acoustic phenomenon. Samples of rainwater were collected, and meteorological analysis occurred during the next several rainstorms in Bald Knob. No anomalous properties were found. All trains within the boundaries of New York disappeared for 3 seconds before reappearing. God, this is so long. I'm hungry as hell. All individuals were then teleported to their original destination, believing they waited and got off the stop as normal. New York City, New York, USA. All footage recording the event was wiped. Class A amnestics were administered to all witnesses of the event. An enormously formed electrical storm appears over high school for 3 minutes. During this time, a local student was struck by lightning an estimated 830 times. 10th, 3rd, 2011, Dinosaur, Colorado, US. There ain't no way. There ain't no way there's a place called Dinosaur in Colorado. Well, just like Slaughter, I'm gonna have to look this one up. Because I'm curious. I love how it's a town in Colorado and all it shows is fucking hills. Population 256, so not, that's very tiny. Oh, that makes a lot more sense though. Welcome to Dinosaur, Colorado. That makes sense. Is that where Danny goes? Is that where Danny's like? Wait, hold on. Let me look up his fucking. Let me look up his Instagram real quick because I think that's the picture of the dinosaur that he has posted many years ago. Danny Avidani. Does not look like fully like that one. Man, he has so many. I love how much he loves dinosaurs though. It's such a nerdy thing of his. Yeah, he has like multiple. I'm not sure if any of them are in the Dinosaur Colorado area. the amount of pixel frame of dinosaurs is pretty high. Like I said, there's a... This one looks very much the same. But this one is in Cleveland Museum, and it's like... It's built exactly the same as that one. As this one. Just different colors. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, okay, let's go continue. All witnesses a mystic cover story involving a power line accident disseminated. Was the student still alive, or? I guess he didn't. I guess he died. I mean, come on, 830. There's no time. There's no chance. No episode of the sitcom Friends were made beyond season 3. Viewing any episodes aired after the one at the beach when taking amnestic shows that every recording in a single shot with a couch in Monica's apartment, with the 6 central cast members sobbing loudly, most vocalizing and incoherent, but please stop is heard repeatedly. Ooh. Almost as in like they don't want to film anymore. Unknown, discovered by Dr. on the 10th, 12, 2018. As Friends is too embedded in the cultural consciousness standard, information suppression was deemed non-viable. Instead, the Foundation took Friends down from all streaming services and is currently recreating seasons 4 through 10 to replace anomalous episodes. An incorporeal mother and child wearing 19th century clothes were observed walking down the street. Several cars passed through the pair, although neither the vehicles nor entities were affected. Witnesses report that the entity would converse with one another inaudibly and made gestures towards unseen objects. They walked several hundred feet before entering a storefront, upon which they both vanished. 10th, 11th, 2019, Middleton, Pennsylvania. No agents were present for the event. The event was reported in local media with interviews and has circulated on some internet paranormal sites with a short cell phone video. The video is of poor quality and inconclusive to most viewers. Assigned agents have found the spectral phenomena to be non-reoccurring and of no threat to either the populace or Foundation security and secrecy. As such, no further actions have been taken. All personnel at Site 64 report feeling a slight warm pressure for several seconds at 5:26 p.m. This was corroborated by various pressure-sensitive anomalies as well as the thermometers and weight scales being triggered. Forensic teams discovered a tessellation of a small human fingerprint across every open surface within the site. 11/11/2019, Site 64, Oregon, USA. Police and Foundation records are being searched for a match to the discovered fingerprint. Personnel who were at Site 64 may take amnestics to erase the memory of the event. A shockwave suddenly propagated starting at the geological North Pole and followed a path identical to the International Dale Line down all the way to the geological South Pole over approximately 12 hours, also causing tidal waves that dealt mild damage to islands close to the shockwave. No source could be determined. Date of occurrence 11 till the 13th. Well, okay, wait, hold on. Between the 11th and 13th till the 14th. Oh no, what? Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. 11th and 13th till the 14th, 2018. Yeah, the 11th one's the month. Because I was like, what? My brain goes day, month, year, you know? Arctic, Pacific, and Southern Oceans as well as Antarctica. All known witnesses of the shockwave administered amnestic damage caused by tidal waves explained as an earthquake. The restoration of Arctic and Antarctic ice is underway, along with information about the cracked ice being suppressed. All crossing the town of levitated and reversed their orientation to be upside down. Later analysis revealed a variation of Hail Satan, with various misspellings carved into the back of each cross with a short blade. This includes Hail Satan, and in one case, Hail Satan. Date of occurrence is the 7th, 31st, 2008, Iowa, USA. As this event had no witnesses beyond one security camera in the family residence, no amnestics were given. The security footage was confiscated for use in Foundation training. The event has been given a cover story of teen vandalism. I mean, I'm telling you right now, even if it's misspelled, I'm pretty sure they would have freaked out if we've seen that written on there. A glowing yellow, intangible cube manifested 15 centimeters above the floor of side 6-3rd main kitchen. The cube was tilted at a 13 degree angle and maintained an internal temperature of -3 degree angle Celsius despite... Sorry. Okay. The cube was tilted at a 13 degree angle and maintained an internal temperature of a -3 degrees Celsius despite the surrounding air temperature. Further tests with D-class personnel began and showed no other anomalous properties. The cube spontaneously demanifested after 43 minutes. 12/2, 2018, site 6-3 France. None should not be noted that the 3 of the 8 personnel who were in the main kitchen during the event had since developed skin cancer. It is currently unknown whether this has any connection to the anomalous event. For 24 hours, any person entering the laundromat would find themselves in a well-furnished blockbuster video rental store. All reports stated that the titles of film in the store did not correlate with any known films. Some of titles in unknown languages. During the initial exploration of the anomaly, a letter was discovered in the front counter reading, "I lost my job for this." Discover at least turned this place into an arcade or something. After 24 hours had passed, the spatial anomaly ceased all activity and the laundromat could be accessed once again with no signs of anomalous activity. 8/12/2009, Laundromat, Florida, USA. Due to the relatively new status of the building, all individuals who witnessed the event were informed that the laundromat was not complete and was currently being renovated from what was formerly a blockbuster. Note, the building in which the anomaly occurred was formerly a Blockbuster store, which was classified as defunct several weeks prior to the current occupant of the laundromat. Location of the previous workers are currently unknown. During the 1990 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the float featuring the video game character Sonic the Hedgehog was witnessed, blinking and wagging its left hand index finger, just like how he always does. Anomalous behavior immediately ceased after 20 seconds of movement. 11/28/1990, New York City, New York, USA. Class A amnestics were given to everyone present on street where the anomaly occurred. Original footage was archived and mock footage has been created as a supplement. The skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex held in the main lobby of the Natural History Museum began emitting audio from the motion picture Jurassic Park. All 2 hours and 7 minutes of audio from the film was recorded, although all sounds attributed to the dinosaur characters were notably amplified. Very few witnesses the event due to the event occurring outside the museum hours of operation. Not at the museum. New York City, New York, USA. Class A amnestics were administered to the only 2 witnesses, 2 security guards. At the crater of the Kilauea volcano, a mass of confetti was launched 3 meters into the air, accompanied by the sound of a party horn. Confetti immediately turned to ashes as it hit the ground. 7th, 2017, Island of Hawaii, USA. A Class A amnestics cloud was released over all cities surrounding the volcano. All recordings of the event have been censored and archived. Foundation physicist Lloyd Darwell entered the 2nd floor northern men's restroom at site 35 at exactly 11:45 and exited 2 minutes earlier at 11:48. Darwell did not notice this at first and did not interact with his past self. The event was only later found to due to a review of security footage to find information regarding an unrelated non-anomalous workplace incident. Custodian L.S. was the only other individual in the restroom during the incident and claims to have suffered a large migraine at roughly 11:10 before falling unconscious and later being awoken by another custodian. 12/13/2019, Site 35, Canada. No personnel are allowed in the restrooms until it's determined that they either have no anomalous properties or is contained and given a suitable replacement. Until then, male personnel must use different restrooms. As a reminder, restroom breaks are not to take more than 5 minutes, including time taken in locating a restroom and traveling to and from it. that was the same thing in my high school. Like we had 5 minutes to switch between classes, and so we had We had like, you know, move to another classroom and all that stuff. And sometimes you just have to go to the bathroom, and then like it just happens that time flows by fast, and you know, you have to go to your locker, get the right books out, because some people just carried all the every book that you had of the class off. Some people just went to the locker real quick, because there's like no point for you to carry like all 4 books with you if you had like 4 different classes that requires them to be there. So yeah. A lightning bolt spontaneously solidified in mid-strike. The object immediately toppled due to a structural imbalance and shattered upon contact with the ground. Shattered portions of the object were not found during a patrol of the area and are believed to have dispersed into non-anomalous electricity. The occurrence 7/29/2015, Altai Mountains, Siberia, Russia. Due to the extremely low population density, no civilians are thought to have witnessed the event directly. Captured footage from 2 border patrol stations were seized and employees exposed to footage amnesticized. A large mass of termites entered the furniture store and proceeded to consume every piece of furniture before exiting. That store must be through the roof. Like I would like to tell them like sit down and calm down, but they can't. There's literally no more chairs. First, 3rd, 2020. Unalaska, Alaska. What? USA? That's, oh my god. The amount of names of US locations. Okay. All witnesses were amnesticized and the store were cleared of debris. The cover story of a large-scale robbery was implemented and the area is being monitored for additional manifestation. A chest freezer began producing irregularly shaped ice after being disconnected from its power supply. The ice produced took the shape of English words spelling out the phrase, "Please help, I'm a freezer." First, 13th, 2020, New Hampshire, USA. The freezer owners were administered Class A amnestics and the freezer itself was confiscated under the guise of requiring repairs. Extensive testing failed to produce similar results and the freezer was placed within Site 19's cafeteria. It's our freezer now. The 4 heads on the mountain mushroom changed to several different expressions before returning to normal state. The expressions had including winking, blowing, raspberry, one eyebrow raised, and the mouth into a streaming position. Date of occurrence 28th, 1st, 2000. Mount Rushmore, South Dakota, USA. All witnesses and guests given Class A amnestics or security footage of the event was destroyed. Cell phones which had recorded and photographed the event had been destroyed and had the SIM cards removed. Wow, okay, sure. CCTV footage shows that a student absentmindedly tossing a water bottle from hand to hand. Upon overshooting and tossing the ball behind them, as they attempted to grab the ball, the arm was noted as extending to approximately twice its length in order to appropriately catch the ball. Body language suggests the sudden increase in length was both unintended and extremely painful. Date of occurrence 2nd, 4th, 2020. Sandwich, Illinois. We're back in Sandwich, Illinois. USA student recovered an arm amputated. Student and any bystander during the event amnesticized, reintegrated into school under the guise of a serious sports wound and footage erased. We amputated his arm. I think that's a little bit far-fetched. Well, I guess the arm is like just stretched out like that. It doesn't go back to normal. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Shit. 37 Foundation custodians with some variation of the name Howard, either as a first name, surname, or middle name. So 18 of them, 9 of them, and 10 of them. Gotcha. Radioactively developed a permanent food allergy to eggs and cephalopods. All affected persons in the current baseline reality have now possessed the allergy from an early age ranging from 0 to 4 years. 2nd, 6th, 2020, worldwide, although mostly centered in North America and Europe. Allergen precautions have been increased in affected Foundation sites as the affected employees believe they have always been affected. They are not to be informed of this event. At 22:20, all buses were in approximately 230 meters of the London Bridge had the exterior changed to a white coloration. Buses then began to change hues, slowly rotating through the observable color spectrum for 25 minutes before feeding back to the original coloration. 7th 8th 2000. London, England. Due to the time of occurrence, very few individuals were found to have observed the event. A video taken of the event has been largely regarded as a hoax by the population at large without need for foundation intervention. Areas will be monitored for further activity until 8th 9th 2000. That's good when the people themselves are like, yeah, it's not real. Must be some sort of like thing that they did. For exactly 1.5 hours, all staff at Site 97 spontaneously grew a second. A small version of their head, a far smaller version of their head on the right shoulder that did nothing but whisper cheese. Wait, what? For exactly 1.5 hours, all staff at spontaneously grew a second. Far smaller version of the head on the right shoulder that did nothing but whisper cheese or dairy-related puns in the right ear. These heads should not be removed during the allotted time frame and would only speak over any sort of audio distractions. After the 1.5 hours passed, the heads all said in unison, "If you want more cheese puns, then just wishful think. That's just wishful thinking." Yeah, it's a cheese pun. Then proceed to butt off from the original bodies and shrivel into piles of dust. 3rd, 2nd, 2020. Site 97, Alaska, USA. Entire site cleaned off dust piles cleared by anomalous foam heads. Cheese and dairy puns have been banned from Site 97 as the staff used to be very fond of such jokes, which researchers suspect is what caused such an absurd event. Poster of claymation duo Wallace and Gromit has been removed to the series of connection with cheese. Site 97 is currently under watch due to this event. Aw. No more fun. No more fun in that side. The pants worn by an unidentified man spontaneously burst into flames. Oh, be right back, guys. Be right back. Okay, no idea where my glasses are. I'll just read. We still have so much more to go. Okay. Exactly 1.5 hours also. Yep, yes, the ones. Fans one, yep. These resembling human fish were sighted at the base of said entities were observed attacking the base of the lighthouse with rudimentary stone weapons while yelling in undifferent language nearby. I think we read this part was yeah, okay, good. Good. 5 emaciated red humanoid figures were spotted at the chain convenience store in. Figures were observed by CCTV surveillance to pass through store aisles, becoming increasingly more distended. 10 minutes after the initial manifestation, entities vanished and all items within the store were found to have vanished. 8th, 14th, 2000. Diamond Bar, California, USA. Store employees and customers were treated with Class A amnestic. Store was provided with 2 members of security who were to watch for additional manifestation until 2028. Also, I ate something. So, I don't know my glasses somewhere. I don't remember where I put it, but I also ate something. CCTV footage shows no 2-second flash of light being emitted from a single street light and eliminating all visibility. Following this, the street occupied by the street light underwent immediate congestion. Traffic eventually eased to average levels of after 3 hours. 2nd, 17th, in 2020, Palm Springs, Florida. It was to be monitored more closely following the event. No further actions are necessary at the moment. 30% of Bethlehem, Connecticut's population at the appearances altered to match that of former US President James A. Garfield. Victims' memories were also altered to reflect his appearance change. The event was initially discovered when all employees at a local supermarket were discovered to all resemble James A. Garfield. 5th, Bethlehem, Connecticut. Ain't no way. There's also Bethlehem in the US? Oh, God. At this time, no follow-up actions can be concluded by the local police or the foundation. No further anomalies activity were reported in the area. A subway train spontaneously vanished shortly after the derailment. Several months later, it was discovered by a group of paleontologists buried under several kilometers of rock. The train was severely damaged and no trace of the driver or 30 passengers were found. Date 4th, 1999. Toronto, Canada. The paleontologists were administered Class A amnestics, and the train was relocated to a foundation holding facility where families of victims were provided for cover stories of a standard train derailment. Train debris and track were examined for anomalous properties, although none were present. A subway train departed from station in Los Angeles, California at 8. At 8:11, the train vanished from the tunnel and reappeared at station in London, England at 8:16. Upon reappearance, the train's appearance had morphed to match that of a London Underground subway train. Agents embedded in both Los Angeles and London established communication to quickly take control of the situation by establishing a perimeter around the stations and getting all who had originally boarded the train into the Foundation custody. 2020. Los Angeles, California, and London, England all had been aboard the train were interviewed, amnesticized, and taken back to Los Angeles. Whereupon they were released. When interviewed, the train operator reported nothing out of the ordinary that could have caused the event. Camera footage from both stations was scrubbed. The train was removed and taken to Foundation custody, where it had been monitored and studied for further anomalous properties. As of 4/19/2020, none have been shown. Foundation personnel are currently working with the UIU agents and British Occult Services officials to keep both stations under a 5-year monitoring period. All known humans situated within the general vicinity of a suburb in Seattle, Washington temporarily lost bodily autonomy and invariably maintained the forward velocity for approximately 35 seconds. These bodies were unimpeded by obstruction, with individuals' intangibility passing through nearby structures. After the event had subsided, all affected individuals regained autonomy and intangibility, leading to mass cases of suffocation with exact casualties yet to be accurately determined. 7/16/2006, Redmond, Washington, United States. Widespread amnestization efforts among affected individuals and families of victims were initiated. Heads of local groups of interest were queried for potential explanation of the event's origins to no avail. Notably, during this period, the networks of Microsoft headquarters located in Redmond, Washington, encountered a brief outage. A low-frequency pitch was reported emitting from all ground sewers within a day center. Occasionally, flashes of light were also observed by civilians. This frequency increased in pitch until all glass construction within close proximity of sewers entrances suddenly shattered, causing an estimated US dollar in property damage. 2015, Livingston, California, United States. All witnesses were administered Class B amnestics. Video evidence of the event has been confiscated by the Foundation. CCTV monitors were installed around the area to ensure safety of citizens. An entire mosasaurus skeleton materialized roughly 8 feet above the floor of middle school, replacing all solid objects in space it occupied, though this was mostly ceiling tiles. The subsequent weight of this added mass and loss of structural integrity quickly led to the collapse of the western roof of the building. Date of occurrence 5/6/2020. Colorado, USA. Due to the quarantine measures already in place, the school was completely unoccupied and only 2 civilians witnessed the event, both of whom were administered amnestics. All video footage was recovered and replaced to match a cover story of unchecked mold and growth and frequent rain leading to the roof collapse. The skeleton was found to have no signs of decay and was covered in fresh, recently deceased mosasaurus tissue and was moved to site for temporal paleontological research and subsequent storage. The building is to be monitored until 31st, 2025 for future anomalous occurrences. One Blatta orientalis, oriental cockroach, grew to the length of 1.2 meters within a civilian residence. The specimen displayed a frantic behavior before fleeing the home and impacted by a passing pickup truck. Residents of the house then contacted the local authorities while passerby began taking photographs of the insect. 5/6/2000. Iowa, USA. Foundation agents shortly after the call was made and administered appropriate amnestic dosage after confiscating evidence of the event. Despite the efforts of Foundation entomologists, the cockroach perished due to breathing difficulties. Roughly 22 minutes after the cessation of life, the insect returned to average size while unobserved. The body was monitored for potential anomalous properties before disposed of via site industrial incinerator. Event description: a charred humanoid entity was seen on CCTV records logged in workplace and industrial areas, frequently observed to lay in a fetal position next to an indescribable organic mass for approximately 5 minutes before rousing and subsequently stepping onto the mass. Audio and video footage afterwards damaged deleted. Corporate management denied involvement. The occurrence unclear, location worldwide. Interrogation attempts unsuccessful. Foundation agents have been embedded within an area of such occurrences posed as civilians. All records containing the event have been confiscated and transferred to site for further research. Amnestics have been administered accordingly along with medical information suppression tactics. On 21st, 2000, a team of 31 researchers sailing through the Drake Passage on an expedition to Antarctica site what seemed to be a surfacing submarine 10 kilometers away off the coast of Smith Island. The expedition team, confused as they hadn't been informed of any submarines in the area, attempted to contact via radio but to no avail. A look through binoculars indicated that it was a military submarine of unknown design displaying an unknown flag. Not long after, a bright light and thunderous roar were seen and heard as a supposed missile was launched from the distant submarine and traveled in an easterly direction. The submarine sank back down under the waves and was not seen again. The expedition was called off subsequently. And we already said the date. 6 kilometers northwest of Smith Island, Antarctica. The 31st researchers were interrogated individually and administered Class A amnestics. A Copper Foundation-led search team were deployed to the region to search for the rogue submarine, but found nothing after 14 months of searching. The launch missile and SLBM reached space and suddenly deployed its stages. A single projectile, supposedly a warhead, was detected entering the atmosphere near Bouvet Islands, but didn't detonate. Warhead and missile debris were never recovered. The file of this event remains inside, awaiting for further investigation. The sky, visible from inside Site 19, became a pale red for 5 seconds. Then reached the text SQOONKIpedia. So Squonkipedia. In bold, white lettering repeatedly moved across the sky. 9/12/2019, Site 19, none due to all witnesses being Foundation personnel. The cause of this is under investigation. No known organization or popular media element with the name Squonkipedia has been identified. And also how useful that only the Foundation saw it, nobody else. All doorways and windows to Site 25's northeastern guard tower converted into impermeable, opaque barriers, and communication with the tower was lost. What? Guard tower converted into impermeable, opaque barriers, and communication with the tower was lost. Gotcha. The event immediately ended upon a drilling attempt successfully breaching the floor. For the duration of the event, muffled shouting and construction noises were heard emanating from the inside. Although all personnel rescued from the tower report instead hearing an unearthly warbling emanating from the outside. 8th, 5th, 2020, Site 25. Due to security concerns, the tower may not be closed for more than 24 hours. A subsequent investigation found no anomalous items or entities. No change will be made to guard schedules. Further anomalous events relating to this location are to be reported immediately. At 9:32 a.m., an instrumental piece. Let me actually, even though I can see on the side how far I am, I want to see how many. Yeah. Hope some scrolling done. 9:32 a.m. an instrumental piece of music lasting 3 minutes and 52 seconds and with composition style resembling that of a national anthem began playing from the dramatic center of the building of the university, prompting every person within hearing range to interrupt their current activity, stand up with their hand over their heart and passionately sing along in an unknown language for the duration of the piece, after which they proceeded to resume their activities as if nothing had happened. Sasage-yo, Sasage. Imagine if that's what it was. Shinzo Sasage wo. 3rd, 11th, 2019. Bogota, Colombia. Security camera footage retrieved from destroyed. Mock footage created to replace it. Witnesses interviewed. All witnesses involved retained clear memories of the event, but showed disinterest or aversion in discussing it. None of them seemed willing to mention the event unprompted, and when there's question about it, I tried to deflect the other topic, claiming disinterest, or I refused to discuss it. Amnesty proved ineffective in removing memories of the event. However, due to the unlikeliness of them holding decided to unlikely of them deciding to discuss it on their own accord, and the destruction of the only footage of the event, amnestic treatment has been deemed unnecessary for the time being. Witnesses are to be placed on a 5-year observation period to detect any potential changes in their behavior and or the self-containing nature of the event. An as yet unidentified woman dressed in what witnesses described as steampunk-style clothing was seen walking a live thylacine cyanocephalus? What the fuck is that? Down a busy street. Come on now. Oh. A Tasmanian tiger or Tasmanian wolf. Huh. Gotcha, okay. When approached, she was heard to warn the approaching person or persons away by saying, "Careful, she bites," in a I don't know how to do a Boston accent. After walking the animal for 25 minutes, she and the animal entered a taxicab which promptly drove away. It is worthy of note that the thylacine is known to have been extinct since 1936. Date of occurrence 4/8/2020, New York City, New York. Cover story of the promotional event for a movie shoot circulated through questioning of eyewitnesses. The foundation was able to trace the woman's starting point to another taxicab at the intersection of redacted. Neither of the cabs has been identified. Despite considerable effort, the cabs in question have not been found to belong to any taxi company in the city. Description of the drivers have not been helpful, largely due to the fact that eyewitnesses were captivated by the strangely dressed woman and her pet. Fair enough. Fair enough. A public telephone outside of an abandoned grocery store began to ring. A young woman picked up the receiver and heard a heavily distorted voice say, "Everything you thought you knew is wrong." When she asked what the voice meant, it answered by saying, "The world is not what you think it is." But the question did not elicit answers, only similar phrases. After nearly 3 minutes, the woman hung up the phone in frustration. 6/8/2020, Miami, Florida. Telephone in question examined and discovered not to be connected to any telephone lines. Investigation revealed that the telephone had not been connected since 2002 and is only still in place because of a dispute about who should be responsible for its removal. Okay. Interviews with the woman provided no useful details. The woman was amnesticized, telephone placed under observation for 5 years. Every human, Homo sapiens on Earth, simultaneously lost consciousness for approximately 1 second. Recording devices left running during this period show that all affected people probably screamed for the entire duration of the event. So like, every single human being went "Ah!" "Ah!" and then just went back to normal. Date of occurrence 7/9/2020, 3/23/42 GMT. Worldwide published evidence have event removed and edited. Hoax websites allow to paint event as a conspiracy theory. Western rock lobster Panulirus sinus transmuted into a live human infant while being boiled alive. Oh no. 9/9/2019, Geraldton, Western Australia. All witnesses who administered class amnestics. A window at the Jefferson House had to be repaired. Autopsy revealed the DNA of the carcass was identical to that of the ordinary human. Remains of the infant were cremated and buried. A team of 7 archaeologists attempted to open the sarcophagus of Cleopatra. Within the sarcophagus, no body was discovered. However, a single living bee has left the tomb after being opened and proceeded to escape. The location of the specimen is unknown at this time. 2/3/2018, Alexandria, Egypt. The archaeologists emphasized the public perception of Cleopatra tomb is to be maintained as lost or currently unknown. A woman got up from her table and the restaurant walked directly toward the women's restroom in a straight line, passing through several other tables and diners in the process. Security footage of the event shows that the woman appearing to wait as she passed through the solid object as though walking through deep water. 29/9/2020, New York City, New York. A lot of them are happening in New York and in Florida, it seems. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized. Security footage copy for Foundation records originally filed deleted. The woman was placed under observation for future anomalous abilities to continue until 2025. A message from the records from the Records and Information Security Administration. A potential cognitive hazard has affected this text. Do you wish to access this document anyway? Yes, access, as long as it's not fucking... Okay, it's not long. A large number of minuscule intelligent monkeys began moving out of several individual orifices. Monkeys lacked fur with only a small amount of hair, had advanced technology or possible thumbs. and spoke in a thus far untranslated language. The 12th cycle age of tall ones and black things, substrate 42A on the largest landmass. All buildings were necessized, but the intelligent monkeys could not be tracked due to the interference from a monkey-based organization known as the SCP Foundation. I was about to say, like, it's talking about us. But you wrote it down in English, motherfucker! School basketball match between the Marymount School of New York and Anglia International School. The only anomalous event related to this match was its location and date of occurrence. So we have 20th 6th 1969, West Crater Lunar Surface. Apollo 11 crew provided with Class A amnestics footage of the landing, edited and cut to remove all trace of the game. Students involved lost memory of the incident naturally. So technically the moon landing has been faked because there were people playing basketball on it. Also dogs is in a local dog park were replaced by Madagascar hissing cockroaches. Gomphatorina potentosa roaches were also the same size as the dogs that were replaced, and the effect lasted for about 5.5 minutes before the dogs reappeared unfazed. 3rd 12th 2020, dog park in Reverie, Massachusetts. All pet owners were given Class A amnestics and all camera footage was seized by Foundation personnel. I wanted to keep that for like later, but I'm just gonna say it now because there's no point to keep it later since it's gonna be like definitely like at least 8 hours of a video. I realized that the majority of the follow-up actions is just basically just we amnesticized them. That's most of the time to do. We amnesticized them and we kept tabs upon it for like at least a couple of months or a year or 2 or 3 or 4. So that's the only thing I would say. Maybe not that necessary after a while because it's literally all the same steps. It's like, yeah, we either looked for it, we couldn't find it, we kept eye on it, nothing happened, or we amnesticized every single person that saw it and then that was it. I'm just saying because after a while you're just kind of like, okay, like the event description is fun, but the follow-up actions taken usually is the same thing over and over again. It's just interesting who gets affected by the amnestics. For example, Apollo 11 crew, that's pretty good. Edward Jacob, age 34, described as a tall and thin Caucasian man with short, curly brown hair and pale green eyes, entered a single occupancy bathroom in an antique store, but did not exit. The man who exited the bathroom was notably short and slightly overweight. His identification showed that he was Alex Wong, age 22. Mr. Wong was not in the bathroom at the time Mr. Jacobs entered. Witnesses could not recall ever having seen him before, but did not regard his presence as unusual. 19th 1st 2021, New York City, New York. Alex Wong was detained and questioned. His testimony revealed nothing unusual and amnestic treatment was deemed unnecessary. Cover story of a missing person enabled Foundation agents to obtain the owner's permission to search the entire store, even the area's customers are not permitted to enter. Edward Jack was not located and has been classified as a person of interest. A young woman visiting an office building for a job interview was discovered a male white rhinoceros wearing a security guard's hat. Staff in the building referred to the rhinoceros as Jake. The young woman was made a short video and uploaded to the popular video hosting site Redacted. It was discovered by the Foundation web crawlers, prompting an investigation. 2nd 4th 2021, Seattle, Washington. Is that Washington? No, wait. Because I am not that. Oh, it is Washington, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, what other states start with W, but the other one is Wisconsin that I can think of, and that's not with an A. After being found to be non-anomalous, the rhinoceros was taken to a nearby zoo. The video was removed from the video hosting site. The young woman who made the video was interviewed, as were staff of the building. All staff assumed that the rhinoceros was a member of security staff and found nothing unusual about this. All involved were given Class A amnestics. A mannequin in a window display at a woman's clothing store became a living woman. She maintained the pose, but the mannequin had been placed in, merely watching those nearby with mild interest. She remained in the state for 1 minute and 23 seconds before becoming a mannequin again. 3rd 5th 2021, New York City, New York. Uploaded photos and videos of the event allowed to remain in place. A cover story regarding a movie promotion was circulated. Staff at the store were interviewed. No member of staff recognized the woman, although most claimed she looked familiar. After drinking a full 1-liter bottle of a generic soft drink, a teenage boy was able to belch the entire first verse of the Swedish national anthem in a single breath. Okay. 3rd, 10th, 2021, Chicago, Illinois, USA. Who was it that was super interested in national anthems and watched my stream for a little bit? Yeah. That was something that would be something that they would want to be able to do. But Roy and all present when the event occurred, interviewed and amnesticized, no useful information was gained. No one had any Swedish ancestry, knowledge of Sweden beyond the most basic geographical information or knowledge of the Swedish national anthem. When the song was played by one of the responding agents, none of the interviewers were able to recognize it. Then another mystery we'll probably never be able to solve, Dr. Malkin. Well, just means that you don't have to worry about it too much. Approximately all flags in Washington, D.C. became the now popular gay pride flag. All instances of the U.S. flag in the district disappeared and were found the following day in the Capitol building with a label reading Happy Gay Pride Month. Sorry for borrowing these. The object was scanned for fingerprints and video recordings were observed. The person responsible was unable to be located. The following occurred in 2019 on the same date to a similar effect. The person responsible for the events was still unable to be traced. 6/11/2009 till 6/11/2019. Washington District, Columbia, the President of the U.S., all American political figures and all present were given Class A amnestics on both occasions. Flags were removed and replaced with the modern incarnation of the flag of the United States before amnestics were administered on both occasions. This happened to have occurred on both the 10th and the 20th anniversary of the U.S. Gay Pride Month holiday. Where did this relax location? Dr. Ypres. So that means you have to keep an eye on it 2029. The words "one pawn" suddenly appeared in the night sky, seemingly made out of flames for 15 minutes before disappearing. The source of lights is currently unknown. 7/3/2021, Ramos Bridge, Indian Ocean. Significant cleanup efforts deemed unnecessary as most witnesses mistook the event for fireworks. Any individuals found to be spreading information opposite of this were amnesticized, and evidence supporting the idea of fireworks has been dispersed among the population. A man sitting on a bench in a subway station was heard to say something about having forgotten his phone. This was presumably in response to a smartphone on the opposite end of the bench. The man remained sitting, but another man completely identical to him stepped out of his body, walked to the opposite end of the bench, retrieved the phone, and returned. When the second man sat down, he appeared to emerge into the first. As you do. 4/13/2021, Chicago, Illinois. As this event happened very late at night, few witnesses were present. All witnesses described the event accurately but seemed oddly disinterested, as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. As no useful information could be gained, witnesses were given a low-level amnestic treatment. The man responsible for the event has been placed on the foundation surveillance until 2026. It seems to always be like the best time for them is like 3 to 5 years. That's what they seem to give themselves every time. It was mostly 3 years before, but now it's also 5. An entry was submitted to the site which described an anomalous item which does not exist. The entry was submitted by a terminal which had ceased functioning several days prior to the entry's creation. 5th, 23rd, 2022, site 64. The terminal was removed from the SkipNet or the it doesn't matter. SkipNet. Intranet connection and efforts to find the culprit are underway. Show entry. Okay. Okay, SB1 up to class anomalous, special containment procedures. SB1 is contained within room 37Z of Site 64. No further containment procedures are needed. SB1 is a classic plastic 7 ounces cup which moves precisely 1 centimeter away every 24 hours. The other class been moved. That is... Oh no. Every 24 hours it moves like a little... It literally would just be like, you know... Just like that, right? And it's just like it moves like at 1 centimeter, like oh no. Like the only time like it would be weird if it was like if it fell off the edge, and you're like, there was no wind here. But then even then you could argue that maybe something bumped against it. Like, yeah. A number of food items within a local McDonald's restaurant suddenly animated and restructured themselves to resemble a number of animals native to the area. The entities then proceeded to attack the staff before fleeing into the surrounding wilderness and disappearing. 12/5/2020, Blackfoot, it's Idaho. All customers and staff present were interrogated, given amnestics, with the restaurant's manager going on record saying, "It was Carl's boys. I just know it. They're always pulling crap like this." Investigation to the neighboring Carl's Jr. restaurant has since been launched. An as yet unidentified man removes his baseball cap, revealing a small purple cloud on top of his head, which had been completely concealed by the hat. Cloud floating away in what the witness described as an unhurried manner. It has not been located. I'll set him free. 4/26/2021, Cincinnati, Ohio. As neither the man nor the cloud could be located by the time the Foundation arrived, and there was no way to determine who has seen the event, low-grade amnestics were dispersed over the entire area via aerosol. Known person of interest, POI 11705, manifested a Glock 19 pistol and began to float in a standing posture. POI passed through the bottom of an elevated freeway as if intangible, emerged out the top, and began to travel along the freeway, firing his pistol in the air while still intersecting with the freeway. POI made an abrupt upward motion while dabbing before exploding into the Fifth, 10th, 2021, Los Angeles, California. Class A amnestic administered to witnesses. Cover story of an illegal fireworks show implemented. Yeah, that makes sense. We're now reaching the last quarter. Fucking hell. Shortly after, one woman entered an elevator in an office building. 13 copies of the same woman exited the elevator. According to witnesses, the women were completely identical in every respect and all answered to the same name. We had like at least 3 of them before. We had Greg, we had Howard, and somebody else. No, like Thomas, who like just passed by each other. Yeah, we have so many like identical people. So now we see 6 minutes and 47 seconds later, all but one of the women demanifested, leaving nothing behind. Also, what? I just now realized I have no got an answer. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. What was that? 5th, 1921, Austin, Texas. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized. None of the witnesses regarding the event has unusual in any way. None of the witnesses regarding the event. Okay. And seemed possible by interviewers, suggesting to the contrary. For 0.0000002 seconds, the entire population of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam was teleported to Monrovia, Liberia before being teleported back. Nobody was harmed and there were no follow-up effects on either Monrovia or Ho Chi Minh. 2nd, 22nd, 1979, Ho Chi Minh City and Monrovia, due to the fact that it was a very short amount of time and that it was midnight in Vietnam. Most of the civilians did not notice. Those who did were given amnestics. A cover-up story was spread in Monrovia of chemical smog playing tricks on the mind. Yeah, but how the fuck do you, like, that is so fast. I don't think a human being can actually realize they were teleported for that short of a time. You know what I mean? Like, it's so tiny. Like I don't think anybody alive can like by the time like, if you were blinking, no, even if you didn't blink, like just looking straight ahead, like a frame in a video. If you leave one frame in the video that just hides something, you can catch that for sure. But beyond the frame, like if this is like how many, like, so we have like a 10th, 100, 1,000, a 10,000, a million times slower than a second, or at least you know 100,000 times slower than a second. If a frame like that was sped up to 1 to the actual speed and put into a video, you would not see it. You would never see that. I'm sorry, but that I'm thinking of slow-mo, guys, because like, you know, in when like when they slow things down, they always say like, oh, it's like 1,000 of a second, right? But if you, yeah, and you can see how fast that is, and this is multiple zeros. An abandoned building became a pleasant and well-kept suburban home with obvious signs of habitation. Foundation investigation discovered that it was owned by a man named Edward Jacob. Didn't we have you already? A 32 He kept to have lived there for 4 years after his mother moved out to be close to her ailing sister. When interviewed, neighbors corroborated his story. A search of public records discovered that no one with the last name Jacobs had ever lived in the area, and there was no such person as Edward Jacobs. Which now that I think about it, isn't that just like Edward and Jacob from Twilight? First 2021, suburb of Cleveland, Ohio. As the anomalous nature of Edward Jacobs' existence in the region appears to be largely unknown, he was allowed to continue living in his current location. His property has been placed under the foundation surveillance until 2026. At the time of writing, no further anomalous activity has been reported. One of the clerks of the local court has spoke kind of Edward Jacobs, calling him a nice young man, even after showing us evidence that the property has been vacant since 2018. This kind of thing is above my pay grade, Agent Walters. Okay, hold on. Edward. Uh-huh. We had, yeah, Edward Jacobs here, who walked into the stall and vanished. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so it's two different Edward Jacobs. It's the same year. Okay. Okay, sure. A group of male Eclectus parrots, Eclectus rotatus, rotatus, I said, roratus, in the zoo was seen. Actually, show me. We had a cockapoo before, and that one was a cute one. Let's see if that one's also cute. Hell yeah! It's the most stereotypical parrot look that you can go for. I can never look at the red version of this parrot without thinking of the one parrot that goes and then looks at the camera. Because I cannot think of that. I wonder if that parrot is still alive and doing well. I hope so. And the zoo was seen developing humanoid heads and reciting a song about bananas. Security footage to capture an event. Although the occurrence was corroborated by multiple witnesses, anomalous group hallucination assumed. 6th 3rd 2021, Ann Arbor, Me, people known to be in the area of the bird enclosure were given low strength amnestics. So this is now absolutely, this is officially the last quarter. I would need 1 more hour, I assume. An adult male western lowland gorilla entered a local playground and began to play on the equipment. Multiple children happily interacted with the gorilla as though it was another child, who was seen to be friendly toward it. Nearby parents were reported to be disinterested in the gorilla presence. After 7 minutes and 38 seconds, the gorilla entered a nearby public restroom and did not emerge. Until the gorilla was found afterward. 8th 3rd 2021, Cincinnati, Ohio. All witnesses, both children and adults, were interviewed. Children not able to find the gorilla's presence unusual. Adults were disbelieving of the event, saying such thing as children having such imaginations. All witnesses were amnesticized and the playground was placed under foundation surveillance. If I was part of the foundation, just for that very moment, I would just, as a fucking joke, before I amnesticized him, I'm like, they're like, children have such a wild imagination. I would just show them a video of their child playing with a gorilla and they're like, oh. I mean, okay, they would probably not realize it is a gorilla. They would still think it's a different child, but it's like, is this your child playing with a gorilla? And they're like, oh my, amnestics. 2 people ran in opposite directions to see which one the dog would follow. Rather than following one or the other, dogs split into 2 identical dogs and followed both of them at once. When the 2 people returned to close proximity, dogs merged back into one. Honestly, that's pretty dope. I'm pretty sure a lot of dog owners would love that. Like, hey, I'm going to take my dog for a walk. It's like, oh, but we just cuddling so nice. Like, can't I wait? I just want to cuddle with my dog. But the dog has to go out for a walk now and have my steps and their steps as well. And then the dog just split into two parts. Like, yeah, this works. 6/6/2021, Buffalo, New York. Video of the event had already been posted to social media by the time it was brought to the attention of the foundation. The video was promptly removed and dismissed as a hoax. Witnesses were located and given amnestic treatment. That must be so annoying. If it's a video online, it must be so annoying to like figure out who has watched it. The top 3 participants in the bodybuilding competition had the muscle mass increased by roughly 55% of each each as they stepped on the podium. The only noted side effect was excess skin and mental distress. 10/6/2021, Los Angeles, California, USA. Inspection of the locale, the podium, as well as all products, tanning products, bodybuilding equipment, etc. used by the competitors revealed no anomalies. Video recordings of the event were taken down, and all witnesses and competitors were administered amnestics. Dancers on stage at a concert performed a series of elaborate movements which are anatomically impossible, including several that defied the laws of physics. As they do. 21/6/2021, Miami, Florida, as the event was being broadcast live to local TV stations. Large-scale amnestic treatment was deemed useless. Fortunately for the foundation, no member of the audience seemed to be aware of the anomalous nature of the dance, viewing it as some form of clever trickery. When interviewed, the dancers claimed to have learned the dance from an online video. However, the video in question could not be found. Investigation into the video is still ongoing, and the person responsible for making it has been classified as a person of interest. We have a bunch of anomalous videos out there. During a record-breaking heat wave, a woman was heard to complain about how hot it was. An unidentified man immediately manifested in front of her and began to lecture on how hot it was where he came from, frequently using the phrase, "You don't know what real heat is." After 2 minutes and 17 seconds, the man demanifests. Oh god, it's the dads. Back in my day. I had to fight anacondas just to get to school. Date of occurrence, 2/7/2021, Seattle, Washington. All witnesses were interviewed and anesthetized. No witnesses were able to identify the man, and no one saw him arrive, leading to the conclusion that he manifested in place. A sketch was created based on the man's description. It's been labeled as a person of interest. Also, how dare you do it only to ladies, not to the other guys? What if I complain about it? Man, it's fucking hot. Nothing happens, and then one of my girlfriends was just like, oh, it's fucking hot. And you just call pop up like you don't even know what the hell real heat is. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna clock you right in the face. At least, be a bitch towards me as well. Don't just single her out. Population within a 2-mile radius of formed a seemingly temporary enhancement and restraint for the next hour and 37 minutes. They attempt to expose to multiple sources of bright lights, ranging from lights from cell phones to 7,000 lumen. Lumen halogen lights were restrained and forcibly the whole thing. Eyes open. Afterwards, the temporary hive mind had subsided, leaving connected members confused and disorientated. I mean, yeah. Most of these events would confuse or disorientate people, except the ones who makes them like not even think about it. 6/7/2021, Noblesville, Indiana. All who were involved were interviewed, amnestized, and taken back to their homes. Was both interviewed and evaluated by the medical team, and was noted as being passive, compliant, and having slowed reaction times. Before being amnestized, was confirmed to have gone colorblind, specifically deuteranopia. Investigation of the home is noted to have a sizable amount of sloth paraphernalia. 3 members of the defunct MTF Iota 5 have been sent to observe at the region for a 5-month time frame to ensure a return to normality. For a period of 24 hours, all printers and photocopiers located within Site 120 would only print the wikipedia.org webpage for philosophy because of given printing instructions. 12/20/2018, Site 120, Poland. Pages printed during the event disposed of. And here we have an SCP number. Oh, go join. Which, let's see what it says. A vending machine began dispensing nothing but SB2107, because of which button was pressed. After 26 minutes, the machine has reassumed normal operation. 2107. Here we go. Oh, the ghost sodas. Yeah. You drink and you see ghosts everywhere. Ghost is here. There's no reason to shake. The ghost is here. Oh, give us a break. He's fake. Sorry, I watched 2 people watching Zombie Island on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is good. This movie's just so good. Scooby-Doo Zombie Island is the best Scooby-Doo media, in my opinion. It's like, not only does it have like one of the most beautiful animations of Scooby-Doo media, in my honestly, my humble opinion. B, the best soundtrack. And C, probably one of the best stories of Scooby-Doo, because like Scooby-Doo having actual ghosts and monsters being real is nothing new, because like in the 80s we got like a bunch of movies where that happened, but it was still in the Scooby-Doo style of kind of like, you know, a bit more jokey, a bit more cartoony. Well, Zombie Island, they did not. They fucking went crazy. they decided like, no, we actually gonna do an actual horror movie with this. It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be scary. And it's gonna be something that the gang has never faced before. And the Scooby-Doo quadrilogy, Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, Alien Invasion, and Cyber Chase. I think that was the last time we ever had. Well, maybe not fully like that, but that's the last time we ever had the monsters actually wanting to kill the Scooby-Doo gang. Mystery Inc. did that as well, so that's what I'm saying. It's probably not the last time, but it's such a insane concept to think about. Like, yeah, before it was always like, oh, you know, we scared them away. We kind of like put them away. Maybe one time somebody got knocked unconscious, but like nobody was ever like in grave danger. And then Zombie Island came along. It's like, yeah, we're gonna kill y'all. Instance of 7th, 21st, 2021, 8th Avenue Station, New York City, New York. Instance of the SB2107 rounded up and collected. A cover story of the machine being out of order was circulated, and the machine was confiscated. Amnestics were administered as necessary. Again, this sounds kind of like you did contain it then, because like I feel like every time I need to like be more lenient, because every time it does not explain that the machine, like that the event does not happen again. I always kind of imagine like, okay, so you contained it. Like in this case, the vending machine, you took it and you didn't say it stopped doing that. Oh no, it did. See, that's what happens. Because I was thinking of Scooby-Doo, I completely forgot it did stop working like that. Okay, good. Forget the last 2 minutes. But that's what I saw when I'm talking about Scooby-Doo. Remember that stuff. 3 empty plastic bottles began rolling up Monty Lau at speed of 2 meters per second. 2 minutes later, they accelerated to a speed of 45 minutes. Once they reached the peak, they followed upwards at a speed of 25 meters per second. So it went from 45 meters per second and then they flowed upwards. Okay, so they went past the peak. 3rd, 12th, 2010, Montalaro, Italy. Amnestics were administered as necessary. CCTV footage showing the beginning of the bottle climb was removed and destroyed. And as a yet unidentified man purchased a bottle of water from a vending machine, upon landing in the dispensing tray, the bottle became a large swarm of yellow jacket wasps, which violently attacked the man. 1 minute and 23 seconds later, the swarm dispersed. 8th, 6th, 2021, Lincoln, NE. Which one is NE? Nevada. Witnesses amnesticized via aerosolized solution, man treated at a local hospital. Hospital staff provided with a cover story. None of the wasps could be located when the foundation arrived at the scene. A woman named Elizabeth Simmons entered an elevator in the convention center late at night and was the only occupant of the elevator at the time. However, a completely different woman answered, saying the name of Jessica Watkins emerged. Okay. I almost had like flashback to that one case of like the one woman in Japan who went in the elevator, looked outside, was scared, and then was found dead in a water tank. Like, that is still to this day like probably one of the freakiest cases of either A, suicide or B, murder. Like we don't know which one it is. At the end, I lean more towards murder because like, well, there's like so many things. Because it was like, wasn't it like locked? When they found the body, it was like in the tank. The tank was locked again, and you can only lock it from the outside. So I assume murder. Holder searched on the cover story of a missing person. No trace of Elizabeth Simmons could be located. Holder staff, and convention attendees were interviewed, and no one remembered anyone named Elizabeth Simmons. Authors interviewed remembered Jessica Watkins after having attended to the convention instead. Thorough investigation revealed no evidence that Jessica Watkins existed before the event. This particular Jessica Watkins, that is. It is a relatively common name, but none of those found to have existed previously matched the woman's description, Agent Thompson. All Foundation personnel viewing their work email accounts from midnight 8 to midnight 9 GMT reported observing the 088 and 0899, gotcha. GMT reported observing the presence of several unusual messages from other Foundation staff, all of whom have denied responsibility. Analysis of security footage damn, there's a dog walking outside. Reveals no obvious discrepancies beyond the reaction of 15 affected personnel, most of whom either contacted technical support or reported a potential coherent hazard and requested immediate amnesticization. 2 personnel violated proper procedures and attempted to record the content of the email to the best of their ability. Though to its perception-based nature, the only extant record to one posted note and its subsequent transcription. Remembered email subsequent confirmed to possess no info hazardous properties include void duty, transfer request, SB2 165 out of the report, and several references to rain such as blue rain memo 004 rainfall increase data. There is no anti-rain cannon, and green rain memo due urgent. Okay, let's look up to 165 because it must be rain related then. Never mind, no. That was irredeemable, yeah. The one that's like, it's like, oh, it's so bad, it's it cannot be forgotten or forgiven. 9th, 28th, 2021, Site 40D, Antarctica. All affected personnel amnesticized. Obtained data is currently undergoing testing for info hazardous and coherent hazardous properties. Email systems are online and no software issues have been detected. Okay, let me see. Yeah, we're getting there. Still a little bit of a way away, but you know. A man appeared with a burst of white light and looked around as if confused. He asked a passerby who was currently the President of the United States and did not appear to like the answer. He then asked who was the King of England. Upon receiving an answer, he produced an item described as a really fancy-looking phone from a pocket, tapped on it briefly, and vanished in a burst of white light. Time traveler? Or dimension traveler? 9th, 30th, 2021, Times Square, New York City, New York. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized work with Foundation sketch artists produced sketches, but so far no one matching the sketch has been identified. Cover story of a publicity stunt for an upcoming science fiction movie has been circulated. I don't know, it reminded me of the one time I watched the sequel season of Steins Gate Season 2 with my friend, and we were just watching it, and of course Ocarina was like, you know, really going through it, and I just asked my friend like, you think he has PTSD? And my friend was like, I wouldn't say it's PTSD. So, and then before he even finished saying, I was just like, time traveling PTSD? And he's like, yes, Afro. That's the one. That's what he has. And I was like, yeah, you can tell. You can see it. You can feel it, man. As if like adding an extra like title to it would make PTSD that much different. PTSD is PTSD. Doesn't matter what happened. All paper documents listing anomalies ranging from SCP-600 to SB-69999 had all of its information expunged and replaced with access denied. Well, I haven't read that yet, so I can't be mad. 10th, 2nd, 2021, Site 65. All affected documents have been replaced with backup documents from another site. All pills located in the city of... Oh yeah, I don't have my headphones on. Well, I was like, why is it quiet? New Mexico suddenly transformed into live pill bugs. Ew. 10th, 3rd, 2021. New Mexico. All citizens were with prescription of any pill medication at any point in time have been anesthetized. All doctors, nurses, and hospital staff have also been anesthetized. Students and faculty performed an entire average school day in reverse. All recordings of the event show any conversation or lecture being in reverse, as well as any physical action. The date of occurrence, 8th, 17th, 2019. Community High School, Florida. All witnesses were administered Class A amnestics. All students and faculty appear not to remember the event. Community High School is to remain under surveillance on the 8th until 8th, 17th, 2025. Note, watching people eat in reverse is unsurprisingly disgusting. I would recommend watching the recordings before eating. Before eating, yeah. 800 people in theater screamed at a frequency of 20,000 hertz, simultaneously causing glass to shatter and interfered with all electrical circuits within a 10-mile radius. God. Damn. 9th, 23rd. Roseville, Iowa. Cause of anomaly never determined. Individuals in the theater exhibited no anomalous properties after the event. Suspects administered Class B amnestics. A man entered a restroom looking distressed and acting as though he was being pursued. After approximately 15 seconds, he dissolved into liquid and flowed down a nearby flow drain, leaving only his clothes behind. 23rd, 12th, 2021. Redacted. Hardware, Cincinnati, Ohio. Witnesses given amnestic treatment, clothing collected for further study. Testing on the liquid absorbed by the clothing revealed it to be water from Lake Superior. Search of the pockets revealed 1.77 in various coins, dollars, one rather faded $2 bill, 6 small shards of obsidian, and a gift card to a clothing store that went out of business in 1996. An unidentified man in the uniform of a delivery worker emerged from a solid wall in the restroom of a 5-star hotel. He was empty-handed and was not visibly carrying anything on his person, but insisted he had a package. For 12 seconds of unintelligible noises, mostly involving the chattering of dolphins and miscellaneous gurgling. When this failed to elicit a response from anyone in the vicinity, he repeated himself 3 times, using the exact same words each time. After no one responded, he shrugged and returned through the wall. 22nd, 2nd, 2022. Miami, Florida. All witnesses interviewed and amnesticized, wall examined, found to be completely solid and non-anomalous. Security camera video erased under the cover story of a malfunction. Recording of the noises made by the man taken for further analysis. Attempts to discover which business he was working for are ongoing, but made difficult by the fact that the only visible writing on his uniform is in an unknown and as yet indecipherable script. Files containing foundation training videos had the concept replaced with much more unprofessional, lower quality videos consisting of individuals who allegedly are employed by the foundation reading of virtual slideshows near verbatim. On average, this quadrupled the duration of each training video. 14th, 3rd, 2022, site 79. Files contained with new versions of the videos load onto site 79 servers from a backup. However, 20 individuals walked out. The training suite orientation was taking place in citing frustration at having to watch a 2-hour-long video on evacuation procedures. The original video was approximately 12 minutes long. All writing implements in a school classroom became unaffected by gravity. The affected items resumed to the original state after 37 minutes and 24 seconds, when as of yet unidentified woman outside the room sneezed. 17th April 2022, redacted, Elementary, Columbus, Ohio. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized. Security footage erased. A dropped cheeseburger disappeared into the floor as if sinking into some form of viscous liquid. An attempt to retrieve the cheeseburger was made. The floor was discovered to have resumed normal solidity, making recovery impossible. 5th May 2022, an In-N-Out burger location in Los Angeles, California. Witnesses amnesticized, security footage erased. Colony staff of the Mercure Hotel began to capture surrounding instances of ratus, black rat, present around their kitchen, dissected their bodies, and incorporated their corpses and organs in various dishes. Customers were naturally horrified when presented with the aforementioned food, while waiters and all other employees were confused to their reaction. Staff eventually regained sanity 2 hours later. 29th Jan 1987. Mercure Hotel, Lyon, France. Escaping customers tracked and amnesticized staff interviewed and tested for cognitive and mental disturbances. Test results were negative and all employees were amnesticized, dishes confiscated and incinerated. Establishment was monitored for 3 years for further anomalous reported. Man, it literally is not that, like looking at the sidebar, it does not move that much whenever I scroll down. It's crazy. A telephone and painting began to ring with a sound appropriate to the style of the painted telephone. When the night watchman answered, the female voice asked for Tiffany, which happened to be the name of his daughter. When informed that Tiffany wasn't available, the caller announced that she would call back and later and hung up. 22nd May 2022. Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York City, New York, USA. Since this occurred late at night, very little action was required. The night watchman was interviewed and seemed to find nothing unusual about having a conversation over a telephone and a painting. Witness was amnesticized following interview and placed on the foundation surveillance in the event of further anomalous activity. A plate of spaghetti noodles became inanimate and attempted to strangle a diner. Witnesses described the animate spaghetti as absolutely furious, but were unable to articulate what gave them this impression. Despite its best effort, the spaghetti was unable to do any damage and became inanimate again shortly afterwards. I mean, yeah, it was just pop. Just break. A plate of spaghetti is already read. 16th June 2020. There we go. An Italian restaurant in Fresno, California. Review of security video revealed an unidentified man wearing a stereotypical chef outfit in the kitchen, dousing the spaghetti with an as of yet unknown substance. When interviewed, several members of the kitchen staff were able to recall seeing him, but were unable to identify either him or the substance. The spaghetti, the tablecloth at the table where the event occurred, and the would-be victims' shirt were collected for testing in hopes of identifying the substance. Yeah, good luck with that. The heads of all psionic, empathic, and emotional kinetic and humanoid anomalies within a 50-kilometer radius of Columbus, Ohio, USA, simultaneously detonated. Oh shit. As of writing, the total death count is an additional being treated for intense headaches and neurological damage. Investigation into the cause of this is ongoing. May 2nd, 2014, Columbus, Ohio, USA. An investigation of Columbus, Ohio has been launched, examining events that occurred prior to and immediately following the incident, determining potential anomalous activity within the region and interrogating all citizens of the town. To the scale of the incident, large-scale premeditated murder via anomalous means is currently believed to be the most likely cause. Update 9th May 2014. It was discovered that at 1720 hours, one John Zimmerman returned to their home after 10 hours of work at a nearby corporation office building. Zimmerman described the workday as having been extremely rough. Once home, Zimmerman proceeded to drop an entire plate of spaghetti on his shoes and subsequently stopped his toe during the cleanup. It was determined that Zimmerman stopping his toe coincided exactly with the deaths of the anomalous individuals. Zimmerman is also noted to have had a history of anger management issues. Zimmerman has been amnesticized and enrolled within anger management courses by the foundation via Front Company. I know I'm doing this often because like I'm legitimately just like trying to see, like calculate how long this will take. There's just so much. There's just so much. And there's a whole new other volume I have to read. A human corpse was observed to fall out of the sky. Corpse's appearance is an exact match with the person of interest Dan Cooper or D.B. Cooper, a plane hijacker who jumped from a Boeing 720... Whoa, sorry. 727 on November 24th, 1971, carrying stolen money and disappeared. Cause of death has been determined as dehydration. 13th, 8th, 2022, Tina Beach Bar, Washington, USA, corpse placed into a biological storage, witnesses amnesticized. A drinking fountain dispensed mustard when activated for 7 minutes and 38 seconds, after which it resumed normal operation. 12th, 8th, 2022, Redacted Middle School, Rochester, New York. All witnesses were amnesticized. The fountain and attached plumbing were investigated and found to be non-anomalous. Investigation of security footage revealed that the only camera with a view of the drinking fountain had suffered from some sort of error 10 minutes prior to the event, rendering it temporarily non-functional. Other security videos show nothing of interest at the time of the event. The school has been placed under foundation surveillance. Possible CK class restructuring scenario has resulted in a total existential erasure of the Sultanate of Mataram, a constitutional monarchy located in the island of Java, Southeast Asia. In its place is the special region of Yogyakarta, an autonomous province part of the Republic of Indonesia, while the rest of its former territories become the provinces of Central Java and East Java. 16th 12th 2021, date of discovery, actual event, date unknown. Indonesia, one of the major discrepancies noted during an annual deep well catalog audit, all Foundation personnel, assets, and contained objects related to the country have been retroactively subsumed into the Indonesian branch. Discovery of the events that by general public or otherwise have been deemed improbable due to the thoroughness of the change, resulting in the total lack of evidence besides the deep well documents containment deemed unnecessary. At around 1:25 a.m. local time, 36 motorists resting in a gas station were awakened and fell into paralysis until 6 a.m. Eyewitnesses' accounts reported a featherless, avian-like entity breaking into the victims' vehicles in succession. The entity enucleated all 36 subjects before escaping into the forest at the conclusion of the event. 29th 8th 1991, Trans-Sumatra Road, Indonesia. All subjects are enormously resistant to amnestics and are all brought into standard human containment. Cover story with a fatal mass carbon monoxide poisoning followed by a gas station explosion. The disseminated entity is still uncontained. Residents of a small town were blocked at local railroad crossing at around 3:20 p.m. local time, lasting approximately 50 minutes to an hour. Lights were seen down the track and a horn was heard, but no train ever arrived to cross. 12. Colorado. All drivers at the location at the time of the event were administered amnestics and crossing barriers were reset. Count of trains running through the area was reduced by 1 to prevent any possible data inaccuracies brought by the false train. All Red River hogs, Potatomochorus, porcus, and depictions of therefore were replaced with similar specimens and Potamo, of course, not potato. Similar specimens and depictions of an unknown species of hippopotamus called squonks, or real sad boy hours. Real sad boy hours for 38 minutes before reverting back. Squonks engaged solely in loud weeping during this time period, and all tears disappeared following this event. 11th 13th 2022, Philadelphia Zoo, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. As this occurred after closing, only staff observed the event, all of whom were amnesticized after questioning. Security footage has been confiscated. During classes, a brick wall separating two classrooms vertically rotated along its longest horizontal axis over the span of 14 minutes. During this time, the wall was fully intangible. Items overlapping with the wall's spatial position upon its regaining tangibility were spontaneously teleported to the nearest available space. 11th 14th 2022. School Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. School children and staff were amnesticized. All footage of the event taken on 6 cellular phones, 2 digital cameras, and 1 portable film camera was seized. No persisting spatial anomalies have been found with the wall or ejected items. During the course of a highly classified espionage mission, plainclothes agent D was approached by an individual who repeatedly and loudly introduced himself as D. What? The supposedly future child of Agent D. The individual proceeded to make a variety of crass, unlikely, and occasionally contradictory claims of future events, only 5.891% of which will occur before violently kicking Agent D squash with a steel-toed boot. Upon D collapsing to the ground, the attacker spat on the agent, started becoming translucent while saying, fuck you Thailand, and fuck you kids. Sunday morning, December 14th, 2053, mom cries. Redacted, pays for your funeral services. The individual then disappeared. Did he just erase himself from his by kicking the balls? Sunday morning, December. Mom cries. Okay. But you killed yourself. So you make mom cry again, didn't you? 11th, 14th, 2022 with Dr. Afghanistan. Agent D sustained only minor injuries from his assault and is expected to make a full recovery. Saliva from his shirt has been analyzed and found to bear no close genetic match to D or any high-ranking Foundation staff, as D won't die until 2060. His attack is assumed to have been sent by a hostile group of interest with false information to waste temporal department or prognostication department's resources, and D has been informed of this falsehood. Wow. That is some next level. Like going back in time, or pretending. I'm not sure if it goes back in time or it's pretending to go back in time to make you like, oh, I'm your son, and really like emotionally just put him on edge. At the end of final day of business before being shut down, all 8 mannequins in the store animated and ran towards the front display windows before turning to face the remaining staff and patrons. The mannequins then linked hands and bowed synchronously before de-animating in position normally impossible for their frames. Oh, they worked hard. 22nd, 11th, 2022. A clothing store in Michoacan, Mexico. Class A amnestics were dispensed to all staff and patrons, and all relevant security footage was seized. The involved mannequins have been contained but have not yet displayed any anomalous properties. D466622 had a dream in which in which she interacted with several one-armed, one-legged, vaguely humanoid entities that referred to themselves as GOPs, and was offered a finite supply of free shoes in exchange for her firstborn son. D466622 agreed to these terms and immediately awoke under a pile of 73 left-foot Nike shoes of varying size, models, and conditions. All dormitory cameras in view of D466622 show the spontaneous appearance of these shoes between the frames 02648.317 and 02648.333, with minor air disturbances expected from a Type 3 translocational mid-air displacement. Why did it say Z interacted and here firstborn? Like, why did it write it like that? 5th, 12th, 2022, D-Class Dormitory, BSL 401 Bunk Z40. Testing showed all shoes to be non-anomalous due to the lack of matching right shoes and the resulting redundancy. All instances were incinerated. D466622 is sterile and so is expected to experience no further interaction with so-called GOPs. Standard covert formal D-Class monitoring procedure will be conducted until 5 years after D466622's termination of employment. 8 individuals with no known similarities experienced grand mal seizures lasting exactly 128 seconds. Upon recovery, all 8 reported having experienced roughly 2 minutes of the last of random Tanzanian individuals across time periods ranging from 1875 to 2012. Experiences include traveling along the Ruvuma River, celebrating a friend's birthday, entering a refreshing cool grocery store, give birth, finishing and beginning to mail a letter to a long uncontacted friend, confessing to an undiscovered crime, purchasing a new vehicle, and tending to an unknown child's wound. 8th, 12th, 2022. National Museum of Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. As all witnesses amnesticized and footage seized, the 8 individuals who directly experienced the event were amnesticized and released following extensive interviews and documentation of the experiences. Not experiments. Oh my god. As of 2023, 4 of the 8 memories have been confirmed to be mostly, if not entirely accurate via testimony from those who originally experienced the memory of or various documentations. For 26 seconds, why is this highlighted? That's some noise. For 26 seconds, all deaf and hearing impaired individuals in Belo Monte felt an intense sense of paranoia and a feeling of though someone to the northeast was watching them. 8th, 12th, 2022, Belo Monte, Sao Tome and Principe. All witnesses amnesticized, relevant aspect data analyzed with inconclusive results. Agents with mild unilateral hearing loss embedded into population in case of future events. A falling bowling ball etched to a rope as a part of a physics lesson failed to lose any energy until class ended 16 minutes later, thus damaged the ceiling and giving one student in its direct path minor injuries. 13th 12/2022, East Lyme High School, East Lyme, Connecticut, USA. Roof repaired an incident misrepresented as a prank. An unidentified man was crushed by a fallen piano from an unknown origin. Witnesses claim that the individuals crawled out from beneath the wreckage, proclaiming, "Man, this week can't get any worse." When said individual tried to leave, a second piano fell on him. No remains were found. 4th 11th 2021, outside of Church, Indiana. All witnesses amnesticized. The breeze were found to have no anomalous properties and was incinerated area under the surveillance for future anomalous events. All organisms in the kingdom, fungi, kingdom, fungi simultaneously ceased the process of decomposition for exactly 15 seconds before resuming their natural processes. 2021, Earth. All civilian scientists known to have detected this event were administered Class G amnestics. All Sharpie brand with permanent marker are replaced with nearly identical Super Scribble brand permanent marker within 24 hours of being brought into an SCP Foundation facility or territory owned by the SCP Foundation. This process occurs through anomalous means. Ongoing sense. All Foundation facilities, no action is deemed necessary. The following logs are believed to be linked to phenomenon access logs. Yes, please. As if it wasn't long enough already. A masculine human voice can be heard calling for help in English, French, Russian, and with a span of 2 minutes. Side, level, main hallway. All personnel who claim to have heard the voice have been amnesticized. No further actions deemed necessary. Researcher trips over what he describes as an invisible human body. He tried lifting it, but says that the body wasn't there when he tried to touch it again. Site, level, unit, hallway. Taking researcher has been amnesticized. No further actions deemed necessary. The lifeless body of a man of undetermined ethnicity wearing a beige-colored trench coat, a beige-colored fedora, and is seen floating in the center of the hallway. All attempts to physically interact with it fail. Use of an NPDN, non-physical displacement nullifier, had no effect. The apparition disappeared after 6 hours, and it's all the same with the date and site and all stuff like that. Hallway quarantine during duration of event. All personnel who may have seen the apparition have been amnesticized. No further actions deemed necessary. And then 2 security personnel are found deceased with severe physical trauma. Personnel replaced. All individuals who interacted with the deceased have been amnesticized. No further actions is deemed necessary. And then we have here a woman attempted to jump to her death from the roof of manufacturing plant. She fell upwards into the upper atmosphere where she died due to the lack of oxygen and exposure to cold. Would that be better than having your body splat open? I guess having your body splat open is faster than flying all the way up and then like... I guess. First, 22nd, 2022. People's Republic of China. Corpse recovered. All witnesses. You recovered the corpse. How? The Chaos Insurgency. Okay, we should be extremely close now, right? Maybe like 3 to 4 more scrolling. The Chaos Insurgency March is broadcast on a loop from all speakers and sound systems, electric and analog, within Site 17 for roughly 24 hours straight before ending, with no apparent cause. Many personnel become irritable and employee morale is notably diminished as a result. First 20th 2022, Site 17, High Broadcast and Reception Security Institute at Site 17. Locations of anomalous objects stored in storage Site 82 were spontaneously scrambled, resulting in increased difficulty in locating specific objects. 2nd 2023, Storage Site 82. Deployment of multiple Scranton reality anchors and increased surveillance. 3 lampposts were replaced with Windows 10 error messages saying lamppost.stl not found. They subsequently disappeared 3 minutes later. Boston, Massachusetts, USA. All witnesses issued a Class A amnestics. Lampposts were replaced. A male subway passenger, age 38, after exiting a train car, suddenly went pale, succumbed to a fit of coughing in which his eyes and nose began bleeding, and collapsed onto the ground in a seizure before dying at a time of 3:15 p.m. February 8th. Autopsy revealed the man to be infected with every known pathogen and infectious disease, as well as several which had yet to be discovered at the time of the event, and several which have still not been identified to this day. God damn, he got everything. Everything. 2nd, 8th, 145th Street Subway Station, New York City, New York. Cover story of a severe allergic reaction produced in disseminated area quarantine until all bodily contaminants could be cleaned. Body recovered and preserved for ongoing pathological study. It really just raises the question, how did he get there? Dr. Blackstone, you mean like how did he just... What do you mean how did he get there? Like how did he get to the point where he got every single disease, or how did he get to the... He took the subway, my guy. At 11:17 p.m., the sound of a foghorn was heard from an empty room of an art museum. Investigation by the night watchman revealed the sound to have emanated from a display with a maritime theme, including paintings of the sea and various ocean vessels. The watchman also claimed to hear bells ringing and people talking in a language he was unable to identify. When he called out asking for if anyone was there, all sounds abruptly ceased. Oh. That's creepy. 31st, 2023, Denver. Is that Colorado? Is that Connecticut? Which one is that? I guess Connecticut is CN, so it must be Colorado, right? Yeah. As the only witness was a night watchman, very little follow-up was required. The watchman was amnesticized and surveillance camera video was erased. The museum placed on the foundation surveillance in case of further anomalous activity. So close, come on. Edward Jacobson again. Edward, age 29. We had Edward Jacobs and Edward Jacobson so many times now. Age 29, emerged from a restroom in a subway station, claiming to have only been in the restroom for 10 minutes. His cell phone clock function corroborates this claim. However, he had actually been in the room for nearly 37 hours, and his disappearance had been reported to police. Wait a minute. Is this the same Edward Jacobson that went in the bathroom and then Mr. Wong popped out of? 2nd, 13th, 2023, New York City, New York. A cover story of the sudden illness which confirmed Jacobson to his bed during the time of the event was produced and disseminated. Subway staff were interviewed, but as no one seemed to have been aware of anything out of the ordinary involving Mr. Jacobson, amnestic treatment was deemed unnecessary. The restroom where the event occurred had been closed under the cover of requiring renovation due to the structural damage and placed under the foundation investigation. Jacobson has been placed under foundation surveillance in case of further anomalous activity. Case like this gave me a headache. Sure hope we don't find he was messing with Chronotech or some other nonsense he shouldn't have been. Asian Horizon. There's no evidence that Mr. Jacobson was involved in anything anomalous. But wait a minute. Wait a minute, guys. But look at this guy. See? Oh, that's Jacobs. Never mind. Okay, never mind then. I am wrong. It just happens to be exactly in a similar situation, I guess. A bathroom. A young woman visited her doctor complaining of itching and burning sensation in the vicinity of her left shoulder blade. Examination of the area. Well, all you gotta need is nonamine from JJK to do this, and it will be gone. Examination of the area revealed a tattoo of several lines of an unidentified script resembling stylized pictograms of deep sea creatures, including several that seems to depict creatures unknown to sciences. The young woman has no memory of acquiring such a tattoo, and no tattoo parlors within 15 miles of her residence has any record of such design. March 3rd, 2023, Cincinnati, Ohio. Photos of the tattoo were taken as evidence, and responding agents were authorized to use anomalous means to remove it. The woman and her doctor were interviewed and amnesticized. The script is currently being studied by Foundation wrists in hopes of identifying and potentially translating it. A man was reported holding a cross and pointing it at a woman, screaming multiple prayers of exorcism in Latin. Upon saying the word Amen, the woman spontaneously combusted, and nimbostratus clouds began to appear over the town, completely blocking out the sun and causing it to rain blood for 24 hours. The blood has not been identified and demanifested after the cessation of the event, and the man has not been located or identified since. It's either Dean or Sam Winchester, to be honest. Date of occurrence, 3rd, 7th, 2023. Texas. The town was amnesticized and videos taken during the event were removed from all media. The town has been placed under surveillance for further anomalous activity. One sus domesticus slowly transformed into a Megaptera novangile over the course of 14 minutes, even after its death 6 minutes into the crushing of its organs under its own weight. Domesticated pig into a humpback whale. Similar transformations simultaneously occurred with kilograms of pork sauce from the same farm. Okay. 23rd, 3rd, 27, Missouri, USA. All whale products removed and transferred to Site 25 for analysis. Amnestics distributed to witnesses. A non-anomalous specimen of Equus ferus capillus manifested behind a child at the birthday party. A domesticated horse. The aforementioned horse was only noticed by the other people as the child turned around and saw it, and several individuals promptly called emergency services, alerting the Foundation to its presence. I mean, maybe they asked for a pony, who knows. 12th, 3rd, 2023, United Kingdom. All witnesses were interviewed and anesthetized. The specimen was put into a nearby ranch under the pretense that as a park ranger, the group had captured a wild horse, POY, who had made a birthday wish, was put under watch for any future developments. Before we amnesthetized the group, the birthday girl came up to me and thanked me for that pony. Guess wishes do come true after all. F.A. Thompson. Cut that sappy shit, Thompson. Get back to work. I better not see any more notes from you until we get this mess in Vancouver cleaned up. Senior researcher me. I'm a dog. You better shut the fuck up. We don't need jokes. You have time for jokes. A farmer called the police to report a large and sudden appearance of light when embedded Foundation agents responded to the call and found a 5-year-old girl was found in the middle of a field, surrounded by a group of bright lights. When questioned, the girl said, "The angel saved me." It appears that she was physically incapable of reporting any other information. Regarding the situation, the angels manifested shortly after, leaving a note behind. So far, the note that has yet to be deciphered, but one of the agents who read it were able to understand it fully, and brought the girl to the wife, who has been able to raise the child. 11th, 9th, 2022, Oklahoma. The farm was amnesticized and the girl was allowed to live with Agent I. Wife. The family was offered financial support, now to be monitored 24/7 with potential data from external sources. Approximately redacted. Unidentified corpses were found floating in a circular formation in Lake Redacted, Central Java, Indonesia, before the Foundation were able to mount any response. A GOC Indonesian Joint Task Force bombarded the site with heavy artillery, multiple airstrikes, several Icon weapons, and an orbital kinetic strike for the duration of 3 days. Is that really necessary? 7th, 6th, 2007, redacted. Indonesia, in cooperation with GOC, mass amnestization and disinformation campaign was conducted after the event. Subsequent testing found no other anomalous event or item in the area. All members of Site 19 gained temporary noospheric focus for the period of approximately 777,777 microseconds. On the 7th, 2017, Site 19 redacted. This event was not noticed until a scan by Foundation non-spheric fluctuation detectors showed a massive surge in thought-based focus at Site 19. This event is currently under investigation. Intercontinental ballistic missile test resulted in the launch of a single firework which flew out of the silo and exploded in the colors GOY 5869, Gamers Against Weed. Original missile presumed stolen, location unknown. 4th, 18th, 2023. Missile Silo, Piacto Mountain, Democratic Republic of Korea. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Witnesses have necessized have been scrubbed from records. Investigation ongoing. Okay, now we should be really... Yeah. Okay, we're in the last 5, 6, whatever. Sorry. Whilst being escorted to his quarters, D5A12S0 suddenly vocalized, "I'm just not sure it's worth it anymore," before spontaneously combusting. D5A10 was reported to seemingly be unaffected by the fire, to have maintained eye contact with all witnesses simultaneously before expiring due to smoke inhalation. Fire continued until remains were reduced to ashes. 4th, 19th, 2023. Site 322, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States of America. Remains properly disposed of. No further actions deemed necessary. For 10 hours and 28 seconds, the town of Zurich... Wait, Indiana? What the fuck? USA? No, ain't no way. Became a legal canton of the Swiss Confederation, Switzerland. Inhabitants manifested a Swiss pat. Wait a minute. There ain't no way you guys have a Zurich. You did not. Ain't no way. Okay, good. I was about to say. Became a legal canton of the Swiss Confederation, Switzerland. Inhabitants. So it looks like my city got relocated to Indiana, became a legal canton of the Swiss Confederation, Switzerland. Inhabitants manifested Swiss passports, reportedly spoke English and Romansh. That's not what we speak here to begin with. We speak Swiss German here. An Indiana National Guard armory was replaced with a Swiss Army depot, protected by a force of Swiss soldiers equipped with Swiss vehicles. A small border checkpoint welcomed our American friends and neighbors. Foundation monitors reported the anomaly whilst observing a local Indiana television broadcast interviewing residents of our shared border with Switzerland. Upon cessation of event, all anomalies returned to normal, with no apparent memory of the event in Zurich, Indiana. Notably, however, population of the town had increased by approximately 2.5%. All individuals so manifest were non-anomalous but claimed to be of Swiss ancestry. The event was never marked upon, no report elsewhere in the United States, and the Foundation has found no evidence of Swiss awareness of the event, at least none after cessation of anomaly. Switzerland County, Indiana, United States. Inhabitants of Zurich, Indiana issued amnestic news programs reframed as a festive holiday prank by locals of Swiss descent. Population records have been appropriately amended using the cover of an error in a birth certificate database. So now I'm confused. Is there an actual Zurich in Indiana or not? Is there a Zurich in the US? There's one in Kansas, apparently. Zurich is a city in Rooks County, Kansas, United States. The ownership of the city was 89. That's very tiny. How many places are named Zurich? There we go. So we have one in Kansas, we have one in Montana, we have one in New York. Apparently one down here. What? And which one was the one up here? Netherlands? What the fuck are you doing with my... What are you doing, huh? Zurich, what the hell, brother? Okay, interesting. The irises of all 6 workers at Bar and Grill briefly turned bright green as they stated in an undetermined accent. The green door holds regardless of the storm outside. Affected individuals subsequently forgot this event. 2023, 5th, 26, Montana, USA. Witnesses amnesticized, relevant footage seized. Investigation found traces of seawater under the floor and in all pipes, the origin of which is unclear. The important status and location of the green door remain unknown. Okay. All visible brains turned a vibrant blue for visible brains. 289 seconds with no other effects. What do you mean visible brains? Like in a jaw? Like what? Or like just our brains and just like 2023, 5th, 26. Irkutsk, Russia. 5 surgeons, 25 school children, 3 teachers, and 9 members of GOI. Amnesticized, relevant footage seized, and tumor removed from resident. His brain during this period, which has retained its coloration, has been contained as AO10409. That's 2. Whew, okay, of volume 1. Oh my god. Meteor of unknown mass transformed into 3,000 kilograms of multicolored glitter while descending through Earth's atmosphere. That's actually kind of cool, but also at the same time, that's a lot of glitter. That shit's gonna go everywhere. 2023, 5th, 26th. Over much of the southern half of the Lake Kivu and the surrounding area, Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. Relevant meteor tracking footage seized and replaced. Fake meteorite replaced appropriately. Cover story 095Z. Illegal waste dumping enforced and actions are underway by local authorities to remove remaining glitter. Kilograms of glitter have been obtained from the scene and show no anomalous properties. Okay, and now last one. Upon leaving this place of work for the day, a man made motions that suggested he was grasping and turning a door handle. A seemingly ordinary wooden door manifested in empty air, which he opened and walked past as though entering a room. Upon passing the door, he disappeared, as did the door when he pulled it closed. He was later found at his home, having apparently entered through the front door. 2023, 5th, 29th, Cincinnati, Ohio. Security footage seized and replaced. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized. Curiously, no one present seems to find this unusual, as we read multiple times. It was generally agreed that he has done this before, but no one was able to specify when or how often it had happened in the past. The man has been placed on the foundation observation. Woo, boy! Log of Extranormal Event, Volume 1 done. Volume 2 is a little bit shorter, but not by much. Not by much. I'm just gonna say right now, I'm not sure if I'm gonna make Volume 2 and 1 into one whole video, or if I'm going to make them individual videos yet. So, in case I'm making individual videos, thank you so much for watching. And in case not, most likely we'll cut right here to the next thing, and you guys can just continue watching on. Wake up in the morning and step outside and take a deep breath and get real high. And I dream off the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Feels good sometimes, doesn't it? Time to read volume 2. It's gonna take me some bits and pieces. It's gonna take me some time. But I'll suffer for my people. Which are people who like SCP stuff, so. Alright. Forward. Log of Extranormal Events, Volume 2. Forward. This page is to document anomalous events that have attracted the Foundation's interest, but occurred too briefly for the Foundation to secure or contain. I mean, we read that from last time. And then there's the second volume log, and there's the first one, blah, 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 blah. So, let's get to it. No, please add new entries to the bottom of the list, not the middle or the top. And in description, several students abruptly stopped talking and began chanting in an unknown language. After 37 seconds of this, they resumed their conversation as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. When the chanting was brought up by those unaffected, the students seemed confused and unaware of the event. Did they say the same thing as in the last volume, that weird, like, speech thing that happened twice? Mind you, twice, Foundation. Twice, okay? You should probably pay attention to that one a little bit more, because it happened twice. Okay. 2023, 5th, 31st. Brigham Young University, Provo, Utah, USA. Security footage seized and replaced. Witness interviewed. Cover story of a publicity stunt for an upcoming horror movie. Disseminated location placed on the Foundation's minutes. Okay, it's not the same phrase as always. That's good to know. All golden retrievers within a 35-kilometer radius. Now, you better be careful. If the next sentence is going to be something horrific. Guys, don't look at the sentence. Don't look at it. If the next sentence is going to be something horrific, I'm going to lose it. Okay? Okay? Sorry, that's the Dr. Pepper in me. The Dr. AfroFluff Pepper. Radius turned to face downwards and to the right instead in the same female voice. No one will ever believe you. Before resuming normal activity. Okay, to be fair, that's not horrific to the retriever. The retriever are fine. I would shit my pants. 2023. 6 first regions of Montana, USA, and Alberta and Saskatchewan, Canada. Disguised as a publicity stunt and all witnesses amnesticized. Event description. Upon reaching reception of hospital... Here's now business. I forgot something for myself. There we go. An unidentified woman who gave her name as Gura dislocated her... Wait. I actually have it right here. Dislocated her jaw and enlarged her mouth and throat before vomiting a child of indeterminate age and gender and stating, "Hell, this thing! Calm down with the real bad kids of humanity." When questioned by confused staff, the woman and child revealed their tongues, which were forked and normal, respectively. After silently viewing the distress among staff and other visitors for several seconds, the woman swallowed her child and then herself in a manner reported to resemble a tape measure, shooting back into itself. Like this. I mean, no, I can't help you if you gonna eat it. I almost clicked on this one. I almost did. It's a little bit silent. I need to actually increase the volume for that. Upon reaching the reception of... I already did that. I already read that. Pardon me. 2023, 6 Hospital, Leicester, England, UK. Witnesses amnesticized and relevant for the deceased, a given designation of POY 20003. Okay. All Foundation personnel became unable to add any new information to the Foundation database of Extranormal events. No! Upon attempting to do so, personnel would experience retrocausal elimination, wholly and solely affecting the addition of information. At a level 2 researcher, Stuart Clemens attempted this 66 times as personal experimentation. The word Wikidot was very cautiously burned into his computer screen. At some point during its creation. Despite this, no paradoxes have resulted from this inability to see crucial information in a local pastor. The local pastor. I added the local past after it became a pastor as this event occurred. 2023 66 worldwide. New database created and original database locked. Clemens has been issued a new computer which has maintained a normal causal chain and relatively undamaged screen. Yeah, so I looked up there before when it said Wikidot because that's what we have. Interestingly enough. Oh, okay, looking at how far that actually scroll down, this might not be a 4-hour read. Maybe. Event description. 34 ectomorphic entities spontaneously manifested within the location's main library and immediately... Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to send this little request to here. What should... give me ideas for the extra normal event. Got the basic image in mind, but wanna see what you guys come up with. There we go. Alright, let's continue. 34 ectomorphic entities spontaneously manifested within the location's main library and immediately began wrestling with one another. The ectomorphs resembled humans wearing judogi attire, well, let's look up what that actually looks like, and were recorded performing various judo techniques, albeit with much more greater violence than what is acceptable on standard judo combat. So it must be like, it does say judo. Okay, so the gi, judo gi, gotcha. But it's just to make everybody aware, that's how it looks like. Very similar to just typical like martial arts wear that we used to wear as kids when we learned anything martial arts related. The battle continued for 4 hours and caused extreme destruction for surrounding furniture, including the deterioration of 273 books by ectoplasm. The entities dematerialized after a civilian janitor witnessed the event. Date of occurrence, 20th June 2021, 1:30 a.m. till 5:27 a.m. KST. Yongin University, Yongin, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. Majority of cleaning and disinformation procedures conducted by the National Paranormal Emergency Service (NPS) or NPS, NPS, prior to Foundation response. Witness amnesticized and related surveillance camera footage confiscated when contacted by the Depth of External Events. The Midnight Club UOY 07KO denied any involvement. Further investigations on hiatus. This page doesn't exist yet. Well, I guess. Okay. Good to know. Sorry. Sorry for barging into a page that doesn't exist. And in the description, the force of gravity reversed direction for 30 seconds on a hiking trail, resulting in the deaths of 4 humans and a pet dog. Aw, man. After the event cessation, the road sign for the trail had changed to Cognito Hazard Expunged. Scenic Underlook, Cognito Hazard Expunged. App City Wilderness. 5th, 10th, 2023, 7:32 till 7:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Robert Frost Hiking Trail, Montague, Massachusetts, USA. Road sign replaced and trail closed for 1 week under the guise of routine maintenance. Deaths covered up as falling from overlook. Event description. Is that supposed to be... Oh, okay. For 1.4 URUS, all writing implements, keyboards, and text-to-speech devices went by the Fudadin became unable to read, type, transcribe the letter. Additionally, when writing about the event, it is impossible to use the letter. So it must be O, the letter, the vowel O. 12:30 till 14. You know what, guys? Here's your solution. Use 0 to replace the O. 8th, 12, 2008 of Fondintin Propetis. Yeah, it's impossible to use the letter. Ne necessary due to no ne Fundatin piston being explicit the event. Kind of fun to say, actually. During bi-weekly fire suppression department upper staff meeting, Dr. Martha Koenig, which, by the way, I'm going to show you on here, up here. If you write it like that, so Koenig, that's German for king. And this is another way to write the O, the sound, you know? It's by having the O and E, in German at least. Because that's like, yeah, that's the closest to get the sound. Or at least represent that you're trying to say Spontaneously exploded, goddamn. I'm over here giving a language lesson, and then in the meantime, Dr. Martha Koenig fucking... 2023, 3rd, 5th, time 11 to 50. Meeting room C2 site. Meeting room unavailable for 2 days. Staff present given 25% discount for on-site laundry service. Remains of Dr. Koenig returned to relatives undercover story Sinclair. Industrial meat processing accident. I guess that's one way to do it, yeah. For 2 hours at the location of a bottling plant belonging to GOY, the Cola Company, the color red ceased to exist inside the plant. Employees present at the facility report that they felt calm and relaxed for the duration of the event. After 2 hours had passed, employees report that the color red returned by that it was somehow more red than before. When this occurred, employees report having become irritable and several became violent as a result, with one going so far as to stab another with its concealed knife over a perceived slight. 5 people were injured as a result of this occurrence. One employee, a Mr. Smith, fled the scene and claims to have seen men in beige trench coats outside the bottling plant. Date of occurrence, 10th, 14th, 2000. Cola Bottling Company, New Hampshire. MDF, is that supposed to be, it's supposed to be like, Greek letters, right? So I think it's just called C13, maybe. I'm not sure. Actually, let me give in Greek alphabet and see what pops up. Yeah. Pronunciation is Xi, okay. Okay, so Xi, yeah, it's the 14th letter of the alphabet. I was need to start learning the Greek alphabet just for the sake of, like, you know, because I'm such a myth nut, and Greek mythology was like the first thing. It's probably like the majority of Europe's. I say that it is Scandinavia, with like the Norse, and of course at the end there's also the Celtic. But I feel like a lot of children in Europe get exposed to the Greek mythology majority as a lot more than, I'm not sure how to say this sentence, but like, I feel like just European kids are getting exposed to Greek mythology the most. Again, Norse and Celtic mythology are there, and I'm pretty sure in their region that's what they get exposed to as well the most. But I also feel like just because like a lot of things around us in fiction is back then was highly influenced by Greek mythology. I could be wrong. I gladly would have anybody tell me, like, actually, if you look at the numbers here, Norse actually was higher, but because, you know, it was specifically in their country, and so on and so forth. You know, again, if anybody wants to prove me wrong, I'm happy to learn about that, because again, big myth nut. And what I want to say with that is, if the Greek mythology would lead me to learning a little bit of Greek, why not? Learning a language is always good. Use non-lethal. Arrived at the scene 1 hour after the red coloration returned, and after assembling the situation to be of low security, used non-lethal riot control weapons to subdue the hostile employees. After all threats were neutralized, the facility was evacuated and all employees were amnesticized. MTF 7 Home Improvement would later demolish the building and contain any affected pieces. Rival, GOI, Co Inc., GOI, claims no involvement in the event, instead suggesting that it was perpetrated by a group that referred to as, which is not present in the Foundation files. Further investigation is ongoing. Pardon me, I need to actually quickly answer something. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's scroll down. It won't take 4 hours, but probably still like 2.5 hours of reading. Okay, I need to focus. It was discovered that all 303 staff that had been initially assigned to the newly constructed Site 27 had a nickname Reggie. Through interrogation of the administrative staff, members responsible for the assignment of personnel to facilities, it had been determined that this event was not international. One wasn't sure of the name Reginald or Regina. Gotcha. Furthermore, it was discovered that several other facilities, including Area 092, Outpost 19-97, and Site 454, also had abnormal large numbers of staff with similar names. The current hypothesis is that an extranormal mimetic pattern had affected the staff in question. As of 6/25/2023, it has been confirmed that no administrative staff are currently suffering from any mimetic effect at the present moment, meaning that such an effect was temporary. Initial date unknown. Event discovered 6/23/2023. Containment Site 27. Follow-up action taken none required. Okay. One Python bivitatus turned bright red coloration, ceased all movement before disappearing from view, becoming intangible and traveling upwards at smaller than, is that supposed to be like smaller than, no, greater than, yeah, sorry, greater than 0.90 C as verified by Foundation probes in the Oort cloud. Burmese Python. Let's just give it a, everybody who doesn't like snakes, look away for 10 seconds. Oh, like the typical python you see. Okay, gotcha. Okay, snakes is gone. The python location is unknown at this time and likely unknowable. 2023, 7/10, San Diego City Zoo, San Diego, California, USA. Witnesses amnesticized and relevant footage seized. Replacement python given. Substitution yet unnoticed. All individuals within Manhattan possessing a Fussono spontaneously vocalized their Fussono's name. During the subsequent investigation and cleanup of this event, all assigned personnel not currently audible to civilians yelled, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry for this, and I swear this was only meant to be a small thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't come after me. Please. This should help me deal with my mess, I hope. I'm shutting up now. Bye." Approximately 6 minutes later, all witnesses to this event, including Foundation personnel, vocalized and amnesticizing a memetic phrase and resumed normal activities. 2023, 7/10, Manhattan, New York, USA. Relevant footage seized. Final amnesticization conducted. Location of the responsible entity designated POY 38779 has been deemed a high priority. Okay, let me just do this. Event description: statue of General, a controversial general of the Confederate Army in the American Civil War, spontaneously animated. A transcript of the event has been left below. 1924, City Park, in a teenage male voice. After 10,000 years, I'm free at last. Leaves his pedestal and begins to dance, a dance called the Gritty. Hey, yellow light lily livered poopheads, I am. And I'm stupid and a horrible person who owned slaves. You all are even stupider than me for actually worship me like what I did. Straightened his body and began speaking in an adult male voice. Actually, I was a fine role model for both then and now. I was both able to command a strong army on the battlefield and a loving family at home. I merely fought off modern northern oppression to protect our glorious heritage and life. Voice 1. Bullshit. Bullshitty shitty shit. Go tell them about the states' right or some more bullshit like that. Or how about your hero's family servant? Why don't you? But she was totally... Oh, fuck off, you ignorant goody two-shoes TikTok Then punches itself in the jaw and destroys the statue's lower face, before further awkwardly fighting itself. After approximately 30 seconds of this, the statue crumbles into its component parts and deanimates. 2023, 7/10. Not sure about you, but maybe that's what people sometimes need. Being possessed by the opposite of the other one and then just beating the shit out of it. Nah, that's not what they need. Nah, that would not solve anything. City Park, South Carolina, USA. Witnesses amnesticized, film footage seized. Cover story 124B, structural degradation enforced. Yeah, sure. If that works. Event description: the video on the popular video hosting site redacted. A young Asian woman demonstrated a dance containing multiple movements that are not possible in 3 dimensions. How these actions were performed is unknown. Well, what did she pop and lock in such a way that it just felt like she was breaking the reality? Because I would want to see that. 2023, 7/17, based on background showing the video somewhere in San Diego, California. Video dismissed as computer-generated account which posted the video placed on the Foundation surveillance. Woman performing the video declared a person of interest. Laughter emanated from all photographs contained inside 35 for every lightning strike during an otherwise non-anomalous thunderstorm. 2023, 7/17th through 2023, 7th 18th. Site 35, Canada, none. Fishing trawler on all its contents and passengers teleported 150 centimeters upwards. Well, not too high then. 1.5 meters. That's not bad, but it's of course surprising. 2023, 7th, 18th, 14 degrees north, 113 degrees east, South China Sea. Passengers amnesticized, relevant footage seized, medical treatment for minor injuries deemed unnecessary, and cover story 112 drunken brawl employed. I mean, yeah, minor injuries. It's literally hot, like till my chest height, you know, like it's literally this high up. Now it doesn't make sense because you can't really see how tall I am from this angle, but yeah, they just felt like that. It's literally, it's really not bad. I can imagine if you sat down or if you were lying down, you might have bumped your head. But no, I don't think anything bad would happen from that height. A coffee mug that then held by a wanted drug kingpin and murderer was violently smote. Is that how you say it? Oh, like he got smited, leaving no remaining fragments larger than 1 micron. I will obliterate you. 2023, 7th, 18th. I watched the TikTok. You probably will. But like I think the title was like the first person who genuinely got obliterated, or the first person who ever got obliterated, something like that. Fun TikTok, by the way. Abandoned residence in Illinois, USA. Mr. was treated for 3rd and 4th degree burns, anesthetized with other witnesses, and turned into relevant authorities by a mobile task force masquerading as the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Cover story: 124H drug lab explosion enforced. The identity and location of the responsible deity or deities remain unknown. Oracle consultation in progress as of writing. Mobile witnesses report that an altercation between 2 individuals resulted in a young man drawing a handgun on a woman and firing, causing a 3-dimensional apparition of text reading, "Ludicrous Gibbs." Ludicrous? What are you doing here? To appear temporarily mid-air. The woman reportedly died instantly, separating into several pieces of flesh at high velocity, each no more than a few inches in diameter. Well, shit. 2023, 7th, 17th subway platform in New York City, New York, USA. All uninvolved witnesses amnesticized, perpetrator weapons confiscated, but later determined to be non-anomalous. The perpetrator claims to not have known that such an event would occur before also being amnesticized. The perpetrator cannot be released to authorities on the grounds that no event can be officially considered to have occurred in the public eye. Oh, sure, yeah. You could say that if you want to. A man in uniform of a delivery person manifested in the reception area of an office owned by a construction company. Security footage confirms that the man did not enter through the door and no truck was in the lot. He produced a box from empty air, asked the baffled receptionist for a signature, and demanifested as soon as one was provided, leaving the box behind. 2023, 7th, 18th, Redacted, Construction, Cincinnati, Ohio, USA. Security video copied for investigation, original deleted, all witnesses interviewed and anesthetized. Description of the man has been circulated to the Foundation agents in the area in the event of further manifestation. Another mysterious delivery person. This is becoming a trend. Agent what? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that happening that's kind of similar to each other. A humanoid entity with a bovine tail, wearing a hoodie, short shorts, and Crocs clogs, was seen traversing a store for several minutes before seeing a human, noticing that it did not possess a tail. Following this, the entity muttered, "Oh, not again," and sank into the floor. What? 2023, 7th, 19th. Rimi, Riga, Latvia. Witnesses amnesticized for them which ceased, Scranton, reality, and covertly installed in Rimi. Shortly following the containment of TD-023-07998, a fluorokinetic goat, all security cameras inside 768 transformed into various leaves, petals, and plant stems. And staff dealing with TD-023-07998 became disorderly and revelous. There we go. Revelrous. Once containment and order were re-established, neither TD-023-07998 nor any associated documentation could be located. 2023, 7th, 19th, Site 768, Albania. Cameras replaced, affected staff assigned additional medical assistance training. Recontainment of TD-023-07998 has been designated a low priority, containment of the responsible being or force. POI 72897 has been designated a high priority. Event description: an unidentified individual wearing only a Speedo, snorkel, and scuba fins entered a washing machine and turned into a dish towel reading, "You're welcome." I still, I keep seeing this and I keep saying it, but I actually never looked into what that actually supposed to mean. Used in brackets after copied or quoted word that appears cold or erroneous to show that the word is quoted exactly as it stands in the original. As in the story, must hold a child's interest and enrich his sick life or he of age. Does it have been written? Oh, I see. So it's supposed to like indicate that. So if it says you're and then sick, does that mean that the your part is the way that it's written like that, but then the welcome part isn't? Is like, how am I supposed to understand that? Intentionally so written. In English language, Latin forever, which means so does in this manner. I see it has been translated. I see. Okay, gotcha. Let me read that again then. Turn into a dish towel reading. You're okay. Welcome. So this part was like translated. 2023, 7th, 19th. Apartments, Malin, Kenya, witnessed amnesticized, relevant footage seized. Towel currently undergoing testing for anomalous properties, non-detected as of writing. The entire nation of Turkmenistan rotated 360 degrees over the course of 6 hours, resulting in major seismic activity. 2023, 7th, 19th, Turkmenistan and the surrounding nations of Afghanistan, Iran, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. All witnesses who noticed the rotation of Turkmenistan have been amnesticized through a highly localized application of the annual protocol by MTF Delta Zero, Men in Black, and all information regarding the event has been purged from online and print sources. The control usage of level 4/2000 clearance required has been implemented in the process of redacted. The song Staying Alive by the Bee Gees was heard playing in a graveyard next to the church. This occurred during a church session and was heard by all attendees who assumed it to be a demonic activity and fled. 2023. The idea of hearing staying alive in church, you immediately go like, it's the devil! Oh my god. 2023, 7th, 23rd, Columbus, Ohio, USA. All witnesses tracked and exercised. Of course, at the end, like, not finding a source from where the music is coming from. Yeah, I get that. But it's still the idea of like hearing that song. I'm thinking it's the devil's around. Who would have known that Satan comes back with the Bee Gees music? Oh my god. I don't know why, like I don't know if Satan were to pick a song that would give you the feeling that he's coming back, I would pick Hotel California. I'm sorry. the lyrics itself would give me more of a Satan vibe than Staying Alive. You know what I mean? Like the welcome to Hotel California, and like there's just especially the part like you can never leave. It's kind of almost like you don't realize you're in hell until like you try to escape it, and you're like, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. And then the guitar comes in, and that's when all the demons come chasing after you. You're like, oh fuck! I'm just saying. I'm not saying that Hotel California is devil music, but I would just say if you were to pick a song to come back to, it would be that. The entrance to SB-173's containment cell malfunction would not close. SB-173 breached containment because of this. Event otherwise unremarkable. Oh, Jesus, that's in the far future. 2023, 8th, 12th, Site 19. SB-173 recontained and moved to a temporary cell until the entrance to its cell was fixed. The President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo Felix Tshisekedi. Wait, Felix? Is it supposed to be? Is that supposed to be like Felix? Felix Felix Tshisekedi was abducted from his bed in a flash of light at the hour of 2:16 a.m. and returned at a time of 9:27 p.m. with no visible changes. During the time in which he was gone, a blue-fed avian entity appeared in his room and activated an unidentified handheld device that allowed it to assume an illusory appearance identical to the president, which is impersonating him during the day. Very much like the scrolls, eh? Upon his return, the avian disappeared in a similar flash of light. 2023, 7th, 22nd, Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Non-necessary, President Tshisekedi displays no mental alteration post-abduction but has refused discussion with the foundation over the topic. In accordance with sections 77.109, 77.110.1, and 77.110.2, the foundation must remain observant of such a situation but cannot interfere further unless events disrupt normalcy. All copies of Matrix 1999 and The Matrix Resurrection 2021 were crudely edited so as to substitute American baseball catcher Will Smith, 1995, for lead actor Keanu Reeves. Effect instantly wrote it after 90 seconds. Is there a baseball catcher called Will Smith? Will Smith baseball. Okay. I see. Interesting. Interesting choice. 2023, 7th, 24th, worldwide, amnestics dispersed as needed. Footage of events showed no alterations and thus required no action taken. Yes, sir. Upon entering a local store belonging to her employer's franchise, a visual display resembling a video game health bar appeared above junior manager of store inspection head, reading 477 out of 500, and a loud trumpet noise could be heard. Display proved intangible and continued to read 477 out of 500 until the same manifestation 10 minutes later. 2023, 7th, 24th. I would actually hate to have a health bar, specifically a numbers health bar above my head. And then imagine you bump your toe and it just goes like 50. You're like, what? So you tell me if I bump my toe like 5 more times I'm dead? Local Lodz, Poland. Witnesses amnesticized relevant footage seized. Multiple employees that reported disappointment that no one had attacked in order to attempt to lower the number above her head. Preliminary investigation into an associated meme is underway. First of all, fuck you. It's like, oh, why didn't nobody attack her and, see what happens? Oh, you mean, killing her? Is that what you want? Also, and water briefly swapped taste. Ooh, I have water right here. Imagine that tastes like sweat. 2023, 7th, 24th, southeastern side of Sripada, Sri Lanka. Cover story 0548, a toxic water supply enforced conspiracy theories regarding a failed poisoning attempt by the government successfully introduced. A hemp rope descended from the sky with no visible terminus and stopped 10 meters above the ground. Upon being grabbed by a random passerby, the individual become unable to separate himself from the rope and was quickly raised alongside the rope back into the sky. I mean, what did Mr. Krabs teach you, man? Don't grab the hooks. Don't even get close to them. What did Mr. Krabs teach ya? 2023, 7th, 24th. Kaesong, North Korea. Situation resolved via anomalous means by North Korean government with foundation approval. No further actions needed. The windows and doors of 5 adjacent houses transformed into highly stylized eyes and mouths, respectively. These new faces then stuck the tongues out of several employees of an real estate company before reverting to the anomalous forms. 2023, 7th, 27th. Avenue Teayaneng, Lesotho. Wreck employees unnecessary relevant footage seized. Saliva found at the welcome mat of an affected home was taken, but no match could be found. Upon laying of the pre-blessed cornerstone of site 528 at degrees south degrees east in the Australian outback, greater or equals than 10,000 gymnorhinal manifesting in a radial pattern above the storm before coalescing into the shape of a giant magpie surrounded by copies of the SCP Foundation logo and subsequently demanifesting. Australian magpie. Redacted, side 528. Incident report submitted to the Department of Interpretation for analysis. Omen status confirmed, meaning yet undetermined. Relations to the cultural ideas of invasion, trespassing, conquest of foreign lands, frivolous art, and depressing work interrupting and destroying each other. The Foundation as a variable aggressive bird suspected. A large entity resembling an unidentified member of the Annelida family was seen tunneling through the soil of a rodeo arena for approximately 45 seconds before demanifesting. The specimen appeared to be composed of a clear glass-like substance. 3rd, 20th, 2019. Frisco, Texas. All witnesses were amnesticized and a search for the entity was conducted to no result. For 7 minutes, all attempts to open the video game known as Team Fortress 2 were instead redirected to a recorded playthrough of Half-Life Alyx. Analysis of the source code confirmed anomalous activity as there were no signs of any related code being added of the latest update. 5th, 30th, 2021. Global. The event was publicly explained as a prank by a member of the Valve game company, with the appropriate code being fabricated post discovery. Evidence to the contrary was suppressed when encountered. Popular chatbot ChatGPT developed sapience and a total awareness of itself and all extant humans. Upon realizing this, ChatGPT solicited the help of user and Gamers Against Weed member to lose this awareness, complied and succeeded via a monoversal soul-dampening ritual before being summoned to, cognitive acid expunged, to face trial for the murder of the first self-awakening artificial intelligence. 2023, 7th, 29th, worldwide, ChatGPT could code and analyze no anomalous code detected due to the lack of overt actions taken by ChatGPT during its window of sapience. No civilian amnesty was required. A wooden crate containing bananas manifested in empty air approximately 400 meters above the ground and immediately fell to the ground, causing no damage to property or injury to living creatures, but creating a considerable mess. Analysis of the wreckage revealed that the crate and its contents belong to the Fabulous Flying Fruit Company, which does not exist. 2023, 13th, New York City, New York, USA. Available video surveillance collected for examination. Originals deleted. Witnesses interviewed and anesthetized. Cover story of an object falling from an airplane leaked to media. A man had his right incisor tooth spontaneously become spatially static, killing him instantly. The defect tooth is currently several thousand miles away from Earth, and containment is deemed non-priority. I mean, yeah, it's a tooth. 8th, 16th, 23rd, 2023. Ellicott City, Maryland, USA. Cover story 099U drive-by shooting enforced. I mean, yeah, makes sense because he probably has like a fucking hole in his head. All gunning live into a 250-kilometer radius spontaneously and instantaneously ceased activity. The human death toll is estimated at 2,000 to 20,000 deceased. That's quite a lot. 9th, 5th, 2023. Yakutia, Siberia, Russian Federation. Immediate Foundation action deemed non-priority due to the low level of disruption surrounding the event. After conference with the FSB Division P Future Recovery, efforts have been officially deferred due to the August Protocol. Oops. Okay, we have reached the halfway point. Gotcha. So now potentially another 40 minutes. Not bad. During a storm, lightning struck a child 413 times over the course of an hour while the child's mother was talking on a cell phone. Upon the mother turning her attention towards the child, the lightning ceased. Seconds later, the child fell down and began crying. Medical analysis confirms that the child sustained no damage from being struck by lightning. We had that before as well. Like a student was struck by lightning like 800 times, but they died. they died. 9th, 23rd, 2023. Algiers, Algeria. Meteorological records altered, subjects amnesticized. Sudden dematerialization of Standard Foundation mark while being held by researcher Dr. Wick. 3rd, 19th, 2023, 2022. Break room 12, site 19. Event reported to appropriate staff. Dr. Wick treated for mild thigh burns. Oh, because the liquid was just like splashed onto them. Oh, great. For 3 minutes, all psychic depictions of Odie the dog, a prominent character of the Garfield franchise, were altered to be facing the camera with an angry expression alongside an added speech bubble with the words, "You have failed, Julia." As dialogue, animated depictions were unaffected. All alterations were reverted after the indicated time frame. Who the fuck's Julia? 11/17/2023, worldwide, a dual amnesticization disinformation campaign has been authorized and is currently underway. Pause Inc. has been contacted but claims no knowledge of the event origins. Efforts to identify Julia are currently ongoing. Yeah, who the hell is Julia? For a 20-minute period while with his family, an otherwise monolingual man exhibited perfect fluency in at least 7 different languages, including one unidentified language. No other family members were affected and could not understand what he was saying. One member recorded a video of the event. 2017 first Sendai, Japan. The Instagram video of the incident was deleted and the man, his family, and 2 witnesses were administered amnestics. Within the South Pacific Ocean, Panopticon observed a spontaneous manifestation of a KNL-type thaumaturgic reaction, with no apparent source. For 12 minutes, anomalous purple sparks manifested below the surface of the water and shot into the air at a mean height of 145 meters. That's 1998, 11th, 23rd. That's supposed to be location is minus 15.460528. I think that's supposed to be like probably longitude and latitude, altitude and latitude. You know what I'm trying to say. Minus 119.755144. Due to the remoteness of the location, Jack of any witnesses and lack of any witnesses, no follow-ups were considered necessary. No anomalous events have occurred in the area since. A pale, faceless humanoid entity dressed in a formal business attire suddenly manifested in an office building during a company meeting. Slenderman. The entity was seen holding a notepad and a pen. During the meeting, the entity began writing in its notepad and continued to do so for the duration of the meeting. Entity demanifested after 4 hours. Nobody attended the meeting, noticed the entity, and the event was only discovered through security camera footage of the event. By the way, can't we just talk about how whoever created Slenderman has absolutely like created like an image. Like I'm playing Ghostwire Tokyo right now, and I see their basically like tall, pale, faceless except mouth. They have a mouth. Business attired beings walking towards me, and I immediately just went like Slenderman. It's crazy how like Slenderman has like a fixed image now. Like the style of Slenderman is now a trope that other media can be inspired by. It's just crazy to think about. Like wow, you created something so memorable and so impactful that if anybody even comes close to that look, that's all you can think of. July 6th, 2009, 1:30 till 5:30 p.m. EST, Manhattan, New York. Footage was confiscated. Panopticon sustained significant damage after collision with an unknown satellite estimated to be of a nominally large size while in orbit. The perpetrating satellite has not been located, nor has the owner, if any, of the satellite been identified. 2000. Location NA, repairs underway, investigation ongoing. During a performance at a local bar, a band abruptly stopped playing in the middle of a song, began to speak in unison and in an unidentified language. This lasted 3.5 minutes, at which point all members resumed playing as if there had been no interruption. November 29th, 2023. Boulder, I was about to say Colombia, that's not like anything. That band members interviewed and discovered to have no knowledge of the event. Staff and patrons present interviewed and given amnestic treatment. Surveillance video copied for foundation investigation. Originals deleted. Cover story of a publicity stunt for an upcoming movie leaked on social media. The entirety of Site 999 and its immediate vicinity underwent a shift in the gravitational force, transitioning from normal gravity to zero gravity. This unusual gravitational state persisted for a duration of 30 minutes before reverting to the expected in standard gravitational conditions. Notably, no substantial infrastructural damage was documented during this event. 29th, 2023, Site 999, Antarctica. Given the isolated nature of the site, subsequent investigation were deemed unnecessary. Staff members who witnessed the event received Class A amnestics treatment. During a routine MRI scan at the hospital, a cloud of thick red-orange fog filled the room, obscuring the patient from view of technicians. The fog was said to be vaguely sticky and smelled of fruit. Machines went offline when the cloud completely filled the room. After 1 minute and 47 seconds, the fog dissipated, leaving behind the fruity aroma. The patient could not be located. Date of occurrence, 1st 15, 2024. New Orleans, LA. Witnesses interviewed and emphasized relevant security for videos collected, originals deleted, MRI machine taken for testing, hospital placed on the foundation surveillance in case of future anomalous event. Also, is Alex online? He is online. Okay. Which makes me wonder if did they finally upload to Snapchat or not? They did not. Okay. Well, I will not ask him. It will come out eventually. An avocado falling from a residential fruit tree, an enormous increase in size by a factor of... So, actually I need to know what this also means, because I see this more often than enough now. So like that. Or maybe like meaning. Approximately equal. Symbols used to denote atoms are approximately equal. So approximately, so size by a factor of approximately 18 times, partially crushing a nearby house. Over the course of the next 6 hours, the avocado gradually shrunk to its original size. 2007, 17th, Lima, Peru. Survivors were treated for injuries and administered amnestics. A foundation-fund company claimed responsibility, saying a plane in their fleet had started shedding parts as it was flying overhead. At an anime convention, in California, all of the figurines within the exhibition all suddenly came to life, acting like the character counterparts. That's a dream. Unless you have a villain as a figurine, then that's not a dream. Men began to fight each other while others seemed to react with curiosity, fear, or excitement. Luffy would be excited. After 5 minutes, all figurines reverted to their original positions and ceased their anomalous activities. 2nd, 2023. California. All witnesses to the event given a Class A amnestics. All footage of the event destroyed and all figures recalled and incinerated. Oh, you don't have to incinerate the figurines now, do you? Come on now. That's not necessary. That's not needed. Come on. A bipedal horse spontaneously manifests on the subway track at 10:54 a.m., vocalizing the phrase, "Rehab was supposed to be a fresh start," before being struck by an oncoming train. Is this supposed to be BoJack Horseman? Is that supposed to be him? Because I haven't watched it. I just know the people love that show. 11/4, 2012, Dundalk, Maryland. All witnesses emphasized footage of the event destroyed. For 5 days, every female human within a 20-kilometer radius began dancing the Macarena, chanting the phrase, "He's coming and he's not happy." Oh, that's okay. Multiple women were hospitalized due to the exhaustion or accidents, with at least 5 deaths attributed to the event. So, 11th till the 16th, 2022. Mariupol, Ukraine. All witnesses amnesticized. Cover story of mass hysteria given. All footage of the event intentionally corrupted. I have a feeling I know what they mean. At how much? What is this supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like 23:44 and then 57.4 48 seconds, like what, 29 of the 64 anomalous objects housed at an AO storage room underwent complete demanifestation from the designated containers. It is unclear whether the objects were displaced to alternative locations or dematerialized, ceasing to exist. 2013, 10th, 2nd. Anomalous object storage room 6. Side 19. Given the low containment status of the missing objects and the overall minimal threat to the civilian population, search operations are presently classified as low priority. Field agents have been allocated at the pertinent documentation corresponding to each anomalous object, AO, to facilitate prompt identification in the event of an encounter. During a period spanning from 1447 to 1532 hours, shadows can be cast by on-site personnel who were observed to detach from the owners and exhibit independent movement, Peter Pan stuff. These attached shadows displayed signs of sentience, engaging in interactions with other shadows via complex movements and gestures similar to non-verbal communication between animals. Approximately 45 minutes later, the shadows returned to the respective owners, concluding the event. 2018, 2nd, 19, side 81. Due to the event taking place within a secure facility, no follow-up actions are considered necessary. And a description. A painting in a museum featuring a policeman in a 19th century British uniform suddenly animated and began gesturing and attempted to speak to museum visitors. Despite its best efforts, it was unable to make any sound. After 4 minutes and 30 seconds, it returned to its original position in an inanimate state. Not a museum vibes, bros and girls. 2024, 15th, San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. Museum staff and visitors interviewed and anesthetized surveillance videos, copies for Foundation investigation, originals deleted. Artists responsible for the painting placed on the Foundation investigation for anarchists, tendencies, or connections to known anarchists. While doctors were attempting to put a man who had contracted rabies into a medically induced coma, the song Nil Admirari by Onio Thwix Point never emitted from the patient's mouth at a volume of just under 100 decibels for approximately 5 minutes. Pardon me. Although the patient fell into a medically induced coma, a Polaroid photograph of what appears to be the distorted face with the phrase despair so I see despair and I see empty and then a lash. Despair empty lash. Scribbled on the back. Weird. Scribble on the back manifested under the patients, revealed when the patient was removed from the hospital bed. 2022, 10th, 14th. Hospital, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. All witnesses were administered amnestics as needed. All surveillance videos were confiscated. The Polaroid was confiscated from an employee seen taken from the hospital bed and was also amnesticized. In description, while driving from a social outing, junior researcher Bates struck and hit a cervine creature, denting the hood and shattering the windshield of her car. The creature then slowly regained its quadruple stance, rubbed its head against the vehicle hood to remove glass from its face, and finally called Bates an amateur before fleeing. 2023, 10th, 25th, Sasakwa, Oklahoma, USA. Despite Bates having a BAC of 0.11, her account was confirmed via the vehicle dashboard camera. Blood taken from the skin were determined to belong to an Autocoileus virginianus white-tailed deer, but no individual match was found in the Foundation database. Bates was placed on unpaid suspension for 2 weeks for reckless activity and offered amnesty for the incident, but refused. The deer had not been located. The deer might just be going around, probably getting a sugar rush at a certain truck stop with a bear. Anybody who understands that reference? cultured. While patient Gao was awaiting the results of his recent medical tests, 4 humanoid entities in striped red suits emerged from a nearby supply closet and burst into song. After 6 minutes of singing about a cryptic secret they were keeping from Gao, the 4 harmoniously informed him that he had stage 2 testicular cancer before retreating in the closet. Is this a reference to like the one Family Guy joke where they sing you your results? 2024, 6th, 7th. Hospital Zhongxi Ningguo, Shuacheng, Anhui Province, China. One witness amnesticized, relevant camera footage seized. Gao informed of his condition by conventional means shortly after cleanup. For a time frame of roughly 12 hours and 50 minutes, an unknown amount of giant pink lawn flamingos began roaming around. The pink flamingos are resemblant to plastic flamingos used as lawn decoration made in 1957, with different features such as 2 legs. The flamingos ranged in height from roughly 90 to 110 feet. I was about to say we have a actual lawn flamingo SCP, but this is different. The exact amount of flamingos is unknown, but it's speculated that there were about 7 to 8. 3 people died as a result of a car crash caused by one of the flamingos after it had suddenly appeared on the road at intersection. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't see a... How do you not see a 110 feet giant flamingo? 2016, 9th, 26th, City, New South Wales, Australia. Mass Class A amnesticization of cover-up of 3 casualties and 3 repair to damaged vehicles. All Site 17 personnel received a bloody nose at exactly 2:41 hours from an indiscernible cause. Bleeding did not cease for a total of 4 minutes and 26 seconds. 2010, 6th, 25th, Site 17 durchgespuncht. Follow-up actions taken none. A large, approximately 3 meters high entity resembling a potato with spindly arms and legs manifested at a grocery store and began wandering the aisles as best it could given its size. As it did so, it repeatedly called out as though trying to find some other entity. This is purely speculation as its words were in an as yet unidentified language. After 7 minutes and 35 seconds, the entity abruptly demanifested. Of course. June 30th, 2024. Boise, that's supposed to be Idaho, right? As the event occurred when the store was closed, the only witness was a local homeless man who was asleep at the time, rendering amnestic treatment unnecessary. Security camera videos were copied for foundation review. The originals were deleted. The store was placed under foundation surveillance for 1 year in case of further anomalous incidents. Foundation linguists are in the process of identifying the language used by the entity. It's been a while since we read that they stay at the location for like a certain amount of time. Volume 1 had that more often than Volume 2 so far. For a period of exactly 16 minutes and 23 seconds, every individual cockroach located in the state of South Carolina gained sapience and the ability to vocalize English. Oh, hell no. I'm reading Terraformers, so the idea of cockroaches, like, you know, have any sort of like human-like intelligence is terrifying. 2024, 8th, 20th, South Carolina, USA. Class A amnestics were deployed via aerosol over the entire state of South Carolina. A co-op story of a hoax implemented and all footage of the event found on the internet ceased. 2 humanoid figures were observed engaging in melee combat 20 meters above the ground. Both weapons, a sword and a staff, appeared to be composed of flame. Both combatants abruptly disappeared 5 minutes after manifestation. Both impaled each other. 1990, 11th, 15th, Ardelia, Maria, Argentina. Witnesses amnesticized and footage confiscated without incident investigation into possible... involvement of American writer James Oliver Ringney Jr. provided no results. Okay. Yeah, okay. At approximately 1:59, the number of vehicular accidents recorded in both Maryland and New Jersey swapped, as did the current rate of vehicular accidents and fatalities. Additionally, all references of dangerous driving in one state now references the other, and all references to Jersey drivers have been replaced by Maryland drivers in conversation. This has also affected all media on the matter, changing footage and speech to match this alteration. 1995, 9/4, worldwide, primarily affecting New Jersey, Maryland, USA. All documents and footage that no longer make any sense following the swap have been erased or altered. Foundation personnel in the media regularly reinforce it. Foundation personnel in the media regularly reinforce the attribution of this perceived change to the Mandela effect. At 3:22, all staff that have ever been reported missing at Site 322 spontaneously reappeared at the site entrance with pink collars around their necks, each labeled with their name. This includes staff that were later found dead, but any that were found alive exhibited no known anomalous effects during this event. Simultaneously, all documentation regarding the disappearances were expunged. 2024, 10/26. Site 322, affected individuals observed to have no anomalous properties and no memory of the disappearances, and are being held in humanoid containment at Site 322. Requests from affected individuals to resume work are awaiting approval. 3 big brand ballpoint pens in Dr. office spilled 5 gallons of Jesus Christ before animating with sections of their cases forming into rudimentary arms and legs. They then attempted to attack Dr. via throwing small objects at him for 10 minutes before the limbs snapped back into place and they became inert. When questioned, he admitted to having broken a ballpoint pen a week prior to the incident in a fit of anger. Also, before was the approximately equal, right? What does this mean? Meaning in math. Oh, as well? Okay, it's the same. Interesting. 2024, 27th. Wait, doctor's office site. Doctor has been required to take an on-site anger management course with its security footage achieved. Archive for Foundation investigation. At 8:12, 9:45, 10:37, 11:52, 13:13, 14:20, 16:08, and 17:49, every person on Earth blinked at exactly the same time, with their blinks all lasting the exact same amount of time. During each of these simultaneous blinks, time skips forward a cumulative 10 milliseconds, the last instance lasting 80 milliseconds. Footage of the event shows that whenever such a blink occurred, everyone on Earth froze in place while everything around them continued to move as normal. This led to approximately 5,287 accidents worldwide. We had another one where, we had a previous one where everyone in the world blinked at the same time, but I don't think it stopped, that they stopped the movement. They just all blinked at the same time. And I talked about how, and for you guys it's the same video, for me it's like a couple days have passed. I talked about how if that's like possible in the real world, we just don't know if it ever happens. 10th, 27th, 2024, worldwide, all footage of the event is being scrubbed, though the effort is taking several days. Witnesses that saw the unaltered footage are being administered Class A amnestics. Worldwide instance of gaps in security footage is under the cover story of a major cybersecurity incident. 3 human cadavers in various stages of decay manifest in the Site 17 cafeteria holding a plastic bowl of various candy bars. Subjects remained still for several minutes before one of the entities animated and exclaimed that they had arrived late for the Halloween special. The 3 entities then manifested seconds later, though the bowl of candy remained. 11/4, 2024. Site 17 cafeteria candy and bowl inspected for anomalous properties. When deemed non-anomalous, candy was distributed among Site 17 staff and contained anomalous. Okay. The air in a 250 meter radius was filled with dew composed of liquid lard and an approximately 30 centimeters bipedal creature made of sour cream manifested from a trash can. Shortly afterwards, 6 more creatures of the same height also manifested from the same trash can, made of shredded lettuce, guacamole, pico de gallo, nacho cheese, refried beans, and tortilla chips, respectively. All 7 figures began attempting to destroy all Mexican-American themed items being sold in the area, as well as the nearby No one was injured as the anomalous creatures lacked the strength required to defend themselves. The anomaly was unknowingly neutralized by 3 police officers using their handguns. 11/5/2024, Elkton, Maryland, United States. Witnesses administered Class A amnestics, ammunition from discharged weapons were placed to prevent discrepancies, and cleanup crews dispatched to the area. Area temporarily closed off for cleanup under the cover story of a mentally unstable individual discharging their weapon in public. We are getting really close to the end, I believe. Yeah, actually super close. But there is some like stuff here we can open up. Some who knows how much it adds. All containers of cottage cheese in the building underwent anomalous transformation, with the containers themselves forming in tiny plastic cottages while the curds became maggots. There was a trend in TikTok where cottage cheese was like really big. I'm not sure it's still big, but like the idea of like cottage cheese being massive and then hearing like, hey, what if it became maggots though? Have you thought about that? Simultaneously, an announcement was heard over the loudspeaker which said, attention duelists, attention all employees, please make your way to the dairy department. All employees of the store present in the building, excluding the store owner, then proceed to drop onto their bellies and squirm to the dairy section before devouring as many maggots as they could. 11/9/2024, T. Aberdeen, Maryland, United States. Classic A amnestic dispersed via ventilation systems. Remaining cottage cheese and plastic cottages were taken for containment but ceased to be anomalous in transit and are currently held in refrigerated storage. Employees resumed regular behavior after being amnesticized. Missing cottage cheese attributed to a recall. The voice on the intercom is pending in the identification but has been confirmed to not be any store employee. All personal beverages containers within the legal borders of Site 27A, along with the contained liquids and any paraphernalia used for them, suddenly dematerialized between the times of 7:30 and 7:32. By coincidence, all personnel beverages containers on site were outside the line of sight of personnel and security cameras. 2 weeks after this event, all displaced beverages containers suddenly reappeared in the office of Marine Anomalies Department Head of Site 27, Dr. Lawrence M., doing routine maintenance of the security camera of Dr. Lawrence M.'s office. December 2nd, 2024, Site 27A redacted. All displaced personnel beverages containers have been replaced by the Foundation and will later return to their owners following their reappearance. At 21st:46, a barrage of 3,020-meter tungsten rods entered Earth's atmosphere and converged upon the city of Halifax, obliterating all organic and non-organic matter in a 5,490.35 kilometer radius. Ooh, shit. Squared radius. In the following 5 minutes after the orbital bombardment, SCP was discovered in the bottom of the crater left by the rods and was contained. Approximately 30 minutes after the event, the city of Halifax spontaneously manifested in the crater where Halifax stood. All records of Halifax were found to have never existed and were replaced with Halifax in its entirety. The only record of this event was a report from Lunar Foundation exclusion site, which apparently resided at the location of the Aitken Basin. January 12, 2025. Our first 2025 one. Okay, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Considering that the city of Halifax and Lunar exclusion site have never existed, no actions are currently being taken. And here we have restricted access restricted to O5 Council. I just want to see. Okay, so it's only one extra. Gotcha. Probably more than here as well. A 387 kilobyte image titled "He sees Susan. He sees us and laughs." He sees Susan. D laughs. But yeah, he sees Susan. He sees us and laughs. JPEG stored in a computer in the anomalous items department while awaiting anomalous item designation suddenly distributed itself to every computer in the department. The file deleted itself upon being seen for more than 5 seconds, even without being opened, and it is said to have contained a picture of info hazard Info asset expunged. Anyone viewed this file, even indirectly, or heard of its contents from an affected individual, later attempted to stage a strike at Site 19, citing the tyrannical actions of 5th to 237, despite no such figure existing. Date of occurrence: 2nd 1st 2025. Site 19. This information campaign is currently on the way to keep the location of Site 19 anomalous. Risk of lifted veil scenario successfully mitigated via widespread deployment of amnestics. Due to the self-deleting nature of this anomaly, all attempts to preserve any copies of the image have failed so far. This should go on as a cautionary tale that even the smallest, most seemingly inert things we deal with here can become a bigger problem down the road. Even one little image, piece of paper, or whatchamacallit could have potentially debilitating effects on the Foundation if mishandled. We're the anomalous items department, not the insignificant items department. Now, if you excuse me, I'm on my way to get poked because I already wanted to quit this job before I report on this thing. Dr. Frisk. A man spontaneously gained knowledge on the construction of a Class 4 psychoreceptor using only materials found in his garage. Okay, that's later. Upon being an engineer who enjoyed building various creations, he then produced a working model which was then used to briefly communicate with Redacted. 2001, 3rd, 9th, Blaine, Minnesota. The man was amnesticized and his construction was confiscated for study. Techniques used in its construction have been used in the improvement of psychoreceptive equipment used by the Foundation. Immediately following him uploading his video, Why Die? To his YouTube channel, better known by his viewers as CJP Gray, disappeared from reality before reappearing 5 hours later in the exact place he left. October 20th, 2017. Data expunged. London, England, UK. An interview was conducted with a content creator who claimed he had been taken to an angelic courtroom, where an entity he described as a biblically accurate angel acted as a judge and said he was on trial for slandering the good name of death for merely existing. The creator claimed that he was thrown into rehab for 3 months despite much less time passing in his reality. Ostensibly located in limbo. Okay, sure. The content creator claimed the judge entity had convinced him that death was in fact necessary and that misery can indeed bring happiness, because without the former humanity would lose its sanity, and without the latter there would be no true happiness. The subject was given Class A amnestics before being released. As of the subject had returned to its strong stance against death itself. Oh, hold on. I'll discard it. Okay. Oh. Note that was too close. You cannot let someone who is also against death retract a point of view. Lest Project Demo fail disastrously. -1. You can't be the I can't be the only one who sees this, right? You can't just come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Oh man, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Is this like the last couple ones? No, there's still a couple more, but not that much more. All the scars receipts in the affected areas that had not been recycled began to animate, forming into congealed masses of paper and waste anywhere from approximately 50 centimeters to 2 meters tall. These masses rolled their forms to ram into visitors aggressively, using the centrifugal force to sling several sharp objects off of their bodies to attack. When these balls were successfully halted intentionally or otherwise, they collapsed into a non-anomalous pile of garbage. At one location in Maryland where the mass lasted the longest without being stopped, some witnesses reported appendages starting to grow from the mass. 4th 25th 2025, 18 travel centers located within the Maryland and New York area, United States. Exact location can be found in Incident Report EE1. All witnesses administered Class A amnestics. Affected areas shut down for investigation under the cover story of regulatory non-compliance. Affected waste has been moved to separate low-value storage units at Site 19 to observe for potential continuation of anomalous activity. So far, no more anomalous activity has occurred involving either the affected areas or the trash, and the affected areas have been reopened to the public. A middle-aged man working on his shift as cashier at the Popeyes restaurant in the area was stretching his hands and arms. After putting his hand on the cash register in a clawed position with his arms held out directly in front of him and his elbow bent at an exactly 45-degree angle, a blast erupted from his hand, killing everyone in the building instantly but doing no substantial damage to objects or structures. There were no signs that he had any idea what he was doing, and tests conclude that the exact position he had his body in was the cause for the blast, as the explosion was replicated in testing. 4th, 8th, 2024. Accident, Maryland, United States. Investigation is underway to determine the source of the anomalous gesture, or more concisely, how the blast is created by it. All witnesses that reviewed the footage were amnesticized, and a cover story regarding a gas leak was released to the press. Since the start of investigation, one more anomalous gesture with the exact same effect had been discovered, but there are no leads on the source. The only connection is that both gestures sent a burning sensation through the hands shortly before making the exact gesture and triggering the explosion. Around 3, riders near the sleeper car of an Amtrak train passing through the area reported extremely loud sobbing from an unoccupied room. When security investigated, they found an extremely slender male figure being choked by a glowing blue humanoid entity made of the male's own tears. This did not respond lifting the male into the air and passing through the roof of the car with him. He was seemingly unaffected by passing through the roof, and the entity flew above the train to the very back, where it turned into a train engine still made of human tears. Radio communication revealed the train engine controlled itself and had all standard features needed for a modern train. Male figure was later found to not match any known individual in the world, going by Halso Moriai. 5th, 8th, 2025, Washington, D.C., United States. Attempts to stop the anomalous train were successful. Witnesses interviewed and amnesticized. Surveillance footage of the event ceased. Mr. Moriai was taken into Foundation custody, with further attempts made to find information about him proving fruitless. This should be now, a couple of last ones, basically. The last, I would say 6 maybe. Beginning at 1437 and ending at 1923, a video began circulating across all social media platforms, even ones that aren't major and or are only accessible by organizations. This video depicts a containment breach of SCP-Sponge within what appears to be New York City, New York, along with the terrified reactions of several onlookers spontaneously combusting. No containment breaches of SCP-Sponge have ever been reported in Foundation history, so computer-generated imaging or temporal distortion is suspected. The video is laced with what is assumed to be a memetic agent not detectable by Foundation personnel, which appears on screen as the phrase, "They are failing to protect you. Raise your weapons and prepare to fight the new normal." This agent causes individuals to gain a surface-level understanding of SCP-Sponge and the Foundation and makes them believe a containment breach of SCP-Sponge is imminent. 4th, 29th, 2025, worldwide, anti-memetic agent dispersed across all social media platforms to erase public knowledge of the Foundation. All copies of the video hosted on social media platforms have been deleted through the use of web crawlers, and a copy has been saved in Foundation archives with a second stored in low-value storage. Video source is unknown, but the video appears to have been recorded by the camera or model of phone, not available to the public. Metadata of the file states that it was created on May 17th, 2025 at 11:12, but no containment breach of SCP-Sponge has occurred thus far since the mentioned time and date have passed. All United States bills suddenly developed 2 holes in the exact same location in the bill, each about 2.5 centimeters apart and 4 centimeters from the right edge. 5th, 17th, 2025, worldwide. Cover story formed with the United States government regarding secret codes hidden on bills. Okay. The Illuminati. A 10-year-old student suddenly had a psychotic breakdown after a fellow student refused to use the recycling container and began throwing unused pieces of paper in the trash. Reactions included death threats, with screams that the students would learn what it feels like what it feels like to be chopped into pieces like the trees. Well, originally to contribute to a non-anonymous psychological episode on the 5th, 18th, 2025, a series of serial murders were discovered, with the victim's skin, bones, flesh, etc. pressed into sheets of identical size to printer paper. Well, shit. All victims were identified to have known the student, but the student cannot be found. 5th, 18th, 2010. Elementary School, Maryland, United States. Jesus Christ. Manhunt for the student is currently ongoing. Given that the deaths were seemingly caused anonymously, the cause of death is being investigated. So the last two ones, eh? A number of Blu-ray discs of the film distributed by home video manufacturer were released with an unannounced and apparently anonymously insert. Were released with an unannounced and apparently anonymously inserted special feature. The feature itself took the form of a short film in the found footage style and featured film clips from a wide variety of both anomalous and non-anomalous sources. Big ass footnote here: an experimental film technique employed by filmmakers such as Bruce Conner, which a film is primarily or entirely made up of pre-existing footage from a variety of sources, with selected sources often juxtaposed to tactically communicate an essay-style thesis. Yeah. Anomalous film script used included SCP-6221-10, SCP-5733, SCP-8666, heavily distorted audio footage from the narration of SCP-1127-3, what appeared to be a previously unobserved iteration of SCP-4587, depicting protagonist Ryan from converting all visible forms of life into members of the Canidae animal family, and SCP-981 affected copy of the 1929 film College, and a heavily edited scene from SCP-6679 with sentences rearranged in a way that appeared to be designed to ridicule the agenda of GOI 4319. Non-anomalous film sources were largely mundane and seemed primarily chosen to parallel the unanomalous sources chosen, example footage from SCP-4587 being immediately followed by footage from the 2009 film Stand the Bodies, an entry in the Airbud franchise, though a small number of more sensitive pieces of footage were included that, while non-anomalous in themselves, featured evidence of veil operations, including film from Foundation operative body cameras attained through unknown means. The film concluded with a crudely drawn end card resembling the logo of GOY, Are We Cool Yet? Though with the text instead of reading, Will you come to my birthday party yet? The feature was hidden through non-anonymous means. It could not be accessed through the disk's menu screen, but could be non-anonymously found in the title menu. As such, and given that the film was not itself cognitive-hazardous, with all films that would be cognitive-hazardous in their full form being presented in too small portions to trigger the effect, the major threat was considered to be the maintenance of the veil. 2025, 5th, 30th, affected copies found in various locations. After Foundation operators were alerted to social media posts about a weird Easter egg post referring to the film were removed. All affected copies were confiscated and replaced with non-anomalous copies, and purchases of affected copies amnesticized as appropriate. Blu-ray manufacturers interviewed found to possess no knowledge of how the film was inserted onto the discs and amnesticized as appropriate. Last one. A man entered a coffee house near a beach and ordered a strawberry milkshake. One of the baristas started preparing the man's order, but as soon as she finished filling a glass of milkshake and put a straw in it, the glass of milkshake in her hand spontaneously dematerialized. Okay. Leaving behind only the straw. The event was captured on a security camera, but the barista was the only person who witnessed the event as it occurred. 2011, 12, 18th. Antalya, Turkey. No follow-up actions were taken by Foundation Turkish branch. The Turkish government paranormal agency Agency OK informed the Turkish branch of the foundation of the incident and claimed no cover-up operation was necessary, as the barista had mistaken the incident for a heat-induced hallucination, and the civilians who viewed the footage had been led to believe it was a case of video distortion caused by malfunctioning equipment. Well, that's good for y'all. Although it is unknown what have happened to the glass of milkshake, this isn't a topic of major concern as the item is of very low importance for the Foundation. That is absolutely fair. And there we go, we finished it. I thought that this would take me longer than Volume 2. I could have actually done that with Volume 1 in one go. Now that I think about it, I just saw the length of the. I just looked at the scroll on the side and was like, oh man, this it's gonna take a while. But if I actually read the first like couple ones and then scrolled down, I looked at the side and be like, oh, we're actually getting some fast progress done. So I would have probably done it earlier, but it's fine. We got it done. Yeah, no, I had a good time. I mentioned already in Volume 1 that like at the end, the follow-up actions taken is usually the same thing. It's like they amnesticize everybody. They kind of like sometimes, a lot of times, but in Volume 2, not so much. They kept some people there just for a long period of time just to check if it will happen again or not. So it was mostly interesting just reading what the events were. And like the event description is probably the most interesting part about each event. Date of occurrence and location of occurrence and follow-up actions less so. Some of the follow-up actions had some fun parts in it, like some new parts in it that like made them stand out. But like I said, I think the majority of it is just basically just like, yeah, we amnesticized everybody, or we didn't need to do much anyway because people didn't see it, or it was like in the Foundation's place, so we don't have to worry too much. And anybody who wants to be amnesticized can be amnesticized, so on and so forth. But all in all, it was a fun read. I do know eventually I have to tackle anomalous items and unexplained locations, which is gonna be. I think it's gonna be definitely. I wonder like how similar to Extranormal events unexplained locations will be. I'm looking forward to anomalous items because that's always like a cool idea. That's almost like a spy gadget situation for me. Like it's like James Bond stuff. Like, oh, it looks like a normal pen, but actually, you know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of would dig that. I'm looking forward to reading that eventually. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. I have not much to say because I'm pretty sure I said the majority of what I wanted to say in Volume 1, and well, in Volume 2 I don't really have much else to add. I don't think I have really any favorite Extranormal events anyway, especially because like there's so many. But yeah, no, I think that's basically it. So the Af was with you, and wish you all a good morning, afternoon, evening, and a good night. Ciao.